Tabling of documents. This is on introduction of government bills, right? Introduction of government bills. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Ms. Leboutillier, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food concerning its study on supply management, dairy producers, and the Canadian dairy industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Brown's bill. Gord Brown. Seconder. Gord, who's your seconder? Okay. She is South Surrey White Rock. Diane. Okay. Mr. Introduction of first. Sorry. Projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction.
Moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Customs Act, Marine Pleasure Craft. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to introduce my private member's bill. It's entitled An Act to Amend the Customs Act, and this will change the Customs Act to allow private pleasure craft to transit Canadian waters without reporting to customs. And currently, any pleasure vessel that crosses into Canada along waterways such as the St. Lawrence River and the Thousand Islands in my riding must report to Canadian Customs whether or not they plan to dock or anchor in Canada. And what this bill would do is harmonize with the United States, because currently U.S.-based vessels or Canadian-based vessels can go into U.S. waters and not have to report as long as they don't land in U.S. waters. So I'm introducing this bill today to harmonize with the United States. It's been brought forward by many constituents in my riding, and I believe that this will help enhance tourism in the Thousand Islands and in Canada in general. It's something that also affects other areas of Canada where there are waters where the boundary goes through. So happy to introduce this bill today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Brown, seconded by Ms. Watts, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present two petitions today from my riding, some of them, and some from all across Canada. In both cases, the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to draft legislation that will include adequate safeguards for vulnerable Canadians, especially those with mental health challenges, provide clear conscience protection for healthcare workers and institutions, and protect children, those under 18, from physician-assisted suicide. Thank you, Mr.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Today to present a petition signed by dozens of residents from my riding of Burnaby South. The petitioners are calling on the Prime Minister to stop the new Kinder Morgan oil pipeline, which would export 890,000 barrels per day of raw bitumen off the BC coast. The signatories note that this pipeline brings massive environmental and economic risks, but no real benefits for local residents. This is the same pipeline that the Prime Minister has stated he is drawing up plans to make a reality. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, this is the #1 issue facing our community, and my office has never received so many petitions before from constituents. So while the Conservatives and Liberals both support the new Kinder Morgan pipeline, Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to reconsider and take this petition seriously. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, and I have a petition with a number of names from my constituency on it, basically talking about the significance of life and how important it is until natural death, and that they're signing and asking upon the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to continue to prohibit euthanasia and assisted suicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I rise today to present 3 petitions. I will do so expeditiously. The first one calls on the Government of Canada to introduce systems to reduce waste through extended producer responsibility, where the producer ultimately takes responsibility at the end of the product's useful life. It's an excellent approach, and petitioners want the House to consider it. The second calls for the labeling of genetically modified ingredients into foodstuffs so that Canadians can make informed choices. And the third, Mr. Speaker, hundreds and hundreds of names on petitions calling for this government to make it clear to the People's Republic of China that it's time to respect human rights and not persecute the people who practice Falun Dafa, Falun Gong.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition from my residents in Langley. It highlights that the Cake family of Windsor, Ontario is grieving the loss of Crescenda and the preborn daughter Molly. Both were brutally killed in December of 2014. They're calling upon the House of Commons to pass legislation that would recognize preborn children as separate victims when they're injured or killed during the commission of an offense against the mothers.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of a couple of dozen Prince Edward Islanders who are seeking a change to our electoral system. They're calling on the House of Commons to undertake public consultations across Canada to amend the Canada Elections Act and to introduce a suitable form of proportional representation after those public consultations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Okay, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons. Consideration at report stage of Bill C6, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to another act.
Point of order. I see the member for in Westminster Burnaby rising on a point of order. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at the projected order of business for today, and it says very clearly that Bill C14 is up for debate. And I'm surprised the government's refusing to bring that forward when it's on the projected order of business. So I hope if you seek it, Mr. Speaker, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the order of the day not be Bill C6, an act to amend the Citizenship and to make consequential amendments to another act, and then the House proceed to the consideration of report stage of Bill C14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying.
Does the member have unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? There is no unanimous consent. So, there is, I'm not prepared to make a ruling in relation to Bill C6, which is an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to another act. There is one motion, an amendment, standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C6. La motion numéro.
Motion number 1 will not be selected by the chair because it could have been presented in committee.
Being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. McCallum, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C6, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to another act as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Those in favor will please say yea. Yay! Those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call on the members. question is the following one. Mr. McCallum, seconded by Ms. Chager, moved that Bill C-6, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to another act, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiching.
Mr. Eichel.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Desnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiquet.
Monsieur Chiffre.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lonzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Hernando Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruce.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr.
Ms.
Assassi.
Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr.
Ms.
Khan.
Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Monsieur McKinnon gets no.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sable.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sable.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sohoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Sede.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan. Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs.
Mr.
Gallant.
Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diak.
Mr. Diak.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Jennerer.
Mr. Jennerer.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr.
Soroya.
Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Until after the announcement. After the announcement of the vote, we'll go to the point of order.
Yeas pour 219, 219. Nays contre 88, 88.
Pardon? I declare the motion carried. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd is rising on a point of order. Order.
I believe the member for Vimy was not in her seat when you read the question and that the vote had begun, so I would like you to rule on her eligibility to have her vote counted on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member has indicated that the honourable member for Vimy was not in her seat when I started to read the motion. Would the member for Vimy like to speak? Because if she was not in her seat when I began to read the motion, her vote cannot count. So I will give her the floor. Yes, I was coming in when you rose, so I was not in my seat.
Et de Vimy ne va pas compter.
Therefore, the vote of the honourable member for Vimy will not count.
Une troisième fois.
That the motion is that the bill be read a third time later today.
Orders of the day. L'honorable ministre.
The honourable minister.
I move, seconded by the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Excellent. I have to wait for the motion. Mr. who? Okay. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Ms. Chagger. After I read the motion, I'll go to the honourable member for his question, for his point of order. That in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. The honourable député d'Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont. On a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The right to use both official languages is a fundamental right here in the House. Yesterday, when we were debating this bill, Bill C-10, the member for Mont-Royal and Papineau-Labelle spoke only in English, and now my colleague, the minister, has used only French. So what's going on here? Well, that's a question of debate. The member knows that all members are allowed to speak in either official language.
Conformément à l'article 67,1.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, we will now have a half-hour debate. All members who wish to speak should rise now so that the speaker has an idea of the number of members that wish to ask questions.
The whole. Okay. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I'm completely disappointed that the government has chosen to move time allocation on this very important bill. But my question for the minister, Mr. Speaker, would be, Bombardier's latest earnings report announced that it would record an onerous contract provision of approximately $500 million as a special item because it is believed to have sold the C-Series aircraft to Air Canada and Delta at a loss of $4 to $5 million US per aircraft. If the minister is still so delighted about Air Canada's purchase of the C-Series, why is he in such a rush to get this legislation through?
The Honourable Minister du Développement Social.
The Honourable Minister for Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. As she knows, This is an important bill to modernize the Air Canada Public Participation Act, and there are a number of reasons that we need to go ahead with this. The bill was originally brought in 28 years ago, and the whole sector has evolved a lot around the world. So we need to modernize the legislation. It's also an opportunity to work in cooperation with the industry, with Air Canada, the provinces, Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba, to make sure that the bill updates the Air Canada Public Participation Act, creates jobs and economic growth for the future. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
Further, another question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe. No? Pardon me. L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask a very simple question of the minister. The federal legislation that the Liberal Party was defending just 4 years ago was to keep maintenance activities in Montreal, Mississauga, and Winnipeg. The workers who've lost their jobs, who lost them 4 years ago, have legal actions underway. They have rights. They were at the Superior Court in Quebec, and they won. They won also at the appeals level, and now they are taking this to the Supreme Court. And if the legislation remains intact, they shall win again. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know if the minister is going to abuse the rights of parliamentarians in this House by muzzling debate simply to facilitate the fact that they are going to then violate the rights of workers, Air Canada workers who were going to win in the Supreme Court. If they're so rushed, is it because they want to get rid of C-10 as quickly as possible because the Supreme Court is considering this on June 15th? Is that his intention? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will certainly recall that yesterday the bill was at report stage. My colleague, who I say hello to in passing, refused to table his motions at the report stage. And unfortunately, that ended the debate at an important stage of the bill. So I'm not sure what his motives were exactly, but I suspect that given what we saw yesterday, the member and his party lost the opportunity to debate those issues at report stage. So they preferred not to take advantage of that opportunity, and that reflects their prerogatives. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we have the responsibility within the government to work for the future and for quality jobs in the future, and that is what we are doing here today in debating this important bill, and that is what we demonstrated over the last few weeks as well, listening to the industry, listening to Air Canada, and particularly listening to the concerns of the three provinces in question, Quebec, Manitoba, and Ontario. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Etchemin-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister just said that he wants to work in cooperation with the provinces, particularly the province of Quebec and the province of Manitoba. But we know that the provincial government in Quebec is asking the federal government and the Liberals to wait before passing this act so that until the agreement is signed with Air Canada. So why is the government in such a hurry to pass this legislation? And as my colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, mentioned, it really abuses of the rights of workers. It tramples on their rights, and it's not listening to the requests of the Quebec and Manitoba government. So my question for the minister is, does he have the agreement of those provinces to move forward so quickly when everyone is asking them to take their time with this bill? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also thank my colleague for his question, and I congratulate him for his interest in this issue. As he knows, it's part of a broader picture, as we all know, and the government is concerned with the production and long-term jobs that are quality jobs. This is obviously always a work of cooperation, and this is what we've done with the industry and with the provinces of 3 provincial governments over the last few months. We've been here in the House of Commons, and I think that my colleague shares this perspective. We celebrate Air Canada's intentions to create 2 centres of excellence that will create quality jobs for the future and for the next 20 years. And we're also very happy with the comprehensive picture of the aerospace industry in Canada, which has brought us to believe that Bombardier will be receiving an order for 45 planes from Air Canada, and that is great news for Quebec, Manitoba, and Ontario, as well as the rest of the country. It's good news, and we have the pleasure and the honor to work with the businesses and the provinces for our workers, for the jobs, and for the economy of our country. Questions and comments?
New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have to say, what this bill does is kills thousands of aerospace jobs in this country, and the government shouldn't be proud of bringing forward this bill. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to comment on the absolute chaos we have seen from the government this morning. In 60 minutes, we have now gone through 3 pieces of legislation. We were told today was going to be reserved for C-14. That was what was placed on the projected order of business. We arrived this morning, and then the government says, no, we're going to bring in C6, and then they switch rapidly to C10. Now, we know why they're bringing in C10. They're trying to provoke closure and bulldoze this through, because yesterday parliamentarians tied in their vote on C10. This bill is so bad and legislation is so destructive to aerospace jobs in Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, you had to break the tie. It was 139 to 139. That's only happened 11 times in Canadian history, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, it's the first time that a majority government and a government bill has seen a tie vote broken by the Speaker. So isn't that the real reason why the sunny ways has turned into dark ways and why the government is trying to bulldoze this bill through? It's because they're embarrassed by the results from yesterday.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, I said that in French earlier, but I understand that in some cases it's important to say it in both languages. So let me say it in English now. As you can recall, and you were there yesterday, so you will do that. The bill was called for report stage debate when the member of the NDP, the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, did not move the motions that they had in mind, which stopped, unfortunately, the report stage amendment process, therefore concluding report stage debate on the bill. Now, this being the case, Mr. Speaker, we followed up with the appropriate procedures and are now today in front of you to make sure that this particular project, which is extremely important for jobs and growth in Canada, can go forward and have a great and significant impact on our jobs and our economy.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Transport debate on this bill couldn't name one single stakeholder other than Air Canada who supports this bill. Well, I want to just name a few, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney General of Manitoba, Quebec's Minister of the Economy, the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. So I'm going to give him one more chance. Today, can the Minister name one single stakeholder other than Air Canada who supports this bill? And, Mr. Speaker, why is he so eager to shut down debate on this bill that's going to throw thousands of Canadians out of work? How can he stand by while these Canadians lose their jobs? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thanks again to the honourable member for that particular question. I would say that a broad sector of our economy and our citizens do support this bill because it's in a broader context in which we want to promote growth and strong jobs for Canadians and for our economy in general. Now, Air Canada, in particular, Air Canada's commitment to retain maintenance of their aircraft in Quebec and in the rest of Canada for 20 years will create important economic opportunities for individuals seeking to or already qualified to work in this sector. I further commend Air Canada's intention to facilitate the creation of a centre of excellence on aircraft maintenance in Manitoba as well as in Quebec. That will create additional employment opportunities in this very important sector for our economy. The government of Canada is pleased by Air Canada's announcement of its intention to purchase up to 75 Bombardier C-Series aircraft. As I mentioned earlier, this is good news for all of Canada. And finally, I would add that the C-Series is a major advancement in aviation, and all of the industry is aware of that. And all efforts, including those made by this particular bill, which promotes the advancement of the aerospace industry in Canada, I think are all or most welcome by all members of this House and a large number of people outside of this House.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is related in terms of why it is that we have Bill C-10 before us today is because of ultimate Conservative government neglect a number of years ago. And as a direct result, we had provinces taking the, Air Canada to court. And what we saw in that, Mr. Speaker, is a number of stakeholders coming to the table where a consensus was built, where we are ultimately seeing, as the minister has pointed out, Centre of Excellence to Manitoba, province of Quebec. We're seeing guarantees of jobs, which is far more than the Conservative government ever got out of Air Canada. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is, would he not agree that Bill C-10 does set a framework that ultimately is a part of a larger package that demonstrates that this is a government that genuinely cares about our aerospace industry in all regions of our country?
Honorable Ministre the Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Many thanks to my colleague for making those points very clear. He clearly says that this is a matter for all Canadians. The aerospace industry is important in all provinces, not only because it has important activities in some of them, it has important activities because of the contractors, because of those benefiting in terms of jobs and growth opportunities, because of the links that exist across Canada generated by the important growth and important presence of the aerospace industry in our country. We are very proud of that industry, and not only are we very proud of it, we also want to work very strongly to support it now and for the future. The current state of affairs is to modernize the Air Canada Public Participation Act such as to assist that growth for the future for all Canadians and for many of the workers directly involved in the activities. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I've heard so many things during the debate on C-10, I don't know where to start to try and get the government to understand that there is absolutely no urgency to act here, the contrary with C-10. I think that these are crassly partisan maneuvers that we're seeing from the government today. Mr. Speaker, there are two ministers of two governments that are asking our Parliament to not move forward with Bill C-10 too quickly because this could harm agreements with Air Canada, the very same agreements that the government is boasting about. The same empty rhetoric that we've been hearing from the outset of the debate on C-10. These same agreements that are supposed to create jobs are now threatened, Mr. Speaker, because this government does not want to listen to two provincial governments, two legislative assemblies that have asked us, first of all, the Minister of Economy for the province of Quebec asking not to go too quickly, that could harm the agreements, and secondly, the Deputy Premier of another province that came before the Parliamentary Committee asking us not to act because there were no job guarantees under C-10. Mr. Speaker, can the government's critic, because that's just we're just hearing the spokesperson rather for the government, can he put down the tapes and tell us why we must act so quickly on C-10? It's just being muzzled again, and it's incredible. Why are they acting in this way? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer is rather clear. We're doing this work because we believe it's important to support the aerospace industry in Canada, and we're doing that in cooperation with the provinces. And the provinces are directly involved, Manitoba, Quebec, and Ontario. They know that the work we're doing here in cooperation with the industry is listening to, and while listening to their concerns, we share their concerns, and that's why we're doing this work, Mr. Speaker. So to sum up, we believe that Canada's economic growth is important, and because the aerospace industry and sector is at the very heart of this growth in many regions of the country, we're doing this also through respect for the jobs that will be created. Air Canada is a company we're very proud of. We know that they work in a very, very competitive industry, and we know that we have seen in the past that it's important to take that into account. And this would be good in this case. The governments of Quebec and Manitoba both announced that they wanted to end their litigation with Air Canada, and that the opportunity, the timing was very good for them to move forward and welcome quality job creation in significant numbers across the country, but in particular in Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is trying to muzzle us and pass this bill in that way, and I can hear the arguments from the only Quebec member of the caucus who's rising today in this debate, and he's once again using specious arguments. He should know what the procedure is, and he should know that the amendments that had been put forward were intended to kill the bill. And therefore, the fact of provoking that vote yesterday had the same effect that the amendments would have had in any case. So he can't claim that the members on this side of the House did not want, through the withdrawal of those amendments, to demonstrate their disagreement with this bill. We wanted to kill the bill because it is a distorted piece of legislation, and if this Minister for Families, and that's an impressive thing to say, the Minister of Families is defending the bill for the Minister of Transport, who he himself had to be called to order because he misled this House. That's what the Speaker recognized. He left him the benefit of the doubt. But what he was saying about the so-called agreement that the government has with the provinces of Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec was completely false. If this Minister for Families has any intellectual capacities, he should recognize that today. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his questions. As he knows, we all share these interests, and it's an issue of significance for our economy and job creation. And it's clear that after 28 years, the Air Canada Public Participation Act needed to be updated. The competitive environment has greatly changed over that time. Air Canada has to be competitive if we want them to be able to continue to play an important role in this country. We know that that represents 28,000 jobs in this country. It is one of the businesses that plays an important role in many communities. These are quality jobs. It's important for the middle class. And yes, I am responsible for families and children, but I also know that the standard of living of these people depends on quality jobs. It's important to recognize that this industry and these people in particular need for this to be reviewed. And since the government of Quebec and the government of Manitoba have both opted freely to put an end to their litigation with Air Canada in order to move forward and create jobs for the future that are quality jobs, this is an exercise that asks us to look towards the future, and that's what we're asking the House today. I think that the debate is progressing. It might have been different if events hadn't gone the way they had yesterday, but that's what happened. And now we're at the third reading stage, and I would invite all members of this House to reflect carefully on the vote that they will be asked to participate in shortly. This is very important for our economic growth, but also for families of the middle class who so badly need quality jobs for the future.
Member for Huron Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to say right from the beginning, this has been a rotten deal. If you go right back to the day they announced the technical briefing, which I was at, I think they gave us 2 hours notice on a Thursday or a Friday, and they had the briefing in One Wellington. And when I was there, you just left the meeting scratching your head saying this is rotten. If the minister would have been there at that meeting, which he was, and he'd said, look, Air Canada is helping out Bombardier, and in order for them to help out Bombardier, what we're going to do is help them out a little bit. I think a lot more people in this House here today would have a better feeling about what they're doing. This is quid pro quo, absolutely 100% quid pro quo, and I wish those members over there would say what it is. What I'd like to say to the member, we've talked about the review of the Transportation Act, we've done this, we've done that, we've explored it all. They're talking about jobs and growth in the Canadian economy. I wonder if that member would stand up here this morning and say that there will be no Embraer jets, there will be no more Embraer jets getting serviced in Brazil. I wonder if he'd say there will be no more Boeing jets serviced in Ireland. I wonder if he'd get up there and say there'll be no more jets serviced, no extra jets serviced in Singapore, Hong Kong, China, all the other ones. Is that what he's going to say here? Because he's talking about jobs. It doesn't sound like that to me. So what I would say is he's going to stand in this House today and say that this deal won't allow one more jet to be serviced in another country. Is that what he's going to do here today?
Honorable Ministre des Familles.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you for your important question. Let me start by saying that our government remains committed to modernizing the Air Canada Public Participation Act in the light, among other things, of the comments just made. Air Canada operates in a very competitive environment. We are proud of Air Canada. We know how important Air Canada is in our many communities across Canada. We want Air Canada to continue to be an important player in the welfare of our families across Canada. We want Air Canada to be doing this now, in the short term and in the long run. And that's why we are supporting and promoting that bill, because we believe very strongly that this bill is extremely important, not only again for Air Canada, for the aerospace industry, which is tremendously important in Canada, but for all of the families that depend on those jobs for their welfare and the welfare of their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I saw this over the last few weeks, what we are seeing here today. I'm enlightened enough to be the voice of all of the people in my riding, Jonquière and Lac-Saint-Jean, but for all Canadians as well. We are now being forbidden to debate a bill that will affect 2,600 families across the country. They'll be losing their jobs. We have no guarantees on those jobs. These are families we're talking about, their future, and we're talking about modernization. But I think lost jobs, I wouldn't call that modernization, because a lot of these people, we don't know where they'll be able to go. We don't know if they'll find new jobs somewhere else. We don't know if those jobs are headed to Mexico or elsewhere in the world. That maintenance will be done somewhere else. So it's unacceptable that we no longer have the right to speak, and we don't have the voice to represent those people and defend their jobs. What will the minister say to those families who tomorrow morning won't have any more work? Why did we not wait until after July 15th? My colleague said it so well that why didn't we wait for that court case to be finished?
And right now in this House, you know, we're thinking about the workers of Avios. So what does the minister have to say to those families? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend my colleague for her message and for conveying her concerns. They're the exact same concerns that bring us to this bill today. like my colleague, we've seen that over the past year that there have been jobs lost in this sector. We now have the intention to create new jobs. We are doing so based on cooperation with the provinces of Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba. And we are attuned to the concerns of the industry, including those of Air Canada, because we know that there are very difficult competitive competition conditions, globally speaking. If we want to support our aerospace industry, including Air Canada and other businesses that are fundamental to that industry, if we want them to be able to develop for our families and our society, then we must act. And that is what we are doing with Bill C-10.
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Premier Aviation, which now conducts aircraft maintenance for Air Canada, is in favour of Bill C-10. And the Government of Quebec has written to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities to show its support for Bill C-10. I see why the Minister says there is support for Bill C-10, so my question to the Minister is, why is the opposition playing procedural stunts with such an important bill?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I congratulate my colleague for having made a point rather clearly. I think it's important to note that we are, around this House, often concerned with procedures. Now, what is more important is the outcome of our work, the real impact of our work on the lives of Canadians, of real Canadians, real middle-class families, those who know that our future depends on the important actions of our government, the ability, as my colleague very nicely mentioned, the ability to work together and to be listening to the preoccupations of those that are creating jobs and those that want quality and durable jobs for the future. So I commend her for those comments, and I look forward to seeing everyone in this House support that bill so that we can work together with the airspace industry, work together with Air Canada, work together with provinces to create more jobs in this very important sector.
We have time for one more question. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague, but I have to express my disappointment at the same time because in this bill, Mr. Speaker, we feel that it is not urgent. And unfortunately, the government is adopting this approach more and more. It moves a bill, it doesn't go the way they want, and so they move time allocation. It's not the first time, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think it'll be the last time, and this is a bad approach. But let's get to the bottom of things. What we're dealing with here is the work and the workers of Avios, and also the maintenance of aircraft. The government says that the provincial government agrees. Just a minute, Mr. Speaker. That is not true, because when the bill was announced, the Minister of Economy in Quebec, the Minister of Economy said that they shouldn't put the cart before the horse, that they had to take the time needed to study the bill. So this federal minister is using an argument based on the provincial government, whereas the Minister of the Economy herself from the Government of Quebec said, stop. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. 45 minutes? That's a complicated question. I might need 45 minutes to respond, but since you're giving me 45 seconds, I will quickly commend my colleague, for whom I have a great deal of respect. He is new to this House, as I am, and perhaps he does not remember that when the Conservative government was in power during the last Parliament, unfortunately, that government moved time allocation more than 100 times. So I recognize that perhaps he did not follow the procedure as closely as he is doing now, but I would urge him to look back simply to broaden his culture and to observe that the process that we're using today is perhaps not as different as he might think from the procedure that the former government used to use. It is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put forthwith this question. The question is the following one. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moves that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act, and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the bill, and
the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the third reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yay! All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. What's that?
Question is the following one. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Ms. Changer, moved that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Air Canada Public Participation Act and to provide for certain other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the third reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Walter.
Ms. Walter.
Mr. Sajid.
Mr. Sajid.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichak.
Ms. Mahaichak.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Allisler.
Ms. Allisler.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr.
Cormier.
Cormier. Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. DeMar.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diodio.
Mr. Diodio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas
Ms.
Taylor.
Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwald.
Mr. Greywald.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yakima.
Mr. Yakima.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matane,
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest et des Sales.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sales.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rabial.
Monsieur Rabial.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangler.
Mr. Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms.
Mr.
Vandenberg.
Whalen.
Mr.
Mrs.
Whalen.
Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel. Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultev.
Mr. Abultev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr.
Mr. Van
Shipley.
Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr.
Mr.
Arnold.
Arnold.
Mr. Beltug.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr.
Mr.
Stewart.
Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Caron.
Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sanders Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanders Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 170, 170. Nays contre 142, 142.
Je déclare la motion
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
House Government Bills Commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-11, an act to amend the Copyright Act, access to copyrighted works or other subject matter for persons with perceptual disabilities.
Mr. Baines, appuyé par M. Leblanc,
Mr. Baines, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moves that C-11, an act to amend the Copyright Act, access to copyrighted works or other subject matter for persons with perceptual disabilities, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science, and Technology. Debate.
the Honourable Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise to speak about Bill C-11, an act to amend the Copyright Act, which concerns access to copyrighted works or other subject matter for persons with perceptual disabilities. Mr. Speaker, over 800,000 Canadians live with blindness or partial sight, and around 3 million Canadians are print disabled, which includes impairments related to comprehension such as autism, and impairments related to the inability to hold or manipulate a book, such as Parkinson's. Around the world, there are more than 314 million persons living with blindness or visual impairments, 90% of whom live in developing countries. Mr. Speaker, I am one of those people. I am very significantly visually impaired. In fact, I am legally blind, which means that I have less than 10% corrected vision. That's not a lot of vision, and you can't read a lot when you have that vision. That's why I'm so very pleased to be personally speaking to this very important piece of legislation. Persons with print disabilities need to be able to read and access information to participate in society, including the job market. However, there is a significant shortage of accessible books. Of the million or so books published each year, less than 7% are made available in formats accessible to visually impaired persons. What that means to somebody like me, Mr. Speaker, is when I walk into a bookstore or a library, I don't get to choose what I read. My decisions are motivated by what material is available for me to read. While there are audiobooks and ebooks on the market, these formats are not typically accessible for someone who lives with blindness or print disabilities. For example, many commercial audiobooks or ebooks are not easily navigable by a person with a print disability. The shortage is also caused by the fact that copyright laws are inconsistent between countries, making it difficult to share accessible books across borders. The Marrakesh Treaty was negotiated to address this problem. This treaty establishes international standards for exceptions in national copyright laws to permit the making, distributing, importing, and exporting of accessible books. The goal is to facilitate the global exchange of accessible materials for the benefit of persons with print disabilities all over the world. Following the negotiation of the treaty, over 80 countries signed the treaty, and to date, 16 countries have either ratified or acceded to the treaty. These include Israel, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Argentina, Uruguay, Australia, Brasilia, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Peru, Paraguay, Mexico, India, El Salvador, the Republic of Korea, and Mongolia. The treaty will not come into force until 20 countries have ratified or acceded to it. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that we have introduced legislation in the House that would bring our copyright law in line with the Marrakesh Treaty. Canada is playing an important role in working with other countries to bring the treaty into force internationally. The first step in Canada's domestic process is to pass this legislation, which will position us for the next step, accession to the treaty. The legislation will make several targeted but important changes to Canada's copyright law to ensure that we meet the requirements of the treaty. For example, the bill will permit users to make large print books subject to certain safeguards such as commercial availability limitations. Additionally, the bill will expand the scope for making and providing access to accessible copies outside of Canada by removing the limitations with respect to the nationality of the author. Another important change the bill will make is to the technological protection measures or digital locks in the legislation. The bill clarifies that circumvention of digital locks is acceptable as long as it is for the purpose of providing access to persons with perceptual disabilities, and to permit persons with perceptual disabilities are those helping them to benefit from the exceptions for persons with perceptual and print disabilities. The bill also provides for exporting accessible format copies directly to beneficiary persons outside of Canada. The law will be clarified to indicate that organizations such as libraries can provide access to accessible format copies directly to beneficiary persons outside of Canada. However, they may only do so on the condition that the beneficiary person has made a request through a nonprofit organization in the country to which the accessible format copy will be sent. Another area of protection for copyright owners is the provision of moral rights. The amended Act will continue to provide protections for these important rights, ensuring that users will respect the integrity of the work and the reputation of the creator when making and providing adapted copies. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the benefits that would result from the coming into force of this treaty. First, there'd be greater access to books for persons with visual impairment or print disabilities, for example, in Braille and audio formats. This includes improved access to materials in Canada's minority languages and in French, reflecting the diversity of our Canadian culture. Many different groups of Canadians with disabilities will benefit from this initiative. Students will have better access to print materials, helping them continue with their studies and better engage in the Canadian workforce. According to recent survey data, approximately 30% of students with visual impairments discontinue their education, which is significantly higher than the national average. they don't have access to books. They don't have access to printed material. Many Canadians will have the opportunity to enter in the labour force because of this legislation. Current data suggests that approximately 1/3 of Canadians with a visual impairment are not in the labour force. Seniors, the group with the highest rate of visual impairment, will have better access to reading materials, which will help them maintain their quality of life. Canadians from minority language groups will have better access to books in a variety of languages. Schools, libraries, and charitable organizations that work with Canadians with disabilities will benefit from reduced duplication in the production of accessible material. I'll pause here to talk briefly about the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. What this will do for the CNIB and those of us who are clients of the CNIB is quite frankly revolutionary. There are innovations that we can bring to bear to facilitate the making and sending of accessible materials, thus increasing access through a global network. Second, while the legislation will expand the exceptions for accessible materials for persons with perceptual disabilities already in our law, it will also include safeguards so that copyright owners will be encouraged to provide commercially available versions and continue to be able to enforce their copyrights against copyright pirates. Mr. Speaker, once the Marrakesh Treaty is in force, organizations that make accessible format copies of books, such as Braille and audio versions, will benefit from resource sharing. According to CNIB, the cost of creating an accessible format version of a book can range from $1,500 to $5,000 per title. Allowing organizations to exchange copies across borders would result in access to a wider range of books in a variety of languages. It would also result in a more efficient use of resources. These benefits would not just apply in terms of access to the arts. It will support access to a greater variety of books, including textbooks and for research, expanding opportunities for people with perceptual disabilities. Mr. Speaker, implementing the Marrakesh Treaty is a priority for our government because we realize that creating a more inclusive environment for Canadians with disabilities reflects our collective values and fosters greater opportunities for all Canadians. Libraries, educational institutions, and organizations that help persons with visual impairment or print disabilities will benefit and be better able to support the education and employment of persons with disabilities. Canada has an opportunity now to be one of the first 20 countries to ratify or accede to Marrakesh, the number required to bring the treaty into force. I encourage all honourable members to support the swift passage of this important legislation. There is no reason that Canadians with disabilities should have to wait for access to literature that will enable them to better participate in our economy and in our society. More can be done to ensure that copyright laws do not create additional barriers for those with print disabilities, and that users have access to the latest and best published material from around the world. Let's be leaders, not just here in Canada, but also on the international stage. Let's show the world how persons with disabilities are treated here in Canada, and that it is with respect and dignity. Let's continue to forge a path toward an active and inclusive Canada. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Excellent.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I congratulate the member on bringing this bill forward. As much as I haven't had a chance to read the bill in great detail, certainly the intent of the bill and the direction we see is very positive. I do want to ask the minister, though, why is it that this bill is being put forward today, despite other legislation being on notice? Because this is an issue where there seems to be a substantial degree of consensus, and it would have been nice to move forward with proper notice in a collaborative way. But instead, after indicating that the government would move a different bill, today we have closure on one bill, report stage on another, and now they're pushing this one forward. Why not move this bill forward in the collegial, cooperative manner that something this important deserves?
The Honourable Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
I thank the honourable member for his questions. One of the reasons we were so excited to get this bill going is because we have the consensus of all parties in the House. The members of the Conservative Party have been very cooperative. The NDP is cooperative. This is an opportunity for us to get this done, to be one of the first 20 countries to accede to the Marrakesh Treaty, and it's just seen as an opportunity to move something forward and celebrate the importance we put on this issue for Canadians.
Very good. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on this bill. And procedurally, I really don't care how it got here right now because it is an important bill to pass. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that does concern me as a former employment specialist for persons with disabilities and somebody who was on the CNIB Board of Directors for a number of years is that this bill is a small tool internationally and domestically for us to do something about this issue in terms of accessibility. But it's not getting at the heart of the problem. The heart of the problem is that persons with disabilities are still ostracized from many opportunities of employment as well as other services because there aren't the supports there. And I would like to ask the Minister, what specifically can persons with disabilities, in terms of their own community, expect to receive in supports to actually reverse this tide which is growing against them for employment opportunities and against them for inclusion because we have had cuts in resources being provincially or federally over the last decade?
I thank the honourable member for his question. The number one bullet in my mandate letter, Mr. Speaker, is to engage in a consultation process that will ultimately result in accessibility legislation at the federal level. Recognizing the exact challenges that the member has raised, we know we can do better in Canada. That's why the Prime Minister appointed Canada's first ever minister responsible for persons with disability. We know the number one barrier to full inclusion in society for Canadians with disabilities is employment. The way that we get access to employment is by putting in place a suite of tools, of programs, of opportunities for Canadians with disabilities to engage in Canadian society in whatever way they see fit. Absolutely, the Marrakesh Treaty is one of those tools. It's not the only one, and I'll be excited to bring forward the accessibility legislation at some point to this House where we can have a robust discussion on the full amount of inclusive tools we need to put in place for Canadians with disabilities.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Wonderful news, and I'm going to be sharing this news with the Low Vision Self-Help Group of the West Island, which has been active for a number of years and has done wonderful work supporting those with a visual impairment. My question is more of a technical nature. I understood from the speech that if a work is not available, it would be permissible to use it to unlock the digital lock to allow for transmission of that work. So in terms of works that are not electronic, this would allow copying, unlimited copying, and the Minister mentioned that the rule might be different if a publisher actually takes this as an incentive to produce a work for the visually impaired, and I'm just wondering if the Minister could comment on how the rules would work in those cases.
The Honourable Minister for Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, the idea being is that the Marrakesh Treaty focuses on not making profit from making available of accessible materials. If a publisher, which I would personally think would be a fantastic advancement for publishing companies around the world, decided to make something available in an accessible format, they would not be able to avail themselves of the provisions in the same way under the Marrakesh Treaty because there'd be a commercial component to it. One of the things we know, though, is making something made accessible isn't just about providing it in large font. I myself, I'll give the example, I have a Kobo which enlarges materials, but I can't actually find the materials on the screen because the icons aren't enlarged or because the writing of the font of the program isn't big. So there's a lot of barriers inherent in technology that although you can make something in super large font, you actually can't find it if you can't see. So, you know, it seems like that would be a fantastic idea for a publisher to do that, but that also means they have to make their technology fully accessible as well. I think right now the point we're trying to make with Marrakesh is from a non-commercial, non-profit point of view, parents who are blind, who have sighted children, will be able to get cheaper, more accessible copies of books to read for their children. Parents like myself who are visually impaired and have sighted children will be able to have large print books to read for their children. And the list goes on of the incredible benefits that this treaty will provide.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much to the Minister for introducing this legislation. It's been a great passion of mine since
The previous government, under the leadership then of Industry Minister Moore, introduced similar legislation to implement the changes to the Copyright Act, which would allow for the sharing of books in accessible formats. The member herself is an inspiration, and it's great to see that she is the person who has the occasion to bring this opportunity to so many deserving people across this country. I wonder if the member can, the minister rather, can comment more broadly on the government's openness to take advantage of new developments in technology, the willingness of corporate leaders to be philanthropists, to help the Canadians who are disadvantaged to access more opportunities like this in other areas than the one that she's provided before us today.
Ministre du Sport.
Honourable Minister of Sport.
Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge the member opposite for his tireless effort in this file. It's been an absolute pleasure and honour to work with him as we move this forward. What I can tell you is that our government is extremely open to providing new and innovative opportunities with Canadians of all abilities and disabilities, whether it be in the area of employment and service provision and program provision. Again, that's why I'm so excited to be launching in the upcoming months a very robust consultation process that will engage Canadians with disabilities, business leaders, nonprofit organization leaders on what we need to have in an accessibility legislation. What does an accessible Canada look like? That's the question we're going to be asking Canadians, and I know that the time is ripe to have this conversation. Businesses recognize the value. There's an extremely strong business case for hiring someone with a disability. We have an extremely strong business case for making your businesses more inclusive. If I told a leader of a company that they didn't currently have access to 14% of the consumer base, if I told a leader of a company that they didn't, that their labor shortages could be addressed by hiring a group of willing and capable Canadians to do those jobs. There's so much to be done right now in this area. Canadians want to talk about it. Our government wants to talk about it, and more importantly, we're going to do something about it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I was on the Copyright Committee when the last legislation was put forward, and the government absolutely refused to make the changes in the provisions that would have made it possible for people with sight issues to be able to access materials, because they had one fundamental principle, which was that the digital lock was sacrosanct. The problem that this has done is it's affected university institutions, it's affected research, it's affected libraries and digital archives. But it's not just the sighted students who are affected in these situations. Students who have perceptual disabilities in hearing, when universities will say to them, I'm sorry, the Copyright Act overrides your right to be able to have closed captioning. I'm asking the Honourable Minister, given the fact that we've made these changes, and these are good changes, but the issue of establishing a clear balance on the provisions of the digital locks, which will still be WIPO compliant, to ensure that libraries can do their work without facing punishment, but that also other individuals with perceptual disabilities that aren't just sight are able to have their rights supersede the sacrosanct provisions of the digital lock provisions that are in the present Copyright Act. I'd like to ask the Minister if they'll be bringing those changes forward.
Honourable Minister for Sport and for Persons with Disabilities.
I thank the member very much for his question. It's very important. We know that Marrakesh focuses primarily on the visually impaired and blind and others with more perceptual disabilities related to font size and accessible material in that regard. I've met with a lot of leaders in the deaf and hard of hearing community who have brought that very issue to my attention. I'm very keen to move forward with figuring out a way to address it. I'm very excited that the deaf and hard of hearing are going to be an integral part of our consultations as we move forward on accessibility legislation. I respect the cultural aspects of deafness and being hard of hearing, and I assure this House that we will make sure that that question is addressed in the future.
Thanks. I see the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was very pleased this morning to see the Minister of Justice introduce Bill C-16 to guarantee equal rights for transgender and gender variant Canadians. This is a bill which passed this House of Commons in 2011 and passed again in essentially the same form as a private member's bill that I introduced in 2013.
I was very pleased to see the Minister make a commitment to deal with this bill expeditiously. Therefore, I'd like to move the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, shall be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Does the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No? No, there is no consent. We're going to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it's great to rise today on this a special occasion where the House of Commons rallies in unanimity to adopt an excellent piece of legislation that will unlock the potential of thousands of Canadians to enjoy the blessing of literature. One of the most inspiring parts of this job is you get to learn about the great genius that is held in each and every person in their own way. I think of the time when I bumped into a lady in the grocery store who was with her autistic daughter, and the lady thanked me for a birthday card I had sent her and asked me what my birthday was. So I said it was June 3rd, 4 or 5 months away. And her daughter turned suddenly and said, "That's a Tuesday." And I opened up my BlackBerry looking forward, and it turned out she had accurately predicted the day of the week on which my birthday would fall without even thinking. I think of my time visiting the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, where I learned of this massive inventory of audio, large print, and Braille books is being assembled every single day. Those books are sent to visually impaired Canadians across the country. And they informed me there that some visually impaired readers can actually complete 7 or 8 books a week in audio format. And I said, how is that possible? You can't even play an audio book sometimes in the amount of time. You can't play 7 or 8 audio books in a week, even if you're going 8 or 9 hours a day. And the truth is that some of them are now able to listen to them on fast forward, and as a result, absorb more literature and more content than a sighted person would reading it out of a book in a conventional format. I share these stories to impart with the House and with the Canadians that there, as I said at the outset, there is a very special genius in each of us, especially in those people who have had to overcome disabilities. And that is why I'm so passionate about this particular piece of legislation. To simplify what it would do, I turned the House's attention to Clause 1 to 4, which introduces the following text. It is not an infringement of copyright for a person with a perceptual disability, for a person acting at the request of such a person, or for a not-for-profit organization acting for the benefit of such a person to, quote, to make a copy or sound recording of a literary, musical, artistic, or dramatic work other than a cinematographic work in a format specially designed for persons with a perceptual disability. Now, that sounds very legalistic, but here's what it means very simply. It means that if somewhere else in the world there has been produced a book in accessible format, large print, Braille, or audio, it is no longer an offense under the Copyright Act for a Canadian to make a copy of it in order to provide it to a visually impaired person. Now, this has massive implications. It means that Canadians who are visually impaired will have access to over 250,000 published works around the world at no additional cost to them or Canadian taxpayers. Essentially, if you think of it in a traditional sense versus a modern sense, this is the implication of technology. It used to be that if I had a book and my friend in London had a book, we each had one book, and we decided to trade books, we'd each still have one book. But in the modern digital world, if we decide to trade books, we now each have two books. Taken more broadly, if all of the people of Britain have 100,000 accessible books, and we have 100,000 accessible books, now both our countries have 200,000 accessible books. And the result, as I said here in Canada, is that almost 300,000 additional works will be available through the use of technology and by breaking down legal barriers that previously prevented the sharing of those works. That means that highly literate Canadians with visual impairments will now have a new cornucopia of reading opportunities. The Minister can take great pride in having brought forward the legislation that will make this development possible. This is very important because there is something called a book drought for people who suffer from visual impairment. Only 7% of literature is translated into an accessible format presently, which means that if you are an avid reader and you suffer from a visual impairment, your opportunities to read and learn and enjoy the great wonders of literature and research is dramatically curtailed. And we should work hard to smash all of the barriers that stand in the way of intellectually curious people of all backgrounds who want to read and learn and expand their knowledge. And that is what this book will do. This bill will do. I think of Diane Bergeron, who's with the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, who's a constituent of mine from Manotick, and her love of reading and of literature, and how many new opportunities that she will have to read different books, reports, and studies, and other literature that will make her life richer, because this legislation will tear down barriers. Now, the good news is that Canada will, I think, be the 14th country to ratify the Marrakesh Treaty and implement this legislation. We need to get to 20. It will require a vigorous effort by the Minister herself, other members of the Cabinet, including the Foreign Minister, to encourage other countries to quickly follow Canada and get this ratification done in 20 countries so that Marrakesh can achieve full force. But we are making progress, and we are definitely moving in the right direction towards that goal of 20 countries. If I can broaden the perspective now, Mr. Speaker, this to me is an example of a low-cost, free enterprise solution to a social problem. Historically, we have thought whenever there's a social problem, we need a gigantic, expensive, bureaucratic solution. The Marrakesh Treaty is like a gigantic free trade agreement for books. And it brings no extra cost to Canadian taxpayers or to taxpayers anywhere in the world, really. It simply removes a legal obstacle and lets the marketplace and our social, our charitable organizations do the rest. I'd like to see us expand our imagination in this area. For example, there are still roughly 9% of households in this country that do not have access to the internet. A third of them say it's because they cannot afford it. Both Rogers and TELUS have indicated that they are prepared to provide $10 a month internet to families in need. The challenge, though, is to find which families are actually in need. And so TELUS came up with a very innovative solution. They said, why don't we include an information slip in the child benefit mailer that goes out from the Government of Canada twice every year. That slip would go to families with income below $33,000 a year. It would include a passcode and instructions on how each of those families could gain access to low-cost internet at the expense of TELUS and its philanthropic efforts. Now, those families who don't have a computer could get one from the Computers for Success program, which Industry Canada already runs. It takes donated computers, refurbishes them, and gives them to people in need. TELUS is prepared to offer free technological instruction to families that might need it. So this is again, this would cost almost nothing to the Government of Canada because we already send this mailer twice a year to inform families of their benefits. CRA already has the income data that would be necessary to do it. But at the same time, it would connect families in need with low-cost internet and ensure that every child has access to the internet when doing their homework. Imagine trying to do your homework today as a school child without access to the internet. All of your classmates would have access to the biggest library in the history of the world, and you'd be stuck with a few textbooks from school. So TELUS and Rogers and others are looking to solve these problems through philanthropic initiatives that cost almost nothing to Canadian taxpayers and rely on free enterprise as the engine of knowledge sharing, Mr. Speaker. I think of brilliant social entrepreneurs like Nick Narani, who came here as a highly successful advertising representative for McCann Erickson in Dubai. But when he came to Canada, he found it very hard being an immigrant to integrate into our economy. As a result, he ended up working for a long time and in minimum wage jobs and eventually built a successful life here. But it took him a long time to get there. So what he's decided to now is build a business which has as its sole mandate to help immigrants to integrate into Canada before they even get here. And he provides online instruction on how best to rent a home, to get a job if you're a foreign-trained professional or tradesperson, how to get your license to work in a regulated occupation in Canada so that when you land in Canada, you hit the ground running. He gets no funding from the Government of Canada or from any government, and he doesn't charge any amount to the immigrants that he's helping. So how does he pay for it? Well, he actually runs an advertising service. You see, he gets sponsorship from banks, and in exchange, those banks open up a bank account for the newcomer, which means that they get a future customer, and they get the potential to make a good return on their social investment by helping finance social integration for newcomers. The construction associations, mining industries, food processing companies all pay Mr. Narani as well so that he can connect skilled future Canadian employees with their industries, and they can fill vacancies in their sectors. He then collects a very small fee in exchange for the service that he provides. So he's providing a social service directly to Canadian immigrants so that they can maximize their success when they arrive here on Canadian soil. He's doing it at no cost to them, no cost to taxpayers, but doing it as a commercial enterprise which is paid for by industry and corporations who are admittedly acting in their own interests, but doing so at the same time as advancing the interests of others. This is what Benjamin Franklin called doing well by doing good. So I share all of these stories today, Mr. Speaker, because I'm hoping that Marrakesh can be an occasion when we look for free enterprise solutions to problems that afflict the underdogs among us, the people who suffer and are held back by injustices, unfairness, or circumstance. And I think we need to look for opportunities to help them springboard ahead and realize their full genius here in this great country of ours. I think of the Immigrant Access Fund in Calgary, which noticed that there were foreign-trained professionals who would immigrate to Canada, and despite their qualifications as engineers and doctors and architects, would work in subsistence wages, minimum wage jobs, because they could not get their license to practice. And so they said, well, why don't we help them get loans? And financial institutions said, well, we're not prepared to lend to them because they have no collateral or credit history. So then the Immigrant Access Fund went to philanthropic leaders in Calgary and said, would you be prepared to sign a loan guarantee to help these promising foreign-trained professionals who are now Canadians get time off work so that they can do the study and the exams necessary to get the licenses to practice in their professions? And these Calgarians said, yes, we will sign these loan guarantees. The loans went out. The foreign-trained professionals sat down and worked hard to get their credentials recognized in Canada through testing and training in places across Western Canada. And the result was that incomes of participants rose, in some cases, by over 100%, because they went from having a minimum wage job to a high-paying position in a regulated profession that was in high demand within their local economy. And they did this with the investment of Calgary business leaders who wanted to give those people the opportunity to realize their full potential and share their true inner genius with the local Calgary economy and with Canada in general. This was essentially the merging of philanthropy and commercial lending to help promising new Canadians make a maximum contribution. And by the way, the default rate on these loans was less than 1%, which demonstrated that when you invest in an ambitious, hardworking newcomer to Canada, they will pay back the money and they will pay back the country for the rest of their lives because they are so grateful for the opportunity to be full participants in the Canadian economy. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a whole plethora of opportunities for us as Canadians to unleash the power and the genius of every single Canadian through the free market economy, which of course has been the most powerful tool in the history of humanity to fight poverty and lift up the standard of living of every single person. I think of Mark Wafer in the Toronto area, who has hired dozens of intellectually disabled young people to work at his Tim Hortons locations. And he says that he has done this strictly as a business decision because they are by far his best employees. And he wants to work with governments in order to transition towards market-based employment where disabled Canadians are given the opportunity to make the same money, doing the same jobs, and making the same contribution as everybody else. This is the essence of unlocking the genius that is in each one of us, in each Canadian. And it is our role to, as legislators, business leaders, as community activists, to continue to work together in order to see more of this happen. And I encourage the government to remember that, as in this case, where the government has done exactly the right thing, that it is not always necessary to create new bureaucracies and new programs, new costs and new regulations. Sometimes free enterprise itself is the solution. And I hope that over the course of this term in office, I can work with members of the government in order to realize that vision for visually impaired Canadians, for disabled Canadians, for new Canadians, for every Canadian who wants to make the maximum contribution to this country and realize their full potential as part of our economy. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate the honourable member for Carleton on his excellent speech and, in fact, on his long-standing advocacy for this issue. I'd like to ask him, how does he best feel that Canada can advance the cause of getting 20 countries to ratify the treaty in as near as possible a time frame?
Member for Carleton.
Well, thank you to the member for the question. I think that obviously the minister will want to lead the file on behalf of the government and Parliament. I think at the same time, though, she'll probably marshal the support of the foreign minister and other members of the cabinet whose job it is to interact with foreign governments. I suspect the best way to do it would be to find the 7 countries that are closest to ratification and target diplomatic efforts at those 7 relentlessly until they do. And so, I know the official opposition would be delighted to participate in those efforts, and we look forward to seeing the leadership from the government on that effort. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague. The question before us in terms of updating and signing on to the Marrakesh Treaty is also a question of where we need to go in terms of copyright, where when we develop a copyright legislation framework in a rapidly changing technological environment, the laws that we put down one year can be superseded just by changes in technology around us. So we have to have fundamental principles that works that are being made available should not be made available if it's interfering with someone's commercial right, who would normally make them available, but also the provision to access works that would normally be considered under fair use provisions. And the issue of the technological protection measures that are given in our copyright legislation, the highest protection, superseding at times the right, for example, of researchers, sometimes innovators, certainly libraries, even if something is under a digital lock, not being able to break it so they can do a backup so that it could be utilized in another format. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, given the fact that we've recognized through this treaty that there should be a right for those to make works accessible to those with visual impairments, if we have to actually then consider some of the nuances of copyright overall so that other good public uses of copyright in terms of making accessible have to be considered, particularly for those with other disabilities, perceptual disabilities, for example, the hearing, and also in terms of whether or not it's applicable for research and whether it's applicable in terms of being able to save works that are under digital lock provisions.
Honourable Member for Carleton. I'm open-minded to those suggestions. I think the basis of the copyright restrictions of which the member spoke is the desire to protect the intellectual property of the creator and to ensure that there is some monetary benefit to the person who produced the product in the first place. This bill before the House right now gives a unique exemption to either individuals who have a visual impairment or organizations acting on their behalf. And I believe the bill is structured in a way so that it does not threaten the intellectual property or the copyright of creators. If that could be replicated in other areas to expand access for other people with other kinds of disabilities, I would welcome that. I can't claim that I have knowledge of how that would be done, but the member mentions people who have hearing impairments, and if there were something similar proposed for people in that predicament, I would be open-minded to supporting it, but I must confess that I would need to study it more before I could make a firm commitment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it seems that we're going to have widespread agreement across the various parties in this place that Bill C-11 is good and welcome, and that we want to see the Marrakesh Treaty ratified, and we want to make these changes to copyright to accommodate disabilities. But I did note that Michael Geist had made some proposals, and I wonder if the Honourable Member for Carleton had noticed those, about whether it would be, as he noticed, is a very good first step, but that our version of this is more restrictive than it needs to be, that the provision in the bill, for instance, for charging royalties is not something that's required under the Marrakesh Treaty. Another point that Michael Geist makes, and I'm assuming the Honourable Member for Carleton will know that he's I think, Canada's leading expert in this area, the whole digital world and copyrights and how they should be applied and how to avoid restrictive digital locks and so on. But he also mentions that the export exception currently does not apply to works that are commercially available, and that's another place that we might want to fine-tune. And I ask the Honourable Member if he's given any thought to those recommendations.
The Honourable Member for Carleton. I've not read Mr. Geist's recommendations with respect to Marrakesh, but I do think that the legislation before us has a fairly comprehensive exemption that will solve the problems that are associated with people accessing accessible works. And I point the member to page 1 of the explanatory notes of the Copyright Act changes. And as I said in my speech, it explains in this note that it is not an infringement of copyright for a person with a perceptual disability
or person or organizations acting on their behalf to make, quote, make a copy or sound recording of a literary, musical, artistic, dramatic work other than cinematographic work in format specially designed for persons with a perceptual disability. So I do believe that language is broad enough, but you know, I leave it to some of the lawyers to confirm whether or not that is the case. I've been working with members of the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. They seem to be happy with the way the bill is written and structured right now. I gather there will be opportunities for amendment. I would only caution that we should move quickly. The longer we wait, the longer that the other 7 countries we need to reach 20 wait, the longer Canadians with a visual disability will have to wait in order to access literature. So let's move quickly. If we have amendments, let's get them done, get them to the Minister for her consideration right away, and have her decide whether or not they are appropriate, pass the thing through committee, through the Senate, and into law as quickly as possible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you very much. This is the bill I've been waiting for many, many years. And I have to declare that I have some very personal reasons for supporting fully this legislation. You know, my husband is visually impaired. But through those years of his studies at Regent College, we worked together. I was his research assistant, reading all his textbooks to him so that he could write his graduation paper and everything. And then also we were also asking the Crane Library of UBC a lot for really providing with all the research materials. And copyright is the #1 concern. And then also we've been trying to explore the internet these days to download audiobooks, because right now he cannot really read any print forms. But he's a highly intellectual person. For example, can even read, audio read the history of time. I guess many of us who have vision will not find it easy. But he is very keen, and he can actually give you a lecture on that. So for people like my husband, for people who are highly intellectual and who would like to need that research tool, he's still working hard. You know, he's retired, but he's really reading a lot of books, audio books, even for Buddhism and also other religious studies. So I think this is, I mean, coming from the point of view from a researcher, as my former researcher myself, and also a research assistant to my husband, and also still a volunteer for CNIB. And I have actually spoken to CNIB also during my years as a member of parliament, and I'm so grateful that my honourable colleague finally is able to get to it, and I really want to ask the whole House to support this, not only for my personal reasons, but also for all those who need the help. There are excellent people out there who really are great and love books. Thank you very much.
For Carleton. Well, thank you, and that's just another example of someone who will benefit from this, a prolific reader of literature who suffers from a visual impairment, but will now have access to over 250,000 new books and other publications in accessible formats like audio, large print, and Braille. If you've not been, Mr. Speaker, to the CNIB headquarters, it's worth a visit. There they have studios where radio personalities volunteer their time to go in and read books into the recording, and those books then are available in audio format formerly for Canadians, but now with the Marrakesh Treaty, they will be available to visually impaired people like the member's husband all around the world who will enjoy the magic of literature produced and recorded right here in a Canadian studio for an excellent organization, CNIB. Another good reason to support this bill. I commend the Minister, the government, and all members for supporting this. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, has been the practice in the past when New Democrats have given unanimous consent to allow ministers to split their spots in the opening round of debate to accommodate their schedules. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent for the member for Timmins, James Bay, to split the time with myself, because this member has been active in this House on this file, and he's also a father of an exceptional, bright person, Maria, who has actually been fighting for this issue since grade 1, and I would ask consent for all members for that of splitting time.
Does the Honourable Member for Windsor West have unanimous consent of the House to split his time? Yes. No? No. There is no consent. The honourable member for Windsor West.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it really disappoints me. On Friday was the 14th year that I've spent in this House. I got here from a variety of different ways and experiences. One of them was working on behalf of persons with disabilities at Community Living Mississauga, and then the Association for Persons with Physical Disabilities, and I was also a board member for the CNIB as well. And I can just say the member for Timmins James Bay would add a significant part of this debate, because the real thing, as I served as an occupation position supporting people with disabilities and as a board volunteer, does not do justice to those that have to live with young people and grow them through the society that is inaccessible in many ways. And I'm really saddened to hear that we could not have unanimous consent on that issue alone, given the fact that that voice would be empowering and would be part of what we could then try to get as support for other nations to support this bill, because we still do not have the full amount to get there. And I think that type of testimony would only add value and substance and a case to deliver this, because unless we get those supporting factions and countries to agree upon this, nothing changes. And I'm saddened by that, Mr. Speaker. And I think hopefully we can actually see some better days in this House than these type of moments, because it really takes away, I think, from the sincerity of trying to get something in a bipartisan way accomplished, and only demeans all of us in the causes that we seek here. And Mr. Speaker, this is an important bill. As a member of Timmins James Bay took carriage of this in the past. We've also had Peggy Nash from ourselves who had a motion. The former member for Parkdale Howard Park, Ms. Nash, actually had a motion that in the opinion of the House, the government should immediately sign and ratify the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to published works for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled. And I know the current member for Windsor-Tecumseh is taking up this challenge as well, too, for persons with disabilities. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that when we come to this issue, one of my heroes in this battle was my passed away grandmother, Miriam Massey, who lived to the age over 90, who had her knees replaced. Then she had macular degeneration. And despite all that, that lost her vision, except for shadows at the end, she still won the bowling tournament for her rest home, and was very much an active person involved in creating the low vision for the blind with that group and organization in Windsor and Essex County that worked on issues that we think that would be mundane for many of us, but are truly important for social, economic, and cultural integration. And one of the efforts that they worked on was getting menus in large print and also in Braille to assist people when they go out to eat, that they would have those opportunities to basically read a menu. But also it was about the fact they went to safe places where they could be with their friends and they knew that the customer service that they were receiving was very much identifiable to them as being supportive and understanding and part of a culture where it wasn't pointed out and the barriers were not created. And that's one of the most frustrating things I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is we still create barriers today despite having the economic and the ability to do so. And here, even in this House, we have those things. For a number of years, Mr. Speaker, and I've been using Braille cards as a member for my constituency and for my work up here. And they will not allow my staff to have that because it's a resource issue here in the House of Commons. So we deny that accessibility and that type of a support provision in the House of Commons. Our constituency offices, Mr. Speaker, which were on hold for funding improvements, and it's actually been cancelled with regards to upgrading. I finally, after years of putting aside some budgetary allotment, made my office accessible. And that's not provided for you as a member, and it's something that we actually had available fund for upgrades, and so we were able to put a door for accessibility, an accessible washroom, all those things. But I would like to see an audit of all members of Parliament's offices, including my own, and you'd quickly discover that they're very deficient with regards to accessibility, whether it be visual, whether it be mobility, all those different things are not provided. In fact, I can say, Mr. Speaker, even without my previous employment experience as a job specialist, that Ottawa is one of the most inaccessible cities in many respects around the hill here because of the curbs and stuff. Even if you have a child, it's really like off-roading when it comes to Spark Street and other places where we build in accessibility as part of our due diligence of construction, and it's not necessary, Mr. Speaker. And so this treaty will be very important in setting Canada and setting aside some battles with regards to the cost and compensation with regards to increasing accessible print, books, audio. And we see that happening with format sharing, Mr. Speaker. When you go to purchase a movie now, you can actually purchase it in formats that are different than what you just would assume is one version. You can purchase it so it's on a mobile device. You can purchase it so it's available on your computer. You can purchase it so it's part of your video console. You can purchase it online. You can go into the store and you can purchase it. There's a series of ways that you can do so. And so think about the same context with books and information and cultural development that we have that's necessary. And for those that think the age of books are done, it's recently had a resurgence. And I can tell you there's many, many applications for people with visual disabilities of any sorts that can actually take advantage of these materials, which are important. And I can also argue, Mr. Speaker, there's people that may not qualify for the official recognition as a disability but have some type of visual challenge. Obviously, I have one with my glasses here, but you have others that have to switch between vision products that use some of these print versions depending upon where they're at a state of their life. And macular degeneration, for example, Mr. Speaker, is one where you transition to, unfortunately, a degradation of your vision, but you might need multiple formats. So this treaty allows for some compensation to be extended, but under a specific format that also, more importantly, allows the universality of sharing this information, be it whether it's a book on politics, whether it's a book on culture, whether it's a book on betterment, be it a book, a children's material, all those different things are looked at and taken care of. And that's important because it does tend to lead to a safe environment for persons with disabilities, with visual impairments, to explore different types of subject matter that can also lead to different formats. When I worked for the Association for Persons with Physical Disabilities, I worked with an individual who was blind and required modifications at the job. And that was the beginning of that time, Mr. Speaker, of allowing translation devices on computers. So you saw the original emergence. This is before Rosetta Stone and all the different ones. The Dragon was before that, and a series of others that came in place would read back to you what you were typing. We were able to get into that type of technology in the early 1990s. It wasn't perfect, but it worked really well, so this individual could have a job, and it was very important. And other things that are very important experiences that I've had over the years, and I can mention her name because she's a dear friend, and she was a client of mine, Lynn Fitzsimmons, who became a clerk in the insurance industry. And what was required for Lynn was a simple identification of the files. And so what we did is we had them in larger print and we had them color-coded. At dental offices and at other types of medical doctor offices, they have systems in place that color code to make it easier for the administrators to select those files off the counter. Well, we did a similar type of a system for Lynn, who became gainfully employed and is very much a leader in the disability field, and a wonderful mother and an active person in our community with her husband Phil, and we were able to at that time do the color coding system because we had to look for something as economical. Working for a not-for-profit agency, we had very limited resources, and it was at a time where there's cutbacks to all these programs. And it was the first program in Ontario that allowed support on the job for persons with physical disabilities. So the simple accessibility of this materials, which was expensive to begin with, allowed for someone to be employed for approximately 10 years in that one position. And it was an excellent system of color coding that allowed her to be able to do the administrative work and allowed the individual for the insurance company to do extremely successful in this model environment, because he then hired her as a administrative assistant that could accomplish all those goals. And the reason that it's important, Mr. Speaker, is work helps define us in many respects. And this country is woefully inadequate with regards to the supports for persons with disabilities and work. And work brings around a number of those issues that are very important. Important issues for you to not only get an income coming in, but also your health, wellness, and mental and physical abilities are affected by work in very positive fashions. And you meet people and friends and relationships that you wouldn't otherwise have that immerse you out of a closed environment. So when we see those opportunities emerge for persons with disabilities, it's quite important in the overall picture for Canada to be an equal society. And sadly, we're not anywhere near that in Canada, and that's why, hence my question previously with regards to the upcoming things. I don't think there needs to be some consultation on certain issues. We should move the lower hanging fruit off the tree right away to improve that. And I came from the era where we actually had employment equity, and there was those that backlashed against it. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It gave me a door open to at least plead the case that why an employer could actually benefit from hiring a person with a disability, whether it be Lynn or whether it be other persons with physical challenges. We were able to say that they have less employee absenteeism, they have less work-related accidents, they stay longer on the job. Their training retention is a benefit that you receive as opposed to a cost expense for people rotating through a job. And most importantly is that they will also improve to be a product quality person at the end of the day versus many other workers getting the job done. And then kind of one of the indirect things that took over is the fact that it was a morale boost for the companies. One of the individuals with a physical disability that I helped at Costco, I took in shopping carts with him for basically 4 months to 5 months. Then he stayed there, and they job accommodated him 6 to 7 years later with someone who had worked in a workshop to the age of 48, and now was employed at Costco. And when he finally was become physically challenged by the snow and the weather, they actually moved him inside and found a job for him there. And it was a wonderful experience for everybody involved. He was, still is an incredible individual. But my point being is that socially, he would remember everyone's birthday and bring a birthday card and all those different things, and people love that. But the mere fact is that he had his own employment, his own gainful experience, and friends that followed afterwards is important. So when we look at this bill, in particular with C11, we have Canada joining nations, many of whom have not valued persons with disabilities previous to this particular effort in maybe a holistic way, including when we measure Canada's results on this. It's not very good, given the fact that we've known and we've been active and we've had not-for-profit organizations open in Canada for decades and decades, and we're still fighting the good fight. And we still don't have that type of support systems in place. So this bill is going to hopefully push many other organizations and countries to make sure that we have it. So I have a few statistics on poverty rate for persons with disabilities, but I want to show some of the issues here of the increase of poverty and the types of disabilities. Is that you have aging and poverty rate at 15% of Canadians, mobility 15.2%, the any disability area is around 14.4%, and seeing poverty, though compared to that, is 17.1%. So you have an increased, heightened challenge there. And some of the things that we've done have been piecemeal across this country. My good friend and former councillor Ron Jones, who was a district fire chief prior to this, and actually descendant to Sir Isaac Brock. He became a city councillor when I became a member of Parliament. One of his last gestures on council was to make the west end of the city, basically the area that I represented, and made it accessible street corners and cuts, and included the new technology for visual disabilities and others. that would be able to be more accommodating than in the past. So we had there, in a few years ago, something that should have been done years ago beyond that, and it just wasn't. And so we don't have any central-wide approach for these things. And Mr. Speaker, I can't believe some of the mistakes that now being a hockey coach and a hockey dad for my daughter and my son, how many arenas I go to that have just been built and build in inaccessibility for all types, including the hockey players in terms of their bags. I just can't believe some of the stuff that's built, let alone for persons with disabilities and an aging population that wants to go see their grandson or their granddaughter play hockey. I just can't believe some of those barriers that are coming from federal grants, and that one of the best things that we had on City Council at my time when I served on the Disability Committee for a number of years was we had a group of different individuals who had different types of challenges and disabilities, and one of them was my good friend Dean LeBute, who was very much active in the CNIB for a number of different years, decades actually. They would go through municipal projects, and they would then audit those projects that were being proposed based upon the disability format. And it had to pass those things, whether it be the new fountain area, like our Burt Weeks Memorial Fountain that went to the, in honor of the late member of our City Council and Mayor Burt Weeks, who helped found our waterfront. As a waterfront watch type of a clock was introduced there, and we made sure that we had the committee go through there. And still there were some challenges afterwards, but at least we took care of some of those challenges, and it had to be audited that way. Why doesn't federal infrastructure grants and programs have to be audited for disability accommodation as well? It's very important that if you're going to get government money and government grants and support, why aren't they passing some type of disability lens? And I would argue that, Mr. Speaker, when the fact of the matter is, despite the issues that we have challenging with persons with disabilities and visual disabilities, is that they are making contributions to society and our taxpayers. And their money is quite literally going to projects that make it inaccessible for them to participate in. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and it's a real concern. How fair is that? That you get up, you go to work against a challenging environment, that have less constraints when you go to the private sector in terms of what they can do that's inaccessible. And then if you do raise it, you have the issue of try being somebody with a disability where you're underemployed right now because the jobs and the facts don't basically corroborate with their skills, and then they have to raise an inaccessibility place thing at work. Think about the challenge of having to do that as a worker. How many workers do I know go today and are scared? They're scared to question the practices of the employer under our Health and Safety Acts because of fear of losing their job or being blackballed. That happens every single day, and we just came through May Day where injured workers, where how many, Mr. Speaker, went through that process at work where it wasn't safe, and they couldn't return to their son and daughters at home at that night because the workplace isn't safe. Think about that for persons with disabilities who feel fearful about raising inaccessibility at the workplace. And then when they go home, they pay their taxes, government projects come into place, federal, provincial, municipal, and they don't have accessibility built into the entire process. It's supposed to be. It meets municipal codes. I've been there, done that, but it doesn't go through the auditing process that's necessary. And we wanted to move on this, Mr. Speaker, and I do have another minute and a half, and I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, that there's a number of persons with disabilities that are clearly important with regards to their issues at the end of the day that need to be addressed. And I would like to conclude my speech, though, by reading the following motion as soon as I can find it, Mr. Speaker. I get all excited speaking about this topic because it's been so long in this process. But I am going to read the following motion as soon as I can find it in my notes. This will be the clause here. No, I can't find it. So let's see, Mr. Speaker. Let's finish this with a motion. And again, I got 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, to find this. This will be the interlude. Can somebody play some music? Is that possible, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. Go. Here you go. and thank you for my colleague here who just actually regurgitated this himself magically. So I will follow with this, Mr. Speaker. As a result of this, the New Democrats have called on the Conservatives and Liberals to move on this file, and we appreciate most of the corroboration that we've had, unfortunately not splitting the time. But as a result, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or unusual practice of the House, Bill C-11, an act to amend the Copyright Act, access to copyright works or other subject matter for persons with perceptual disabilities, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to the Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, and deemed concurrent at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Does the honourable member for Windsor West have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No, there is no consent. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, just with respect to the motion, the government had promised the opposition that we would pass at all stages C-11 at an appointed time agreed on by all parties. Of course, the government broke that commitment by calling C-11 this afternoon without notice. We don't believe in playing politics on this important issue, and we do have another slot we want to use.
Order. Order. The unanimous consent motion was actually defeated. And so I think it's not really a point of order, but the member might want to incorporate that into his comments at some point if he has the opportunity to have the floor. I see the honourable member for Timmins James Bay rising on the same point of order.
No, it was questions and comments.
Oh, questions and comments.
But I'm more than willing to be recognized.
The Honourable Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite and to all of my colleagues here in the House for their heartfelt support and their consideration of this very important issue. I just wanted to correct, Mr. Speaker, that the number of countries that have actually ratified Marrakesh is 16. Canada will be the 17th, so after Canada there will only be a need to have 3 more countries ratify this treaty, so we're a little further ahead. And I did want to acknowledge the members' comments around the role of parents who have children who are visually impaired and blind. And, you know, as parents, you set the expectations and you dream for your children. And it's with parents such as that parents, I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional, I apologize, but it's our parents who dream for us. And you dream big for your children, so I want to commend you on that. I thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, and I thank the member for her contributions, obviously, in this subject matter and getting it moving right away. I think that's important to note. I still have hope in this House, even though my 2 motions have failed here today, that maybe my 3rd will eventually pass. I'm thinking about that, maybe be something else, Mr. Speaker, but I'm trying. At any rate, I'd like to thank her for her contributions and also correcting the number allocation that we have here in the queue, and I'm hopeful that we can use this as a springboard to push other countries towards it. And I'm hoping this government has a real strong strategy on doing that, and maybe a goal line set for it, maybe in the fall, for getting the other countries on board with this. One of the things that we can do is create momentum with this, and I'm pleased that the government has brought this forth. And I'd also like the Parliamentary Secretary for Industry be noted, because he has been raising this with us as well as New Democrats, and we appreciate that interventions.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for an excellent speech. One of the issues coming to me from a constituent who's part of who has children who are disabled is the issue of tax deductibility, and I wanted to hear the member's thoughts on this. We've heard of this issue of people who want to claim on their taxes necessary equipment to assist them, and then that gets called by CRA a toy, something like an iPad or necessary applications that would help them actually access these materials, getting misidentified by CRA. And I would be of the view that this is an important issue to move on as well, to ensure that, yes, people have access to these materials, but also they can get the equipment to help them consume this material, and that it can be treated fairly under our tax laws. I wonder if the member can comment on that.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's pleased to rise on this question. My first battle here in the House was stopping the disability tax cut from being eliminated. From then the Liberal government, John Manley was the minister at that time, and the Treasury Board was pushing hard for him to do that. And I give him all the credit in the world for standing up and not doing that. The problem with the disability tax credit to this day, and the member from Burnaby and Westminster has been doing a wonderful job on this, is making sure that people are aware of this tax credit, which aren't. So I would ask anyone who's been listening to this debate to go to your Member of Parliament's office and ask for the information and assistance to get the disability tax credit, because it is a credit that can go back up to 10 years. With regards to taxation policies and new technology, there's certainly a lot we need to look forward on that, because some of these devices that the member is talking about are necessities, not luxuries.
Some comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened with great interest, and I know my colleague has had a passion for this for years. I was really hoping to speak on this because I would have followed up on the issue that the minister talked about, the fight that parents have. People probably don't understand the institutional blocks that are put in ways of children with disabilities. My daughter fought from grade 1 on. She's had to go to the Human Rights Commission time and time again. These are fundamental issues. I would think that it would have been a good thing to discuss. In my 12 years here, I've never ever seen government use their power to stop opposition members from splitting their own time, except today with what I think is the very unfortunate and poisonous behavior of the member for Winnipeg North, who wouldn't allow our own party to participate using our own time. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks it does to the quality of debate in this House when you see such poisonous interference in a discussion that should be about building us as a parliament to something a little more credible, a little less partisan, and a little less cheap.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, it was a genuine feeling of disappointment when I saw that, because I thought that, first of all, generally speaking, most members in the House don't want to hear me speak for 20 minutes anyways.
Sure, here.
And you can hear that coming from, exactly. I'm just fortunate it's not a standing ovation. But that aside, Mr. Speaker, I can't say where I didn't hear something, but I'm seeing red right now because this affected the ability of my colleague, and it undermines a systematic approach we've had to let people speak in split time. And that's rather unfortunate, because that's a passive-aggressive way to basically get something done as punishment or some other type of thing that should be absent on this bill. And we've done everything we possibly can. In fact, I gave credit to the Parliamentary Secretary of Industry for approaching me on this and making sure that we have cleared the decks for this. Despite us going through a number of different challenges and business of orders and all those different things, we did so. And the member for Timmins James Bay was there along my side every single time to protect my flank that we could get this done. And then what do we get? We get that kind of a nonsense rearing its head. And it's unfortunate, though, Mr. Speaker, because I think in the heart of hearts of me, some of the Liberal backbenchers that can't even participate in debate here today should finally be standing up for themselves and their community and their constituencies and persons with disabilities, because they should have a voice here too.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is unfortunate, given the importance of this legislation and the all-party, what appears to be support for a treaty that's worldwide and the leadership role that Canada can play, that the NDP have chosen to play party politics on this issue. Statements in terms of division of times have been denied in the past. There is an idea behind the negotiations and supporting agreements and so forth that should be, in fact, respected. My question that I have for the member is that there is no doubt many members of this chamber that would love the opportunity to express their thoughts on on legislation of this nature, and how wonderful it would be if the House sat, many more hundreds, if not thousands of hours, from my perspective, Mr. Speaker. Then everyone would be able to share their thoughts on everything. Unfortunately, out of goodwill, at times there is limits that are put into place, such as what we're talking about today, because we want to see the legislation pass. My question to the member is, would he not recognize that Canada does and can play that leadership role, and a part of showing that leadership is, in fact, seeing the legislation pass in a timely fashion?
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Canada does not play that role right now because of members like that and their attitude in this House, claiming us to have partisan games. When I openly stated I thank the parliamentary secretary for supporting this and pushing this issue along. We have shown our capabilities in this matter. We have shown that when it comes to this House at the end of the day, that we need to stand as one to show that united element to our friends abroad for this debate. And so what do they get at the end of this, Mr. Speaker? They get to hear parliamentary insight games from the PMO's office about something that we care deeply about here and elsewhere that I think shames a lot of this chamber, but fortunately there's many more of us that will rise above that type of manner.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to be able to rise and speak to this subject, and I'll say at the outset that I'll be splitting my time with the member of Lethbridge, who also serves as our party's critic for disabilities and is doing a phenomenal job in that role, standing up for vulnerable people. And I'm going to get to talking about this bill. This is a great bill. This is a bill that I think all parties, as well as unrecognized parties, agree on. But I do think it's important to express some disappointment about just the reality of the process and how this debate has come up today. Because we had a different bill on notice. We had Bill C-14 on notice. Then we had Bill 6. We had a vote to concur that in. Then we had closure on Bill C-10. And now we're on to C-11 here without notice. And I say this precisely because of the importance of this bill, that this is a bill that we should be all coming together not only on substance but on process. And had we the notice, had we been able to plan this debate at a time that all parties were ready for and organized for, we would have been able to get so much more out of this conversation. There would have been an opportunity to bring in stakeholders, perhaps, to listen to and observe this debate. This would have given all parties the opportunity to make sure that those who really wanted to speak to this, needed to speak to this, were in a position to do so. And instead, this very important, substantive legislation is being used as a procedural weapon, it seems. The government tabled this bill on March 24th, so as much as the minister has mentioned, yes, the urgency in moving this forward, they could have at least given notice that they were going to do today. We could have had the bill debated earlier, and so this is I just think a missed opportunity. And then just in the previous time slot, we had my colleague from the NDP, the member for Windsor West, wanting to split his time, and it was a government member that acted to block that from happening. So we have these missed opportunities, really, of collegiality, these missed opportunities to work together to put our best foot forward as a House. And I just think it's unfortunate that on an issue where we agree, on an issue where we can and work together, yes, there are times for partisanship in this place, but this bill should not have been one of those times. And I want to say I don't blame the minister for this. I've spoken to the minister at committee, and I know she is committed to working across party lines on important issues like this. But I think this does speak to the House leadership on the government side and how they view absolutely nothing, it seems, as beyond partisanship. So I do want to get that out of the way because I think it's important to put on the record. But moving on, let's talk about this bill. It's a bill that I'm very proud to be speaking in favor of. Just to highlight for those who may be just joining the debate, this bill has three substantive different parts to it. This bill allows not-for-profit organizations acting on behalf of a person with a disability to convert books, other works into an accessible format. They're able to do that without first seeking the permission of the copyright holder. So this instantly allows books that are currently not in accessible formats to be converted into those formats. So that's an important change that's being made and makes a positive difference there. Also, then, as part of the treaty that this bill operates under, the Marrakesh Treaty, which was signed in 2013 and would now, through this legislation, be ratified, it allows the sharing of those works between different countries that are participating in that treaty. So there's the domestic element of allowing people to have access to this important information. There's also that international element, encouraging sharing between different countries of this vital material. And finally, this bill makes important related amendments to digital lock provisions. So we're going to be supporting this bill. Obviously, this is a bill that is getting a lot of consensus, and I want to say that this is the conclusion of a process that was initiated prior, and that we were the previous government was certainly a part of. The budget 2015 set out a plan to implement this treaty. This is from page 286 of Budget 2015. The government will propose amendments to the Copyright Act to implement and accede to the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to published works for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled. The ability to access printed information is essential to prepare for and participate in Canada's economy, society, and job market. According to Statistics Canada, approximately 1 million Canadians live with blindness or partial sight. The government will propose amendments to the Copyright Act to implement and accede to the Marrakesh Treaty and to facilitate access to published works for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled, the Marrakesh Treaty. Aligning Canada's copyright limitations and exceptions with the international standards established by the Marrakesh Treaty would enable Canada to accede to this international agreement. Once the treaty is in force as a member country, Canada would benefit from greater access to adapted materials. So it's worth noting that this is a process that has been in place. Certainly this was the plan laid out in Canada's Economic Action Plan 2015, but we're very pleased to see this new government, in this respect, continue on that important work. This is very much work that needed to be done. Now, if I can specifically just motivate the philosophy behind this bill a little bit, I think it's so essential that every person has access to books. Books are a major part of, I think, all of our lives, and they're an important part of every childhood. My daughter Gianna and I, she read books all the time. I read books to her on Skype when I'm here in Ottawa, and I just imagine what it would be like to have a child who had a visual impairment and not be able to get books which they could read. And my daughter is a voracious reader. She, I brought 4 books with me, and we went through them all in one evening. And I need to bring more books with me next time I come to Ottawa. Clearly, but it's great to see how important books are for all of us, and especially for kids. And we need to make sure that people of all ages, the children as well as everyone else, has access to reading material of all kinds. And as has been discussed in this House, that people's reading decisions aren't limited by the availability of books. Again, I can't imagine what it would be like to really want to read a particular book, whether a novel or a work of nonfiction, and be told, well, sorry, because of a disability that you have, you can't read that book. That book is not available to you. That knowledge is not available to you. That would be a very difficult thing for, I think, anyone to deal with, and that's why this legislation is important, for ensuring that everyone has access to books, that there can really be that full sharing of knowledge that takes place. I think everyone in every situation should have access to as much knowledge, as many books as possible. There can be nothing but good that would come from more access to books for more people. Now, I want to also kind of talk about the international dimension of this. And one of the things we know about Canada is that there are many people who maybe they come here from other places, maybe they were born here, but they like to read books in other languages. They're maybe more comfortable in a language other than English or other than French, or they simply enjoy reading works from a range of different languages. And specifically, the international dimension of this treaty allows Canadians to have greater access to books in other languages that may be in then a format that they can make more use of. I note some of the countries that have signed the treaty so far: Argentina, El Salvador, India, Mali, Paraguay, Singapore, UAE, and Uruguay. So in a multicultural Canada, that means likely more access to materials in languages like Hindi, Punjabi, Spanish, and it's important that then through that international sharing that takes place, all Canadians, not just those who want to access things in English or French, have access to them. I do note, noting at the countries that have signed the treaty so far, it doesn't look like there's that many Francophone countries. So in addition to us ratifying this, I think there's a lot of value in Canada playing a role, encouraging other countries to ratify, and in particular, seeing if we can use our relationships through the Francophonie to encourage more Francophone countries to ratify this, and therefore ensure that we have good access to more French language materials in this sense. We need to get to 20. It's important that we get those 20 countries ratifying, and I understand from the minister that we've only got 3 more to go. So this is an important leadership role Canada can play, and the continuing advocacy we have to do there. And I do want to just briefly mention, if I have time to say, I mentioned this during questions and comments, but I've had a constituent raise with me just the importance of making sure that those tools that people access that allow them as people with disabilities to operate in the world, to read and do other things, that those tools they get, an iPad, it may be a speech app on a phone, that they're able to be tax deductible. And this, I think, I see measures that address those issues as aligning well with the measures in this legislation as well. So thank you, and I look forward to supporting this bill.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
The honourable colleague opposite for his comment. And I share his affinity for this bill and his support for it. And I just have a quick question for him. I mean, it's been said many times, it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. So why does he see this as the wrong time to do the right thing? He must agree this is the right thing. We all agree on it. Let's get it done and let's get this bill passed. I want his comments on that, please, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just on the procedural point, we've said we are going to pass this after question period. But I did not say that it's the wrong time to do the right thing. What I said is it helps to give notice if you plan on doing the right thing and if you want people to go ahead with you. It's always the wrong time to use cheap procedural tactics when we have a bill that's this important. I think we should be working together on this. All the government had to do was give notice that this would be up for debate. We could have engaged more stakeholders. This would have been a good opportunity for all parties to work together. And there obviously is still collaboration around the content of the bill. But things like letting the NDP members split their time, things like giving advance notice, these are basic elements of courtesy that are normally observed in this place. And it's just disappointing to see on legislation this important, where we should be coming together, seeing that not happening to the fullest extent.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to follow up on my colleague's question in terms of the right time. Mr. Speaker, all of us came to this House this morning fully under the impression that we were going to be debating C-14. Through the Joint Committee study by the committee, through the Justice Committee study, we were told time and time again, we don't have time to get all these witnesses in. We're under a tight time frame. We're under the deadline of June 6th. So today, we were hoping to start debate on C-14. Instead of that, Mr. Speaker, we've had at least 3 different bills brought to this House today, taking up time that members of this House should be debating C-14. The clock is ticking. So I'd like to ask my colleague again what his feelings are as to why the government would have chosen today to implement 3 bills that could have been passed next week when C-14 is under such a tight timeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, obviously C11 is the kind of bill that we want to see move forward as quickly as possible. And we're doing all we can to move it forward in a reasonable way, given the way that this has been handled. But, you know, the best way to address these issues is if parties can work together on these things. This morning, again, to have one bill on notice, to have a different bill put forward for concurrence, to have a different bill then move closure on, and then to have this bill brought up. You know, I don't want to be talking about this, quite frankly. If we're going to be talking about C11, I'd rather be talking about the substance of the bill, because it's substance we can all agree on. But this has to be said, because Canadians need to know that there was a missed opportunity here, a missed opportunity to engage more people, to engage more stakeholders in a conversation that needs to happen. And if this is sunny ways, I tell you, I don't know what clouds would look like.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire? Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, on a couple of occasions, it's through the request of having unanimous consent of the House, the NDP in particular have put forward the thought of having this bill pass through all the different stages. And it has been the Conservative Party that has actually denied that unanimous consent. And I'm wondering if the member can explain to the House why it is that the Conservative Party has chosen to deny unanimous consent that would have ultimately seen the bill collapse and pass already before lunchtime today. Would they now possibly entertain that?
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry if the member missed my specific intervention where I specifically addressed this point. Maybe he missed it, but I'll just identify again that our position was that having agreed in the past to pass C11 at an appointed time agreed on by all parties, that was the commitment that had been made. But then the government broke that commitment by putting this bill forward totally without notice. We don't want to see playing politics with this issue. This is an important issue, and we would like to move forward on a consensus basis. And we've said that after this speaking slot, we will agree to pass C11 after question period. So not a substantial difference in terms of time. We want to move forward with this as well. But I'll just say again, there's a missed opportunity here in terms of engaging stakeholders, in terms of working together collaboratively between the different parties.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to reiterate what my honourable colleague formerly said when he mentioned that this is indeed a missed opportunity to work together as colleagues in this House. I know back in my riding, I hear from people over and over again that they're looking for us as parliamentarians to take those opportunities where we can collaborate and work together in order to make legislation better, in order to serve Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And I do believe that this was in fact one of those opportunities. And unfortunately, it was missed today because of the rush that was put on Bill C11. This is in fact an act to amend the Copyright Act. And first, I would like to thank the honourable member from Carleton for his hard work on this piece of legislation when the Conservatives were in power. And you can be assured that there is support from this side of the House with regards to this legislation, because we can see how this enhances the quality of life for those that have visual impairments and therefore do not have the access that they need to library services. Canadians who are print disabled should in fact have the same level of access as all Canadians. And so again, I will reiterate, we do support this legislation going forward. This legislation does build on that which was introduced previously by the Conservative government to allow for charities and for not-for-profits to produce alternate formats for copyrighted material. The important limitation is that this is a not-for-profit exemption. So no one would be able to make a profit off of an artist or a writer's intellectual property. This is a very key point to be made. Because I think once again it can be seen that this is in fact for the betterment of all Canadians. It is to serve our nation as a whole and not profit. This bill addresses a barrier to inclusion for those with a visual or comprehension disability, which is why we support this legislation for building a more inclusive society. We all support efforts to bring into effect the World Intellectual Property Organization's Marrakesh Treaty, as it is known. This treaty is designed to remove barriers to the access of alternate format print materials through changes to domestic copyright laws on an international basis, while also facilitating the sharing of literary materials between nations. And I agree that reading materials should be accessible to all. Growing up in my home, I had parents who put a lot of emphasis on reading and its importance. As a little girl, before I was able to read, my mom spent a lot of time reading to me, believing that it helped with development, and I too see where it's had a positive impact. Growing up, then, I learned to read at a very young age and learned to enjoy it tremendously and learned much through my reading. And so I can only imagine what it would be like for someone who wouldn't have access to those reading materials in order to take advantage of those opportunities for learning, those opportunities for enjoyment, those opportunities for cultural engagement in the same way that I was able to. And so we can all agree that this legislation is important and it will address a pressing need of those with visual or comprehensive disability. However, I do believe that the minister overstates how this bill will increase the employment opportunities for persons with a disability. I believe that there are other factors that have to be understood on this matter. We have all heard the personal stories of those living with a disability and how difficult it is for them to secure employment and maintain employment, how difficult it is for them to have a sustainable income. They are looking for leadership from this Liberal government that they saw under our previous Conservative government. And so it is unfortunate that for this government that they appear to be going after the low-hanging fruit on this file. Legislation that was already in motion, introduced under the previous government, largely in the same format that we see it today. The Liberal government promised in their platform to introduce a National Disabilities Act, and unfortunately we haven't seen any movement forward in that. The focus of such an act would be to address the systemic barriers to accessing employment and community services that is faced by persons with disabilities. This is a very much needed piece of legislation for Canada, very much needed initiative going forward. At the end of the day, persons with disabilities in this country are asking our present government for a real plan. They're asking for sustained leadership. They're asking for employment opportunities. They're asking for equality in all things having to do with life. And so while this legislation before us today is a good step, it is not adequate, and it does not show leadership in the way that Canadians need. It is unfortunate that there was no mention of persons with disabilities in the speech from the throne or in the Liberals' 2016 budget. Again, reiterating that this government is not taking those with disabilities seriously. Our Conservative government had a strong record of providing new tools and programs to give persons with a disability control over their future. Under the initiatives brought in by the late Jim Flaherty, we increased training for employment, increasing accessibility for those who have a disability, making sure that they are able to join employment forces. We funded community projects to make facilities more accessible to those with a physical disability. We created a registered savings plan so that parents were given new tools to financially plan for their child with a disability. And so while we support this legislation that is before the House today, we are left asking some very significant questions. We wonder where the ambition of this government has gone, where their promises lie. We wonder if this government is going to follow through on their commitment to national plan with regards to those with disabilities. Again, having not seen it in the 2016 budget and having not heard of any sort of plan in their throne speech, we are left wondering these things. Why is it that they haven't made inclusion of persons with a disability top priority? What I have heard from those living with a disability on the ground is that they want to work so that they can provide for themselves. They want opportunity to seek employment and to not be discriminated against as they do so. And again, they are looking to this government to take leadership in this regard. We know that among us, it is often the disabled that are the most impoverished. Because they cannot find the type of employment that perhaps others can, they are left with a rather meager income. And so as a result, they are living in poverty. They do not have access to the services and the lifestyle that perhaps the rest of Canadians do. They want to be able to access public spaces, to participate in their communities, to be contributing members, and once again, looking to this government to provide some leadership in these areas. I have not heard this bill, Bill C-11, as top of mind concern for constituents, when so many of those with a disability are in fact living in poverty because they cannot access employment. And so once again, I would reiterate that I do believe the minister is overstating that this bill that is before the House today will create greater employment opportunities to the extent that she has implied. Although it is a helpful step in that direction, once again, I implore this government to take adequate steps in this direction. So while we support this legislation and the intent that it holds, we are left asking, where is the plan to address these more serious issues that face those Canadians among us who have a disability? Where is the leadership that this government promised for the sake of all Canadians to have an inclusive place within Canadian society? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, what we've been listening to for the last little while is what's become very, very clear in terms of the overwhelming support for the bill, and we recognize the contributions, whether it's from the minister or members opposite, that there seems to be very good support and substantial support for the bill. So I would ask, Mr. Speaker, if I may, if there would be the unanimous consent of the House to see Bill C-11 pass through all stages at this time.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes. No? Yes. Yes. No? Yes. No. No. There is no consent. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciated my colleague so articulately speaking to this issue. I do want to note that she probably had to, really prepare her comments at last minute, because the opposition or the government has really not been giving the due process that I think important bills require, which is the ability to plan to speak. But I would like my colleague to sort of just reflect on that particular issue, especially in light of the comments just made by the Parliamentary Secretary.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Honourable Member for her question. Again, at the beginning of my speech, I did mention I do feel that this, unfortunately, is a missed opportunity for us as parliamentarians, but for Canada as a whole. Again, I know I have people within my constituency, and I'm sure others here have the same, where they talk to me with regards to working collaboratively in this House. And I assure them that there are opportunities to do so. And this was one of them. This was an opportunity for us to come together and to work collaboratively on an issue that we can agree upon in order to better serve all Canadians towards an inclusive culture and society as a whole. And so, yes, indeed, today was a missed opportunity and a very sad day for not only this House, but for Canadians in general.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
I see the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on questions and comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it may be an unfair question to ask one member of the Conservative Party, but in trying to understand why we would reject an opportunity to see Bill C-11 taken through all stages of debate and deemed passed at this stage, the only voices I heard saying no were from the Conservative Party, but I heard nothing but positive comments in every speech, including from the Honourable Member, in support of this legislation. So I'm wondering if she can provide any explanation, but perhaps she doesn't know what was in the minds of her colleagues when they said no, as to why we would not have seized that opportunity.
The Honourable... Order. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her question. Once again, I will reiterate, this House had a fabulous opportunity to join forces, to collaborate, to work together as colleagues from all sides of this House. And unfortunately, when the members opposite decided to rush this legislation without going through due process, they gave up that opportunity. they hurt that opportunity, and thereby they hurt Canadians, because Canadians want us to be unified on the issues we can be. And so again, today we missed an opportunity to work together on all sides of this House, and that's a sad day.
I think we're just about on the time for statements by members, so I think we'll leave it at that and go to déclaration de députés, statements by members, and we'll start with the honourable member for Halifax.
I rise today to recognize 3 young men in my riding of Halifax who are using comedy to break down the stigma of being sick. Jeremy Saunders, Taylor McGilvery, Brian Stever are the creators and hosts of Sick Boy Podcast. The 3 best friends host comedic and insightful conversations with guests living with illnesses like cancer, PTSD, anorexia, lupus, and others. The idea came to them when they observed the unusual and often uncomfortable way in which people react around illness. Jeremy lives with cystic fibrosis and is working to take his positive outlook to the podcast's audience. Sick Boy Podcast made the Best of 2015 list on iTunes, and most recently, it captured the attention of Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield, who appeared on their podcast just last week. We can all turn into Sick Boy Podcast on iTunes or on their website. Jeremy, Taylor, and Brian, great work. You make Halifax proud.
Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I rise in the House today to recognize and congratulate Linda Murpaugh of Williamstown, whose article about Williamstown, the historic village she now calls home, will be published in the Our Canada magazine this summer. While Linda freely admits she's not a writer, she should be proud of that her article will be published for all Canadians to read and hopefully consider a visit to this charming and welcoming community. Williamstown, like many communities across Stormont, Dundas, and South Glengarry, has a rich cultural history that predates Confederation, including an annual agricultural fair that was initiated in 1812. Every summer, I have the honor and privilege of attending the Williamstown Fair, now recognized as the oldest fair in Canada. Each year, thousands of visitors travel to the fairgrounds to take a truly unique country fair experience. And I encourage all of my colleagues to make a trip to Williamstown this summer to do the same. I applaud Linda's work and want to thank and congratulate her for sharing her insights and passion to her community with all of Canada. Bravo, Linda! You're here.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, this is International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. Let's celebrate all the victories this LGBT community has accomplished in the world. We recognize that there are still obstacles to this community, and this prevents us all from building a society that's truly inclusive and egalitarian. Not so long ago, homosexuality was seen as something that was wrong and shameful. Today, homosexuality is no longer viewed that way. Homophobia is viewed that way. We mustn't forget that the LGBTQ community is still the victim of prejudice and daily violence. And many people are still excluded and marginalized because of their sexual orientation, and that's unthinkable. Beauty and difference, Mr. Speaker. Accepting people only makes us better individually and collectively. That's why we can celebrate together the dynamism of this community.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Le Transport de Clare, Nova Scotia's first not-for-profit, community-based transportation service, on its celebrating its 20th anniversary. I had the honor of marking this amazing organization's milestone last Saturday. Depuis ses débuts,
Since it got underway in 1996, Le Transport de Clare has allowed seniors, people with reduced mobility, and the economically disadvantaged not only to get to essential appointments, but also to be actively involved in community life all around them.
des entours. Thank you to the dedicated staff and volunteers who make the lives of others better every day with this service. And I wish its founder, Clarendon Robichaud, all the best in his retirement after 20 years. It is because of his vision and hard work that Le Transport de Clare is truly a success story that makes the whole community proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. It is rise today to commemorate the 12th International Day against homophobia and transphobia. There's much to celebrate when we think about the progress that has been made in this country. From 1979, when Sven Robinson became the first MP to come out as gay, to Bill Saxay, the former MP for Burnaby Douglas, who introduced the first bill to prohibit discrimination based on gender identity and expression. I am particularly honoured to pay tribute to the hard work of countless Canadians like Bill and like my colleague, the member of Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke. Your tireless advocacy comes to fruition today, my friend, as we applaud the proposed inclusion of gender identity to the Human Rights Code and to the hate crime section of the Criminal Code. And yet there is still so much to do. There are still too many places where discrimination, persecution, and violence are practiced with impunity. Today, let us pledge to continue to work towards a world where everyone is equal, no matter their race, color, gender identity, or gender expression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm wearing a seal jacket made in Newfoundland and Labrador in recognition of Seal Day on the Hill. Today we affirm our support for sealers and the sealing sector and acknowledge the importance of the sealing industry to the families who live and work in the northern and eastern communities in Canada. Sealing is not only central to the traditional culture of many Indigenous communities, but essential to their very survival. For generations, many Northerners and coastal communities, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, have depended on the seal for food, clothes, and economic sustenance. Our country is proud to be a global leader in sealing best practices, and our seal harvest is humane, sustainable, and well-regulated. I encourage all members of Parliament to join me and representatives of the sealing industry and community leaders after question period today in the Speaker's Lounge to learn more about the sealing industry in Canada.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the leadership and commitment demonstrated by Michelle Bates of Airdrie. Ms. Bates has endured every parent's worst nightmare, the immeasurable loss of a child. Her 5-year-old son, Lane, fell ill and passed away in an ambulance en route to a hospital nearly 30 kilometers away after Airdrie's urgent care centre had closed for the night. What's resulted from that terrible tragedy is a mother's remarkable and tireless campaign to improve health care in our community. Ms. Bates founded the Airdrie Health Foundation to secure 24-hour health care for our growing community. She's brought together numerous community leaders, while the foundation actively fundraises for a new facility and for medical equipment. Her drive to bring 24-hour care to Airdrie, home to 60,000 Albertans who don't have access to full-time emergency care, serves as a legacy for her son Lane and as a powerful example of leadership within our community. I want to thank Ms. Bates and to everyone involved with the Airdrie Health Foundation for their tireless dedication.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in 1783, Russia first occupied Crimea, and so began a tragic history of 160 years of occupation and multiple ethnic cleansings of the indigenous Crimean Tatar people. On May 18, 1944, Stalin ethnically cleansed all 240,000 Crimean Tatars to Central Asia. Over 100,000 perished. Amongst the survivors was a legendary Mustafa Jamilyev, who spent 18 brutal years in Soviet gulags for demanding the right of return for his people. 2 years ago, Russia once again militarily invaded and annexed Crimea, and Mustafa has once again been banned from returning to his ancestral homeland. Putin's Crimean terror includes disappearances, torture of detainees, and summary executions. 20,000 Crimean Tatars are now refugees. May 18th commemorates the anniversary of the mass ethnic cleansing and genocide of Crimean Tatars, and on this date we will welcome the legendary Majlis leader Mustafa Jamilyev to Ottawa. Slava Krimskim Tataram.
Our member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to meet people in the Armenian community from the Apostolic Church. They help Armenians here and abroad and try to educate people about the violence that Armenians still face. There was a day of commemoration of the victims of the 1915 disaster, and we need to be thoughtful of Armenians.
Wherever it's found. Reckless bloodshed is still commonplace in this world, and the pursuit of peaceful resolution to end atrocities and elicit stability requires dedicated actors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to celebrate people of Elgin, Middlesex, London, and all Canadians. It is during these times of disasters that Canadians show their true compassion and support for each other. This story starts with a member of my community contacting my constituency office for assistance. A generous constituent has stepped forward with a truckload of toiletries to help the victims of the wildfires in Fort McMurray, and they were looking for support to get the goods to Alberta. Adam from Home Hardware connected with my husband Mike, and after a few calls between members of the Conservative Spouses Association and the Bonnyville Fire Chief, a solution was found to transport all goods to Alberta. With the great work of Adam from Home Hardware and the Bonnyville Home Hardware, a store transfer was created with the shipping covered by Home Hardware to deliver all of the goods and additional items donated to St. Thomas Hardware to Alberta. I would like to thank our great community and all the members who have helped the family in our riding, and for all the members in Fort McMurray. I am proud to be Canadian and part of the Alberta Strong Movement.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, 24,000 Canadian men are diagnosed with prostate cancer, and over 4,000 will not survive. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetimes. However, thanks to early diagnosis and improvements in treatment, mortality is dropping, and 5-year survival is now 96%. However, we have not won the battle yet. That is why on May 28th in Winnipeg, I'll be riding my Triumph Bonneville in the annual Ride for Dad. Across North America, thousands of riders will be holding motorcycle parades through their cities to bring awareness and raise funds for research to defeat prostate cancer. If any members of this House wish to help, I invite them to let me know how they can pledge funds for this great event. Together we can watch prostate cancer ride into the sunset.
The member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Today is International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. Please join me in celebrating equality for all Canadians. Today I encourage all of my colleagues to reach out to one another and to promote individuals to be their true selves, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. I had the pleasure of working with different organizations in my riding, such as the Atlantic UBU, a group that is working hard to help support our community by helping students and adults in understanding their journey, easing into transitioning, and supporting their families. A special thank goes out to an amazing constituent in my riding by the name of Michelle Laird, who truly plays a vital role within this organization. I am very excited that our government has introduced legislation that will help ensure transgender and other gender-diverse people can live free from discrimination. Let's provide a safe, open, and inclusive community to all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Le Président, this week,
Mr. Speaker,
International Maternity, Newborn and Child Health Week. Maternal child, newborn and child health was made Canada's top international development priority by our Conservative government. Through the NHMC initiative, we supported micronutrient programs that ensured millions of children around the world received essential vitamins, vaccines, and clean access to water and sanitation. About 80% of the beneficiaries were women and children. And Mr. Speaker, when women and children benefit, the whole world benefits. We can be proud of the differences we have made in the lives of the most vulnerable around the world, particularly mothers and newborn children. And we are happy that the government is continuing with the groundbreaking development initiatives begun by our Conservative government. So, Mr. Speaker, today I invite all members to attend a reception on Parliament Hill this evening to mark the importance of MNHCH organised by the Honourable Asha Seth and Honourable Norman Doyle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, Tim and Sally Goddard live just around the corner from me in Charlottetown. Today is a very somber anniversary in their household. Exactly 10 years ago, their daughter, Captain Nicola Goddard, was killed in combat in Afghanistan.
In her memory, Sally and Tim established the Nicola Goddard Foundation, which raises funds for solar lighting systems in medical facilities in Papua New Guinea, where she was born. The foundation also provides scholarships at the University of Calgary and UPEI. Dr. Tim Goddard is still active in Afghanistan, training teachers to help support and consolidate their public education system.
Mr. Speaker, today I ask the House to join me in remembering and celebrating the life and work of Captain Nicola Goddard, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, despite the pronouncements of the Minister to conduct a comprehensive review of the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, our study in committee is doing anything but that. We have only 6 sessions to hear from witnesses, no explicit focus on the areas where abuse is rampant, and the committee's proceedings are not being televised despite our repeated asks. But what matters here is that the exploitation of workers in Canada is not being taken seriously. Temporary foreign workers come to Canada to pick our food, take care of our kids, serve at our restaurants, and run our economy. They, like Sheldon McKenzie, die from injuries sustained on the job. Like Eric, that get paid $2 an hour. Like Gina, they are fired when they speak up. They are exploited because of the system that we have created. 40 years ago, workers would have been immigrants to Canada. And Mr. Speaker, as the CLC said, we believe in immigration, not exploitation. Access to citizenship is key. Opposition to the TPP that sets up further loopholes is key. So our message to the Liberal government is to put an end to the public relations exercise and take key steps to end the injustices that take place on our watch.
The honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, despite an overwhelming majority, the Liberals nearly lost a vote in the House of Commons yesterday. Unfortunately, the member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboine Headingley, flip-flopped on his promise to represent his constituents and instead supported Bill C-10. The member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboine Headingley.
I want to bring to the attention of honourable members that Statement 31s are not supposed to be used, that we've had rulings from past speakers, are not to be used to attack other members in the House. The previous speaker made rulings to that effect, and that will continue. The honourable member for Brampton South.
I'm glad to welcome the Paramedic Association of Canada to the House of Commons today. These dedicated men and women serve on the front line of healthcare delivery and public safety across Canada and are proud members of the first responder community. From coast to coast to coast, paramedics enrich Canadians' communities while saving people's lives. There are an estimated 33,000 paramedics who care for thousands of Canadians every day. They serve in our municipalities, remote communities, and our armed forces. We cannot forget the daily challenges of their profession and are reminded of this when talking about paramedic wellness and high rates of PTSD suffered by first responders. Mr. Speaker, they are everyday heroes, and it is an honor for us to host them in the House of Commons today. Please join me in welcoming them.
Bravo.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after more than 2 years of study, the National Energy Board will deliver its decision on the Trans Mountain Pipeline this week. But rather than accept independent, science-based process, the Prime Minister wants a review of the review. The last thing Canada's energy sector needs right now is more uncertainty created by more political Liberal interference. But that's all this government has to offer. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop creating uncertainty and quit stalling on vital pipeline projects?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the uncertainty has been created by 10 years of a government that refused to understand that you can only build a strong economy when you're protecting the environment, when you're listening to Canadians, when you're building partnerships with Indigenous peoples, when you're respecting the science that surrounds all these projects. The fact is, for 10 years, the members opposite couldn't get it done. We are committed to building a strong economy by protecting the environment at the same time. That's it.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this was a very thorough review. It involved over 1,600 participants, including local municipality and 35 Indigenous groups.
But the Liberals feel there was insufficient reviewing. They added a parallel review so that when they received the independent review, they could review both reviews together. Still unsure about whether this is enough reviewing, the Liberals are now giving the whole process another review. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop reviewing his reviews and make a decision?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite are demonstrating that they did not understand why, for 10 years, they were unable to get anything done. The reason they were unable to get anything done is because Canadians lost faith in their capacity to look out for the big picture, to build a strong economy while protecting the environment. We are working very hard, as Canadians have asked us to do, to restore their faith in our processes, in our government, in our capacity to build a strong economy and protect the environment together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of faith, after months of delays, the Liberals finally announced their process on electoral reform, and it's a sham. The committee is dominated by Liberals, with principles written by Liberals, and the Liberal cabinet will make the final decision. They could not have designed a process that is less democratic. Will the Prime Minister finally commit to giving all Canadians a final say in their democracy by holding a referendum?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite be talking about consultation and referendum is the height of irony, since this was the government previously that rammed through the Fair Elections Act that was designed to disenfranchise thousands upon thousands of Canadians from being able to vote against that government. Well, they failed in that attempt. What we've committed to doing is to consult with Canadians, to engage with Canadians about how to build a better electoral system, how to build a stronger democracy. Canadians' voices will be heard, and we will fulfill our promise of ending first past the post.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Interesting, Mr. Speaker, that there are more Canadians who voted in that election than in the past, so it must be a good work. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to see that 6 members of the Liberal Party will be the ones to determine the future of the voting system in this country. That's really incredible, Mr. Speaker. The election reform needs to take into account the opinions of Canadians and their ability to choose. Can the Prime Minister promise that he will hold a referendum on this issue? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. We have committed to consulting Canadians, to listen to Canadians who have concerns. And for 10 years, they also had concerns with respect to the way their government behaved. They made a positive choice in the last election for a party that has committed to review and reform our voting system, our electoral system. That is exactly what we're going to do to enable Canadians to have their voices heard, to have a better government. That is what Canadians expect of us. That is what we're going to deliver. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. We have the best record in the G7. We have done well. We will need to see some words and not some action and not just words. It's very difficult to know where people will come from to contribute to this type of consultation. Canadians believe that we need to have a referendum. Will the Prime Minister commit to holding a referendum on this important issue? Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment to do things differently, to listen to Canadians. So talking about the future of our country, and this is contrary to the party opposite that imposed changes on our election system without consulting Canadians, without talking to members of the opposition. We have committed to taking responsible action, to working openly, to building a better electoral system that will better serve all Canadians. That is what we have been called upon to do by Canadians. That is what we will do. Come on. Well, member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice, appearing at committee today, said that the Liberals' approach to legalization would, quote, ensure that we decriminalize the use of marijuana. Once again, mixed signals from this government, while thousands of mostly young Canadians are still getting criminal records for personal use of marijuana. If the government is indeed willing to decriminalize, our question is simple. What the hell are they waiting for?
the honourable member knows that that is not parliamentary language, and I ask him perhaps he could rephrase that in his next question, but that was inappropriate. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, we made our commitment to legalize marijuana around two fundamental principles. One, that right now it's too easy for young people to get access to marijuana under the current regime. And secondly, the fact that the funds from the sale of marijuana fund to the tune of billions of dollars criminal organizations, street gangs, and gun runners. That is what our focus is and why we are going to be legalizing, controlling, regulating marijuana to protect our kids and to protect our streets.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The question is, what in heaven's name are they waiting for? Le gouvernement promet.
The government has promised to legalize marijuana. The minister said today that they will also decriminalize it. So, the question is whether, yes or no, the government will incorporate into legislation a pardon for all people who have currently been convicted for personal use of marijuana. A pardon, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our commitment is to legalize, to control, and to regulate marijuana was made and based on two principles. First of all, that it's currently too easy for young people to get access to marijuana under the current system. We need to protect young people. And secondly, street gangs, organized crime, and gun runners are making billions of dollars each year on the illegal sale of marijuana. That is why we have committed to controlling, regulating, and legalizing marijuana. And clearly, when we legalize something, we decriminalize something, but legalization and control is what's essential. The Honourable Member for Outremont. And since they were elected, there are still thousands of young people who've been convicted who are going to have a criminal record for the rest of their lives. What are they waiting for to decriminalize it? Jean Chrétien is even calling for that. When they were in the opposition, the Prime Minister marched around Parliament with the Avios workers, and he shouted solidarity, solidarity. And he said it was unfortunate what was happening. So why today is he imposing a muzzle on the debate? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The aeronautic industry is extremely important in Canada for economic growth and also for good quality jobs that it provides across the country. That's why we're proud to be putting forth a budget on Air Canada that will guarantee jobs in Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec for the manufacturing and maintenance of aircraft. We are going to build an aeronautic industry that is strong in Canada. It will be built for the years to come thanks to our commitment. Proud to export thousands of Canadian jobs. Shame, Mr. Speaker.
Closure, stacking committees, whipping votes. Whatever happened to a real change in sunny ways, Mr. Speaker? They are retroactively stripping thousands of good jobs from Canada. He stood in front of Parliament with the workers of Avios, screamed solidarity into a microphone, and now he's letting those jobs go elsewhere. What's the excuse, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed to creating the high-quality jobs that the aeronautic industry has always brought forward. That's why we're pleased that this Air Canada bill will guarantee jobs in Manitoba, in Ontario, and in Quebec. This is the kind of good, high-paying jobs that we need as we invest in our aerospace industry, as we build a brighter future for all Canadians. And I'm pleased for the opportunity to highlight what we are doing in terms of creating economic growth for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join the middle class.
The member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Democratic Institutions seems to really love Liberal double-speak. On one hand, she claims that she wants Canadians to be able to participate in a democratic process. But on the other, she appointed 6 Liberal MPs to rig the future of Canadian democracy. So the only way to truly consult all Canadians is to give them a direct say through a referendum. So the minister finally drop the talking points and commit to giving all Canadians a referendum.
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, over 60% of Canadians in the last election voted for parties committed to changing the first-past-the-post voting system. Canadians want it changed because it provides an election outcome not consistent with the results of the election. It's a system inherited from a distant past, not designed to meet the needs of a multi-party democracy. Many countries around the world have developed other systems, and we would do well to learn from them. Mr. Speaker, it's time for a 21st century model of elections, and we are committed to delivering on our promise to Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, to encourage more Canadians to vote, the Liberals first have to realize that you can't accomplish that by taking away their right to vote at all. Canadians are demanding the right to have a say in a referendum before any changes are made to their electoral system. That right belongs to all Canadians, not to this minister and her 6 Liberal cronies. If the Liberals were truly listening to Canadians, as the minister claims, they would have already heard that loud and clear. Mr. Speaker, why won't they hold a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, in 1872, Canada adopted a secret ballot. In 1918, women began to be extended the franchise. In 1920, the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer was established. In 1960, voting rights were extended to Indigenous persons. And in 1970, those under the age of 21 were allowed to vote. None of these changes were the result of a referendum. They happened because the parliamentarians of the day displayed leadership and courage. That is the kind of leadership and courage that the members of this House need to display.
I've said before, members on all sides of the House manage to hear things they don't like without reacting. I encourage others to do that. Like the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, who doesn't react very often, but did that time.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, in a country that calls itself democratic, how can we imagine a government that wants to change its voting system, the very basis of our system, without consulting all Canadians? Here in Canada, each time a province has wanted to change its voting methods, it has used a referendum to consult the population. Mr. Speaker, can the minister assure us that she will do everything in her power to convince the Prime Minister of Canada of the importance of consulting all Canadians through a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite and his party had 10 years to enhance our democratic institutions and listen to Canadians. We were elected on a promise to bring our electoral system into the 21st century. And Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate that there's an appropriate time for this House to be partisan, I do appreciate that. This is not one of those times. The leadership required from every single member of this House to ensure that the voices of those constituents in the ridings that are not traditionally heard is brought to this House will be paramount, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with all members of this House.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. The minister is right that the House can be partisan, and we've shown it on this issue. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already announced that the first-past-the-post system was no longer an option. The Liberals are in favour of a ranked system. The Liberals will make up a partisan committee without consulting the opposition parties. Now, what we've noted today is that the government has already formulated its opinion on this, and the consultations haven't even begun yet. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm for all Canadians that they will have a say in this by way of a referendum?
Democratic institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I have risen in this House dozens of times. Every single time I have extended an invitation to all 337 members here with me to be part of this process, to help us engage with those in their ridings whose voices are not traditionally heard. What have I heard? A call for referendum, and that is all that the party opposite has brought to the table. It's time to turn a new leaf. It's time to put the interests of Canadians ahead of party interests, and I look forward to working with all members to that end.
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Democratic Reform talks a big game when it comes to hearing the will of the people. However, it appears that she is scared of actually asking Canadians in a referendum as to how we should elect members of Parliament. First, she delayed forming the committee. Then she gave 6 Liberal MPs the final say in what system the committee recommends. And now the Liberals have ruled out directly asking Canadians for their voice. When will the Liberals stop the games and give Canadians the final say in how we elect members of Parliament?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to doing politics differently. We are committed to hearing from all Canadians across this diverse nation what their thoughts, what their values, and what their aspirations are for our democratic institutions. I look forward to working with all members of this House to put party interests aside and work towards a common interest that serves the best interests of Canadians now and for generations to come.
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister continues to push for a fake consultation process that perhaps a few thousand people will be involved in. A referendum would allow for tens of millions of Canadians to have their voice heard. This Liberal minister believes that she knows better than Canadians. Will the Democratic Reform Minister allow all Canadians an opportunity to weigh in on this important discussion by holding a referendum?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we want to hear from all Canadians, and we intend to use a multitude of methods, including this special committee, including town halls, for which every single member of this House needs to take responsibility for, social media platforms, and additional processes that work to ensure that every citizen in this country is allowed to be part of this conversation. This is an opportunity to engage those who are not currently engaged in the democratic process. It will require a collective will and effort on behalf of every member of this House, and I look forward to that collaboration.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. 27 years ago, this House committed to eliminating child poverty by voting unanimously in favour of a motion in the name of Ed Broadbent. Since then, however, successive Liberal and Conservative governments have gone around in circles, Mr. Speaker. In a report released today, an alarming situation in this country is described, particularly for First Nations children, who are a direct federal government responsibility. 6 out of 10 children living on reserve are living in poverty. Shame. What will the government do to help First Nations children? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with the member opposite. It is a completely unacceptable situation. We must do better. We are convinced that the historic investments in Budget 2016 into Aboriginal communities will help lift a number of these children out of poverty.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. There is a poverty crisis in Indigenous communities across this country, and the Liberal budget doesn't cut it. In Manitoba, 3 out of 4 children living on reserve live in poverty. And this didn't just happen. It is the result of years, decades of underfunding of education, housing, child welfare, health, clean water, and the list goes on. And despite a clear ruling from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, Liberals still have failed to provide equitable funding for child welfare. So the question is, when will the government drop the delays and increase funding to First Nations in Manitoba and across the country?
Honourable Member for Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member that this has gone on for far too long, and we do believe that in Budget 2016 that we are making historic investments in housing, in water, in education, and in all of the things that will raise these children out of poverty and do the right thing by these children. They only have one childhood.
The Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies for being so incensed earlier, but the minister insults the 65% of Canadians who'd like to see a referendum when she suggests that somehow this is about taking rights away from Canadians. After years of the Liberals doing nothing to give rights or voting rights to women or to Aboriginal people, Conservative governments introduced those motions. So I don't know if that means that elections are inappropriate because they produce the wrong policy results. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are smarter than the Liberals think. Canadians know that a referendum is the best and most incisive way of determining the public's will. And Canadians also know that they are not less enlightened than this minister. Will the minister, or will she not, give us a referendum?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we are all students of history in this House. It took the collective will of every member in this House years ago to extend the franchise to women, to extend the franchise to Indigenous persons, to be creative and innovative and establish the office of the Chief Electoral Officer. That takes leadership, it takes vision, and it takes a collective effort by all members of this House. I look forward to working with my honourable critic towards that end.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
I'll tell you what takes leadership, Mr. Speaker. It's designing a new electoral system that's good enough that it wins over the support of the majority of Canadians. I'll tell you what cowardice is. That's the going out designing a system to favour your own party and making sure that Canadians don't get a say so you can rig election 2019. Why on earth does the Prime Minister think he can rig the next election? Why does he think he can do that? Why does he think it is not the right of the Canadian people to decide whether or not the system he's designing is satisfactory?
Now the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I don't share the cynicism of the member opposite. We need to work together. We need to put parties' interests aside and serve the best interests of Canadians. Every single member of this House now has an extraordinary responsibility, and that is to reach out in their communities to those pockets.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills will come to order and not speak until it's his turn to speak. Members have very strong views on many issues come before us. There are different views, but most members are able to listen to opposite views without reacting and yelling out. So let's show respect for this place and for the public who elected us and put us here. And now we'll listen to the Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled to see such enthusiasm for the renewal of our democratic institutions. It's time to put the interests of Canadians ahead of our partisan interests. It's time to work together to ensure that our electoral system meets the
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister says that we need to work together in her warm tones while at the same time stacking the entire process for a Liberal rigging of the process by which we choose this Parliament that belongs to the Canadian people, Mr. Speaker. We believe in government of, for and by the people, not of, for and by the Liberal Party. In her litany of Conservative electoral reforms, she neglected to mention 2005, the PEI referendum, 2007, the Ontario referendum, 2009, the British Columbia referendum. The problem for the Liberals is that those voters didn't give those Liberal governments the answer they wanted. Why not let the people decide rather than the Liberal Party?
The Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the compliment about my tone. Indeed, that is the positive tone Canadians voted for. The member opposite cited nearly half of the population did not vote. Is that okay? Is that acceptable? Or can we use the tools available to us in the 21st century to ensure that those who have barriers that need to be overcome are addressed and heard in this important conversation?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the two-thirds of Canadians who demand a referendum on how they elect their MPs will not be confused by the smugness of this minister. The last time we had a referendum in this country, in 1992, under a Conservative government, 14 million Canadians voted. In a typical parliamentary study, fewer than 100 witnesses appear. How could she possibly think that a process involving dozens or hundreds of people is more inclusive than one involving tens of millions?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite would like to put all his consultation eggs in the referendum basket. I do not agree with this approach. Canadians deserve a more inclusive approach designed to meet the needs and the opportunities of the 21st century. The member opposite and all members in this House need to accept responsibility to ensure that the voices of those Canadians who are not currently and traditionally engaged in this process are heard and reflected in the final outcome.
For Burnaby South.
During the elections, Liberals in places like North Vancouver and Burnaby promised voters that Liberals would redo the Kinder Morgan pipeline review. The Prime Minister repeated this promise and the people of BC believed him. But this week, the National Energy Board will report on Kinder Morgan using the exact same broken process as the Conservatives. The Liberals' new add-on process, little more than a smokescreen, actually does nothing to fix the NEB review process. Why has the Prime Minister broken his promise to British Columbians?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we had the pleasure today to announce the appointment of 3 very distinguished Western Canadians who will spend the next number of months consulting with people up and down the Kinder Morgan line, both in Indigenous and in non-Indigenous communities, because we knew, Mr. Speaker, that the process that has been used so far resulted in no pipelines being built to Tidewater in 10 years. So we then took the decision that changing the process to invite people in, to show them that it has credibility, will give us a better chance than that did.
Exactly. For Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the man who ran to be Prime Minister on such bold, progressive promises wouldn't even recognize the politician sitting in the Prime Minister's chair today. Liberals swore on a stack of Bibles to fix the Conservatives' failed environmental assessment process. The Kinder Morgan pipeline is exactly the kind of project that needs a serious and credible environmental review. This is a Conservative pipeline under a Conservative review process with just a Liberal fig leaf hiding over top of that fact. So where are all the BC Liberals that promise to do things different? Well, just one BC Liberal stand up today and justify the unjustifiable.
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, there are very distinguished Western Canadians who are going to take a little bit of time, not too much time, because the final decision on Kinder Morgan will be taken before Christmas. And that was the promise we made on January 27th when we announced a set of interim principles. We delivered on a very important part of that promise today, and we will deliver a final decision before Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the House, the Defence Minister showed great personal interest in offering military training in French. Since my election, I've worked hard, and my colleagues will tell you that, to ensure that the St. John Royal Military College has full autonomy in university training, and also to promote French, one of the cornerstones of our Canadian identity. Can the Minister please inform this House of his intentions concerning the return of a university vocation at the college? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, today I have the pleasure of announcing my intention to bring back the university status to the Royal Military College in Saint-Jean.
Mr. Speaker, today I have the honor of announcing my intention to return Royal Military College Saint-Jean to full university status. It is a good day for bilingualism in Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces. I look forward to working with the province of Quebec to making this happen. Thank you.
Honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have created massive uncertainty when it comes to building pipelines. Nothing new is being proposed, and current projects like Trans Mountain expansion were proposed because of Conservative leadership, creating a stable investment environment in Canada. Are the Liberals at all concerned that companies like TransCanada are taking good jobs to Mexico instead of creating jobs right here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, we have removed the uncertainty. We have announced a set of principles that will govern this review to restore confidence of Canadians And we've even given a precise date, a certainty of a date and a certainty of principles. That's a lot more certainty than we had from those people on the other side of the House.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Well, Mr. Speaker, red tape and political interference is not leadership. It sends the wrong signal to new investment. And in fact, even John Manley said that these Liberals have consultation constipation. When will the Liberals get out of the way and allow jobs to be created in the oil sector?
Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said many times that among the more important responsibilities of the Government of Canada is to move our natural resources to tidewater sustainably. And the only way that will happen is if we have wide-ranging conversations with Indigenous communities, those who want to protect the environment while we grow the economy. We've given to Canadians the certainty of those principles. We've given to Canadians the certainty of a decision by which those principles will be acted. We think we're doing in a way that stands a better chance of achieving all of our objectives.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal excuses for not approving pipelines are getting sillier and sillier. On February 23rd, the National Energy Board appeared before the Environment Committee. When asked about the impact of upstream greenhouse gas emissions on the Trans Mountain project, they testified, and I quote, "The board found that those emissions were not directly related to the project they were assessing," end quote. Yet the Liberals are replacing the independence of this board with a highly politicized and unaccountable political appointed process. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals so opposed to resource development?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we haven't replaced anything. We have introduced a set of conversations with Canadians, after which Canadians will say, yes, this has been a fair review according to principles that were made transparent for all, because we believe that if there is going to be success at building major energy infrastructure, that project has to carry the credibility of Canadians, which for the last 10 years it has not had.
Member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, ragging the puck again. It's critical that Canada build the pipelines required to get its natural resources to market. But instead of allowing independent scientific experts to do their job, the Prime Minister and his Secretary are playing energy politics at the PMO. After years of pipeline applications reviewed by the independent NEB, the Liberals are adding further obstacles by creating a new, highly politicized panel to review these projects. These games are costing hardworking Canadians their jobs. So why are the Liberals putting Canadian firms at a competitive disadvantage within the global marketplace?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, an independent group of distinguished Western Canadians, all of whom will be known to these members, will, along with the regulator, assess the evidence that's been offered by Canadian people, evidence-based through the regulatory process, along with an assessment of upstream greenhouse gas emissions, along with meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities, all of which must be in place if we're going to carry the confidence of Canadians.
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of temporary foreign workers were forced to leave Fort McMurray because of the fire. They're now living in great uncertainty. They have no alternative income and no family to fall back on. Many have lost their documents, including work permits and permanent residence applications. They don't know if or when their jobs will continue. They don't know if they will be sent home. What is this government doing to help these temporary foreign workers?
Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm troubled by the fact that any citizens, any workers have been displaced from Fort Mac, and the situation of the temporary foreign workers is very dire. The fact is that every employer of a temporary foreign worker is responsible to ensure their living accommodations and their workplace. In this circumstance, those conditions are no longer available. Service Canada is available for each and every one of them, and we will work with them and the employers to find a reasonable alternative. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, we're worried about the temporary foreign workers in Fort McMurray, but many others in the country are also living their own horror stories. The most recent is that of 4 Guatemalans who've come to work on a farm in Quebec. Because they were afraid of being sent back to their country, they were forced to work up to 22 hours per day and were paid, in some cases, just $2 an hour. What is the government's plan to ensure that temporary foreign workers are not exploited? The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation, as we are learning, for the living conditions and working conditions of some temporary foreign workers is completely unacceptable. We have initiated a broad review of the temporary foreign worker program, and any employer that is not providing a decent working situation for temporary foreign workers should be reported to our government, and we will take immediate action, removing their license to ever have temporary foreign workers in this country.
Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, in the Globe and Mail yesterday, the worldwide champion of the Magnitsky Act, Mr. Bill Browder, called the foreign minister's rejection of the legislation an outright betrayal. He is horrified about why we are lagging behind our U.S. and European allies and not enacting this legislation immediately. Are the Liberals afraid to stand up to Putin and tell him his regime's corrupt officials, murderers and torturers and their blood money are not welcome in Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quite frankly, the Conservatives did nothing to concretely address the Magnitsky case for the past decade. There are 2 important aspects to understand. Firstly, we already have the ability to ban individuals involved in the Magnitsky murder from entering Canada under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. And secondly, with regard to sanctions, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development has been mandated to look at our sanctions under the Special Economic Measures Act and develop recommendations for what else may be required, and I'm sure we all look forward to their report. Thank you.
Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Passed it unanimously in the previous Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Mr. Bill Browder, who was seeking justice for Sergei Magnitsky, said that the Minister of Global Affairs is not taking a strong enough tone with Russia. He's disappointed that the government will not adjust the Special Economic Measures Act, which excludes corrupt bureaucrats, human rights violators, and torturers. Our Act fills these gaps and is supported by members of all parties. In the name of justice, will the minister not join our allies and support this act? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of Justice, Mr. Speaker, we have made clear the unacceptable behaviour by Russia on many fronts, and we will continue to defend human rights issues. The government has increased sanctions on Russia just this March, and we did that in coordination with our allies, the US and the EU, which is what makes them effective. The motion last year with regard to the Magnitsky Act asked that we explore sanctions, and that is exactly what we are doing under the Special Economic Measures Act. Thank you.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Speaker, we don't want to confuse what's happening with Russian aggression in Ukraine with human rights abusers in Russia. Bill Browder has been seeking justice for Sergei Magnitsky for years now, says that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is wrong. He calls the argument from the minister a betrayal in every possible form and is especially deplorable because it involves the appeasement of a dictatorial regime. Our conservative legislation will close all the loopholes. These measures are supported by members of Parliament from all the parties. And does the minister think that he knows better than Bill Browder, Bob Rae, and Urim Kotler?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think every member of the House benefits by the determination to see justice for Sergei Magnitsky. There's no question about that. With regard to our legislation and our processes, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act already bans anybody involved in those murders from entering Canada, and our Special Economic Measures Act is being opened up and asked to look at our legislation with a view to what we could improve upon. Thank you.
The member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced that Canada has been asked to join the International Syria Support Group and that he would be partaking in crucial diplomatic discussions currently underway in Vienna. This is the first time Canada has been invited to join this select group, as it focuses on reinvigorating peace efforts concerning Syria and expediting the delivery of critical humanitarian aid to besieged areas of that country. Allow me to congratulate the government and ask that this House be informed what having Canada at the table for such important discussions will mean.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. During the election campaign, we promised to restore Canada's role on the international stage. Canadians should be proud that we have been invited to participate in these Syrian peace talks. Participation means we are better placed to help restore peace and humanitarian aid relief in Syria. That civil war has claimed the lives of 400,000 people and displaced millions. After 10 long years, Canada is being asked for our advice and our involvement. Today, we are at the negotiating table, adding Canada's voice to one of the most important global security and humanitarian crises of our time.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the government is risking the lives of our soldiers in Iraq by publishing pictures of their faces. But the minister says that their publication was justified by the defense staff. But the same kinds of pictures authorized by the same defense staff 1 year ago did not show their faces, so this explanation makes no sense. Even less when we understand from the Ottawa Citizen that operational safety was sacrificed on the altar of public relations. Will the government do the right thing and admit their mistake?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the pictures that the member is talking about is the visit that the Chief of Defence Staff made to Iraq. And during that time, there were pre-approved interviews and pre-approved photos that were published. And that's done with the utmost safety of our members in mind. And the difference that the member talks about is no politician was on this trip, and those pictures previously were not authorized by the Canadian Armed Forces to be released. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, not only is the CBC board meeting in secret, now we're learning...
English. Yes, sir.
Because, listen, we've known for a long time that this is a board full of Conservatives meeting in secret that doesn't publish their minutes, and so according to the National Post, it's because of a so-called backlog. But now we've learned that the latest documents concerning the sale of CBC's headquarters in Montreal were only sent out in English. Is there no one steering the ship? Can Canadians count on the Heritage Minister to stop the free-for-all at the CBC board? Please. Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. As Minister responsible also for official languages, I expect that CBC Radio-Canada will publish its official documents in both official languages and communicate in both official languages. I would also like to thank my colleague for having brought to my attention yesterday the question of the lack of transparency from CBC Radio-Canada in terms of the publication of these documents. I will work with CBC Radio-Canada to ensure that these documents are made public.
Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, our veterans, indeed all Canadians, were shocked when the former Conservative government decided to close the Veterans Affairs Services office across this country. In my own riding in Sydney, we helped service veterans in Cape Breton and all Nova Scotians. The community was outraged at the flagrant disrespect that the previous government showed to our men and women in uniform. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs update this office on measures regarding the Veterans Affairs Service Office in Sydney and across this country?
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has been on me since day one about opening these offices. So I'm glad to report that Budget 2016 is a great one for veterans. Not only will we be reopening the 9 offices closed by the previous government, including in Sydney, Victoria, but we'll be opening a new office in Surrey, BC, and bringing mobile services to the north. This, along with hiring more staff to reduce the veteran-to-case manager ratio toward 25-to-1, will mean better in-person service, including in Cape Breton, for our veterans.
For Yellowhead. The member for Yellowhead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the House, the member opposite said he was more than happy to have a conversation with me about the mountain pine beetle. Unfortunately, on the ground in Alberta, government employees have been told they can't talk to local officials about this issue. Why are the Liberals muzzling scientists and researchers who are critical to this issue?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment. They're all excited all of a sudden. Let's all listen carefully to the answer from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I do find it a little bit ironic to hear the other side talking about the muzzling of scientists. Mr. Speaker, the mountain pine beetle is a very serious issue. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Parks Canada is working with the Government of Alberta on a mountain pine beetle action plan that I think the honourable member has actually reviewed that will address not only Jasper National Park but the adjacent areas. Jasper National Park is now finalizing an operational plan to support this management plan, and we would be more than happy to sit and go through that with the honourable member.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, this is the fourth time that I've asked the government about EI for regions and the black hole. Will the government defend these workers? Well, you know what? By ignoring me, the government isn't just ignoring me, they're ignoring and leaving workers behind. I ask the minister if they will defend their own workers in Gaspésie and des Îles de la Madeleine, as I've been doing, and also on the North Shore. Will the members for these regions of Quebec tell them, their ministers, that this black hole region needs to be fixed?
Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to say that we have now invested $3 billion for unemployed workers in Canada. Not only is it unfair to suggest that we're not treating workers well, we have come to the table, as promised, helping workers from region to region to region, and we continue to be there for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, we've heard many members of the government talk about consultations. Well, so when it comes to the sale of CBC's Montreal headquarters, the Heritage Minister said on March 29th that she wished to consult with employees, unions, and local elected officials in Montreal, as well as artists, and she said that all options are still on the table. 2 weeks later, a document on the conditions for the sale of the tower is making the rounds in English only, no less. Those consultations apparently went pretty quickly. Were these groups consulted, or is the CBC board still just doing whatever it wants? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I would like to reassure my colleague, as I did for my colleague, the opposition critic, that we will ensure that CBC respects its language requirements in both official languages. And through the process of the sale, we expect that CBC Radio-Canada will consult with various different stakeholders. And I would like to remind my colleague that CBC Radio-Canada is independent and there will be no political interference on this file.
I'd like to call the members' attention to the presence in the gallery of 3 members of the Tunisian National Dialogue Quartet. They won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2015. Mr. Hussein Abbasi, Mr. Abdesattar Ben Moussa, and Ms. Wided Bouchamawi.
I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. Bernd Colmel, Chair for the Delegation for Relations with Canada and Delegates of the Canada-Europe 37th Interparliamentary Meeting.
It being 3:07, pursuant to an order made on Thursday, May 12, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Fast relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Mr. McKenzie moved that in the opinion of the House, given the importance of trade to Canadian jobs and long-term growth, shall I dispense? No. As well as the government's commitment to strengthen ties within North America and the Asia-Pacific region, A, growing protectionism threatens the global economy. B, the Trans-Pacific Partnership is the best opportunity to strengthen the multilateral trading system and develop rules that protect Canada's economic interests. C, the government should send a strong signal to Canadian businesses and its closest allies that it supports international commerce. D, Canada's position on the Trans-Pacific Partnership should not depend on political developments in the United States. E, the government should stop prolonging consultations on this important agreement. And F, the government should declare Canada's final position on the Trans-Pacific Partnership in time for the North American Leaders Summit in Ottawa on June 29, 2016. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, des Êtres-Humains-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, des Êtres-Humains-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer. Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Polis.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast. Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladys.
Ms. Gladys.
Mr. Warlock.
Mr. Warlock.
Mr.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Arndt.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Beltod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lightford.
Mr. Lightford.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Godel.
Mr. Godel.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chaga.
Ms.
Mr.
Chaga.
Varani. Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Dugo.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Hall. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossiel.
Mr. Bossiel.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Diodio.
Mr. Diodio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Matisse Matin Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sarres.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sohoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Mrs. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Lavertière.
Madame Lavertière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame
Madame
Trudel.
Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelot
Monsieur
Duval.
Barcelot Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 90, 90. Nays contre 221, 221.
I declare the motion defeated. Premièrement, alors d'adopter le jeudi 12 mai 2006.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, May 12, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Viersen relating to the business of supply. The is as follows. Mr. Viersen, seconded by Mrs. Wagenthal, move that, in the opinion of the House, A, it's in the public interest to protect the freedom of conscience of a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other healthcare professional who objects to take part directly or indirectly in the provision of medical assistance in dying. B. Everyone has freedom of conscience and religion under Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. C. A regime that would require a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other healthcare professional to make use of effective referral of patients could infringe on the freedom of conscience of those medical practitioners, nurse practitioners, pharmacists, or any other healthcare professional. And D, the government should support legislation to protect the freedom of conscience of a medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or any other healthcare professional. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr.
Mr.
Scheer.
Lebed.
Mr. Lebed.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltet.
Mr. Deltet.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Geneveux.
Mr. Geneveux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr.
Mr.
Sajan.
McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr.
Ms.
Bryson.
Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Scrove.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Allisley.
Ms. Allisley.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. De Bruzen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpois Taylor.
Ms. Petitpois Taylor.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Graywell.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Mathématipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territory.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rabiard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dahl.
Mr. Van Dahl.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Mercier.
Monsieur Mercier.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria. Yeas pour 96, 96. Nays contre 214, 214.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune.
Government orders. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts. medical assistance in dying.
Heard the quoted divisions. Government orders will be extended by 19 minutes. The honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, I'd like to move for unanimous consent the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of this House, Bill C-11, an act to amend the Copyright Act, access to copyright works or other subject matter for persons with perceptual disabilities, be deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the will of the House to accept the motion? To adopt the motion? Adopted. Alors, il y a 16 motions.
There are 16 motions on the order paper, the notice paper, dealing with C14. Motion number 5, in the name of the honourable member for Victoria, and motion number 10, in the name of the honourable member for Montcalm, propose amending aspects of the bill that have already been amended at committee and deal with irremediable aspects, and this has already been rejected at committee, being proposed for a different clause. In the view of the Speaker, then, they are identical to the motions rejected at committee, and as a result, those two motions, 10 and 5, will not be considered at report stage.
Letters sent by the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, the honourable member for Regina Capel, the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, and the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga, arguing that certain motions, though previously defeated in committee, should be selected at report stage as they are of such exceptional significance as to warrant a further consideration in accordance with the notice to Standing Order 76.1 sub 5. Motions number 2, 11, and 15, submitted by both the honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte and the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga, as well as motion numbered 8, submitted only by the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga, will not be selected by the chair as they could have been presented in committee. The chair has difficulty accepting that they should now be accepted at report stage when no attempt was made by either member to present them in committee. Motions numbered 4 and 9, submitted by the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton and the honourable member for Regina Capel, seek to ensure that a person who suffers from an underlying mental health condition has undergone a psychiatric evaluation to confirm that they are capable of giving informed consent in relation to a request for medical assistance in dying. Motion numbered 14, submitted by the same two members, seeks to ensure that people are free to refuse to provide medical assistance in dying. All three motions are identical to amendments defeated in committee. Il en va de même pour la motion numéro 6.
And for motion number 6, in the name of the member for Montcalm and by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. That motion seeks to delete a section dealing with the natural death of a person. It must be reasonably predictable for the person to be considered to have a serious and irremediable situation or illness.
Fort Saskatchewan. Motions numbered 7, 12, and 13 are also identical to amendments defeated in committee. Motion numbered 7 seeks to amend subparagraph 241.22d to reference instead that the person's natural death must be imminent. Motion numbered 12 seeks to add a paragraph providing that no substance is to be administered to a person who is capable of self-administering. Motion number 13 provides for a review of the safeguards in relation to a request by a competent legal authority. Motion number 3, which provides that a person must have consulted a medical practitioner regarding palliative care options prior to making a request for medical assistance in dying, is very similar to an amendment defeated in committee. The only distinction between the two is that the latter provided that such consultation had to have taken place within the 15 days prior to making the request. The Chair appreciates the arguments put forward by honourable members as to why they consider these amendments to be of such significance as to warrant further consideration at report stage. I recognize that this is an important issue on which many members have strong and varied opinions. The Chair notes that the bill before us is unique in its far-reaching social, moral, and constitutional implications. The Chair also notes that given the variety of opinions expressed by various members in all parties in relation to the provisions of this once-in-a-generation bill, the Chair is open to the argument of exceptional significance as contemplated in our standing orders. For these reasons, the Chair is prepared on this occasion to give members the benefit of the doubt and to select motions 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 12, 13, and 14, even though they were previously defeated in committee or are similar to motions previously defeated in committee. Toutes les autres motions.
The other motions, motions 1 and to 16, and they meet the criteria announced pursuant to the standing orders, which governs the choice of amendments at report stage. Accordingly, motions 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 12, 13, 14, and 16 will be grouped for the purposes of debate and put forth for vote in accordance with the voting pattern at the table. I now propose the motions to the House.
Mr. Rankin, seconded by Madame Sanssouci, moves that Bill C-14 be amended by deleting Clause 3. Mr. Genis, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that Bill C-14 in Clause 3 be amended by adding after line 5 on page 6 the following. F. Prior to making the request, they consulted a medical practitioner regarding palliative care options and were informed of the full range of options. Mr. Cooper, motion number 4, Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Genis, moves that Bill C-14 in Clause 3 be amended by adding after line 5 on page 6 the following. F, they have, if they suffer from an underlying mental health condition, undergone a psychiatric examination performed by a certified psychiatrist to confirm their capacity to give informed consent to receive medical assistance in dying. Motion number 6, Mr. Thériault, appuyé.
Mr. Thériault, seconded by Ms. Sainte-Marie. Mr. Sainte-Marie moves that Bill C-14 in Clause 3 be amended by deleting lines 17 to 21 on page 6.
Motion number 7. Mr. Genis, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that Bill C-14 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing lines 17 to 21 on page 6 with the following. D. Their imminent natural death has become foreseeable, taking into account all of their medical circumstances. Motion number 9. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Genis, moves that Bill C-14 in Clause 3 be amended by adding after line 26 on page 6 the following. A.1. With regard to paragraph 1F, have obtained from the certified psychiatrist a written and signed report following the examination confirming that the person is capable of giving informed consent. Motion number 12. Mr. Genis, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that Bill C-14 in Clause 3 be amended by adding after line 30 on page 7 the following. 3.1. As it relates to medical assistance in dying, no medical practitioner or nurse practitioner may administer a substance to a person if they and the medical practitioner or nurse practitioner referred to in paragraph 3E concur that the person is capable of self-administering the substance. Motion number 13, Mr. Genis, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that Bill C-14 in Clause 3 be amended by adding after line 30 on page 7 the following. 3.1, the medical practitioner or nurse practitioner shall not provide a person with assistance in dying if the criteria in subsection 1 and the safeguards in subsection 3 have not been reviewed and verified in advance. A, by a competent legal authority designated by the province for that purpose, or B, if no designation is made under paragraph A, by a legal authority designated by the Minister of Health in conjunction with the Minister of Justice for that purpose. 3.2, the designation referred to in paragraph 3.1b ceases to have effect if the province notifies the Minister of Justice that a designation has been made under paragraph 3.1a. Motion numéro 14, Mr. Cooper.
Motion number 14, Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Jenness, moves that Bill C-14, in Clause 3, be amended by adding, after line 26 on page 8, the following. 7.1. It is recognized that the medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, and other health care institution care provider, or any such institution, is free to refuse to provide direct or indirect medical assistance in dying. 7.2, the medical practitioner, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, or other healthcare institution care provider, or any such institution, shall be deprived of any benefit or be subject to any obligation or sanction under any law of the Parliament of Canada solely by reason of their exercise in respect of medical assistance in dying, of the freedom of conscience and religion guaranteed under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, or the expression of their beliefs in respect of medical assistance in dying based on that guaranteed freedom.
May, seconded by Mr. Thériault, moves that Bill C-14 in Clause 9.1 be amended by replacing line 22 on page 13 with the following: health no later than 45 days after the day. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for your thoughtful ruling and your recognition that this is indeed an historic event and, as you said, a generational issue. I, in motion 1, would have suggested that we delete Clause 3 of the bill, which, of course, is one of the central features of it. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court's ruling in the Carter case was a watershed moment for many Canadians, especially those who had fought so long to have their suffering recognized and their autonomy respected. I was proud to support the principle of Bill C-14 during second reading. I did so thinking of Sue Rodriguez of Victoria, Gloria Taylor, and Kay Carter, and of all of the others who paved the way for the rights and suffering of Canadians to be recognized by the Supreme Court and by Parliament. But while I was proud to support this bill in principle, at the time I raised serious concerns about particular provisions in it. Still, I was optimistic that these concerns would be resolved and the bill improved by hearing from experts and making the necessary amendments in committee. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, that was not to be done. The first day of consideration in the Justice Committee ended without a single opposition amendment accepted by the Liberal majority. By the end of the week, after more than 100 amendments were proposed, just 16 were accepted. Of course, I'm pleased that my amendment was accepted to strengthen the government's commitment to providing more Canadians with palliative care, mental health supports, better services for patients with Alzheimer's and dementia, and culturally appropriate services for Indigenous patients. And I thank my colleagues from all parties for supporting my amendments to that end. But many of the handful of changes at committee were simply minor technical changes. Along with members from several parties, I offered solution to the glaring flaw in this bill, the elephant in the room, if you will, Mr. Speaker, namely the fact that it simply does not square with the Supreme Court's ruling. I proposed using the exact words of the Supreme Court to determine eligibility. That was, of course, one of the main recommendations of the special House-Senate Joint Committee that addressed this bill. Sadly, all of these proposals were rejected. it became clear that the government had no interest in changing the central feature of this bill. So does their bill square with the Supreme Court decision in Carter? The answer is clearly no. The Supreme Court declared the two laws that prevented medical assistance in dying, and I quote, void insofar as they prohibit physician-assisted death for a competent adult who clearly consents to the determination of his or her life, has a grievous and irremediable medical condition, including an illness, disease, or disability, that causes enduring suffering that is intolerable to the individual in the circumstances of his or her condition, close quote. That language defined, if you will, Madam Speaker, the circumference set out by our highest court as to who has the rights to physician-assisted dying. Outside of that circle, there remains, of course, a total ban on assistance in dying. Mature minors, those who have lost or never had the capacity to give legal informed consent, those with solely psychiatric conditions, those with merely minor medical conditions, they were never eligible in the Supreme Court decision. But within the circle are all consenting competent adults with a, quote, grievous and irremediable illness, disease, or disability that causes enduring and intolerable suffering. But this bill, Madam Speaker, erases the circle set by the Supreme Court and draws a much smaller circle within it, covering only those nearing the end of life and facing what is called reasonably foreseeable natural death, a phrase which just recently the Quebec Collège des Médecins called incomprehensible from a medical perspective. A lawyer representing the BC Civil Liberties Association at the court hearing said this to the Justice Committee, and I quote, Bill C-14 cuts the heart out of our victory in the Carter case. By adding an end-of-life requirement onto the court's ruling, C-14 would revoke the right to choose from an entire class of competent adult Canadians. That group is everyone suffering intolerably from an irremediable but non-fatal condition. I have constituents in my riding who fall into that outer ring, beyond the circle of rights recognized by the government, people who are suffering, who saw their suffering recognized by the Supreme Court, and who cannot, for the life of them, understand why this government now insists on removing their rights to choose this option. So what justification has the government offered for this disturbing decision? At the House and Senate Committee, and again at the Justice Committee, some argued we cannot afford to expand the circle of compassion, that the Supreme Court ruling cannot be obeyed in full, that not all those who were granted rights in Carter can see those rights upheld because to do so would pose an unacceptable risk to vulnerable persons. These are important arguments, but they are not new. In fact, they were advanced ably and in great detail before the Supreme Court of Canada. Here's what the court wrote. At trial, the Crown went into some detail about the risks associated with the legalization of physician-assisted dying. In its view, there are many possible sources of error. Essentially, the Crown argues that there is no reliable way to identify those who are vulnerable and those who are not. As a result, it says, a blanket prohibition is necessary. And I emphasize this quote, the evidence accepted by the trial judge does not support this argument. The trial judge found that it was feasible for properly qualified and experienced physicians to reliably assess patient competence and voluntariness, and that coercion, undue influence, and ambivalence could all be reliably assessed. As to the risk to vulnerable populations, such as the elderly and disabled, the trial judge found that there was no evidence from permissive jurisdictions that people with disabilities are at a heightened risk of accessing physician-assisted dying. No evidence of inordinate impact on socially vulnerable populations in the permissive jurisdiction, and no compelling evidence that a permissive regime in Canada would result in a practical slippery slope. Madam Speaker, that was the conclusion of the Supreme Court after considering the evidence and arguments raised in Carter. The very same evidence and argument that were advanced at the joint House and Senate Committee, which I was honored to serve on, and in the Justice Committee just last week. After considering that evidence and those arguments, the court issued their ruling in Carter, establishing the right to choose medical assistance in dying for everyone inside a carefully measured circle of eligibility. So quite simply, Madam Speaker, there was a large circle of eligibility. This government has chosen within that circle to define a smaller class. They simply cannot do that. If we believe in the rule of law, if we believe in the fact that the Supreme Court should be listened to in this case. So I simply, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, cannot support moving any further with a bill that would revoke from an entire class of competent adult Canadians rights granted to them by the Supreme Court of Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for Victoria for his passionate remarks. It's been a great pleasure serving with him on the Justice Committee, and I always appreciate his intellect. The amendment that the honourable member is putting forward would strike Section 3 from the bill. However, if I look at Section 2, all of the exceptions in Section 2 relate to exceptions that are set out in Section 241.2, which is set out in Section 3 of the bill. So effectively, by removing Section 3 of the bill, Section 2 of the bill, all of the exceptions disappear from Section 2 of the bill because they're all found in Section 3 of the bill. While I understand the honourable member's desire to create a greater class of people, can he sort of explain to me how the rest of the bill can continue to exist since all of the references in all of the remaining sections of the bill relate back to Section 3?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I thank my honourable friend and the chair of the Justice Committee, who did, if I may say so, an excellent job in herding cats during the exercise that we were part of, and a very difficult exercise at that. As the honourable member will know, the constraints imposed upon members at report stage are very stringent, and as a consequence, the only way that we could bring this problem to the courts, to the attention of the Parliament, was to ask that Clause 3 be deleted. We would, of course, wish that the bill could be redrafted to deal with the very practical problems that my friend raised, and I do hope that we can go ahead and do that in this chamber. The fundamental point remains, Madam Speaker, that Clause 3 contains the essence of Parliament's proposed response to the Carter case, and that response is simply inadequate and, with great respect, unconstitutional.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his hard work on this bill all along, and including coming to my constituency and sharing his knowledge from the experience on the Special Committee and in the Justice Committee. One of the big concerns in my constituency, Madam Speaker, has been the inability to give a direction in advance. And I wonder if the member could speak to that, the fact that this bill does not allow for giving directions in advance, so that when you become incapable of doing that, your wishes will be fulfilled.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would very much like to thank my colleague and friend from Edmonton Strathcona. It was a pleasure to be in her riding to talk about this with hundreds of passionate Canadians who were frankly surprised that there was no willingness on the part of the government to consider advanced directives in Bill C-14. So since I spoke in Edmonton, I ended up moving that there be amendments specifically to provide that kind of advanced request, as so many witnesses had proposed. But every single Liberal on the committee voted against that change. I think Canadians are demanding it. I get more letters and calls about this issue than any other deficiency in the bill. I'm hoping that the review that's proposed in the legislation will eventually take us there, because I know Canadians are demanding it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. However, there's one principle on which we fundamentally disagree, and that is the issue of safeguards for vulnerable people. Madam Speaker, I've had the privilege of working on behalf of many vulnerable groups over the last 10 years, as I'm sure my colleague has. But for my colleague to suggest that other jurisdictions have not had a problem with vulnerable persons being at risk to the physician-assisted suicide regime is simply untrue. Madam Speaker, the committee heard from witnesses from other jurisdictions, in fact, from people who had been part of administrations where the physician-assisted suicide situation has been implemented, and they clearly warned us about the slippery slope that will happen when this door is open. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like my colleague to confirm that there were many witnesses that actually did warn the committee about the fact that other jurisdictions have faced a problem in this area. Thank you, ma'am.
The honourable member for Victoria, brief answer, please.
Thank you very much. That was exactly, of course, the evidence that the Supreme Court heard. The trial court heard voluminous testimony about that and concluded that safeguards could be properly built in within their judgment. In addition to that, Bill C-14 lists many additional safeguards that are provided, and I'm comfortable with the result that has been achieved. I am not comfortable, however, that we're taking away the rights of so many Canadians that were achieved at great expense and difficulty in the Supreme Court decision in Carter.
We have a point of order from the member for Edmonton Centre.
Madam Speaker, if you seek it, I hope you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be deemed to have been read a second time, referred to a committee of the whole, and reported to the House without amendment, concurred in at report stage, read a third time, and passed. Madame la Présidente, si vous le demandez.
Madam Speaker, if you seek it, I hope that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Human Rights Act and the Criminal Code, be deemed read a second time, sent to Committee of the Whole, and be deemed studied and reported back without amendment to the House, passed at report stage, read a third time, and passed. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has, as there is there's no consent, so the motion is deemed rejected. Resuming debate.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise on this very important subject. And we've had a chance in I would say, a fairly limited way, but nonetheless, to some extent, had that chance to debate the larger philosophical questions in this legislation. But I want to be very surgical in my comments today, no pun intended. We've got some important amendments before us, amendments that I think reflect good faith efforts by opposition members to try and improve legislation. Whether or not we agree with it, there are some important steps we can take to substantially improve this legislation and try and make it better. So we had amendments come forward at committee. I had a pleasure of getting 3 of my proposed amendments passed, but on relatively limited aspects of the legislation. So I'm moving today what I think are 4 substantive important amendments that improve the legislation. I think they're amendments that members should be able to agree on regardless. Oh.
Got it. Sorry. So I just want to remind the honourable members that there are no pictures to be taken in the House. If the member did take pictures in the House, I will recommend that you delete them immediately and that you abide by the rules of the House, which is no photos are to be taken in the House of Commons. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been quite the day on the procedural front here, but I appreciate the opportunity to get back to a subject that is just too important to be waylaid by these sorts of things. I mentioned 4 substantive amendments that I proposed. These are amendments that I think all members should be able to take a serious look at, and hopefully many even on the government side will agree with. And I'll tell you very clearly the purpose of these amendments. These amendments do not restrict access to something which the Supreme Court has deemed that we must give access to. Indeed, these amendments provide greater shape and substance to the value of autonomy, which is supposed to be the basis of this legislation. They give meaning to that. They give effect to that. And I'll just mention that 3 out of 4 of these amendments don't even change the eligibility criteria. And what do I mean, though, by saying that this gives added substance to autonomy? Well, for an individual to have autonomy, to effectively express that autonomy, the individual needs to have information about the choices they're making. How can you make an autonomous choice if you don't have information about which you're supposed to be making that choice? That needs to include information about the impact of a choice, and then also about the alternatives that are available to an individual. Autonomy also requires some opportunity or space for meaningful deliberation based on that information. What I'm asking for in these amendments is not, in 3 out of 4 of them, not even a change to the eligibility criteria, but simply protection of that value of autonomy, assurance that individuals get the information they need, assurance that we won't have people who don't consent pushed into this, assurance that people who don't meet the criteria won't have their lives taken. Because the court asked us here to develop a system of safeguards that would ensure that people who were vulnerable were not put at risk, that people who didn't consent did not, in fact, lose their lives in a medical environment. Safeguards to ensure that people still feel safe in a medical environment, that they didn't have to worry about going to a hospital and losing their life without consenting to it. We need these safeguards in place, and these amendments do the job that the court asked us to do. They provide those safeguards. They protect the autonomy of individuals involved. So I hope members will take a serious look at all 4 of these. The first one, number 3 on the order paper, says that prior to making the request, someone must have consulted a medical practitioner specifically regarding palliative care options and be informed of a full range of options. Now, this can be part of the pre-existing consultation with a physician. There's no need for this to require additional time. And this consultation, as I mentioned in committee, it could happen with someone over the phone. There's no need, even requirement here, for an in-person consultation. This I see as an amendment that is really the minimum of the minimum. But it does require that somebody gets information about palliative care options before they receive euthanasia or assisted suicide. That a person who expresses interest in the option of euthanasia or assisted suicide at least first has someone say, well, there's an alternative. This is what the alternative looks like. This is what's available in your area. Now you have an option to choose between that robust, well-explained alternative of palliative care and also the option of physician-assisted suicide or euthanasia. I don't see why members would have any objection to this amendment. It does not add any hoops to jump through. It's simply an assurance that patients will receive information about their alternatives. And indeed, it cuts to the core of what autonomy is supposed to be about people having the information to make meaningful, understood choices between different kinds of alternatives. And it's interesting hearing members talk about their personal experiences around this issue, that people talk about pain having been totally unmanageable in a particular case. When, in fact, the pain may have actually been manageable, but the person didn't get good information. They didn't have access to the palliative care or the pain management they need. And it's always unfortunate when I hear that said, because this speaks to people not getting the information they need about palliative care, about pain management. So let's do the minimum on that amendment. Let's make sure people get information about palliative care options. I don't think that's too much to ask, and I think it would show the goodwill of the House to look at an amendment like that in a serious way. The second amendment I have is number 7 on the order paper. It adds a requirement of imminent natural death. And this is the only one of my 4 amendments that does inform the eligibility criteria, but I think it's an important change. Reasonably foreseeable is, of course, very ambiguous language. The use of the word terminal provides some greater degree of clarity. Yes, this is very much constitutional. We have the right as Parliament to define the contours of an exception to the criminal code. As the Justice Minister herself has said, identifying the purpose of the law can alter the Charter interpretation, and courts have said they would show deference. You know, I think there is a need, Madam Speaker, to proceed conservatively at the outset on an issue like this, and there's always the opportunity to study going further. But most Canadians, I think, when they think about this issue, they're thinking in terms of terminal. This is consistent with the Quebec experience, 7 years of study, a great deal of deliberation in the Quebec context. The conclusion was, after much debate there, that terminal was the best way to go. And we would be unwise in a few months to rush to a very different conclusion than Quebec made after years and years of deliberation, at least to go in a further direction than they did, because they had much more time to think about it. Describing this legislation in a clearly terminal context, I think, provides greater protection from the concerns that the member for Winnipeg Centre and others have raised about this leading to some degree of suicide contagion. If we clearly define this legislation as applying to a limited population in a limited situation, I think we have to worry relatively less so about how this may lead to some degree of suicide contagion in the rest of society. So I hope members will take a good look at that amendment as well. The third amendment that I'm proposing is on the order paper as number 12, and it's a requirement for self-administration in cases where an individual is able to self-administer. This means that assisted suicide will be the default as opposed to euthanasia in the event that an individual can. Now, this does not limit anyone's access to euthanasia or assisted suicide. Everybody who had access before this amendment will have access after. But it ensures consent. It ensures contemporaneous consent. It means that an individual who is in need of, or who is seeking this service really is consenting at the moment they do it, and there is really no better way of doing it. This again, adds substance to this idea of autonomy. It makes for really good individual rationality in terms of the individual making the decision, doing it to themselves right at that moment. This is a good safeguard in terms of ensuring contemporaneous consent, but I think it also has other benefits. It has the potential to help address the access issue, because doctors in some cases may be more comfortable assisting but not providing than they would be actually providing. So it's a safeguard that provides some additional benefits as well. There's no negative access implications. There's no harm of that provision. And the final provision I proposed is around advance review. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, is the safeguards that are so-called safeguards in this legislation are just no good unless someone's checking them. We have a requirement for 2 doctors and 2 witnesses, but a person could shop around. These 4 people could be anybody. They could be the same 4 people approving it for different Canadians across the country. So I have put forward a proposal for a relatively minimal advance review process. It would be up to the provinces to designate that process. They could simply say that a lawyer had to sign off if the legal criteria were met, or they could have a judge do it. But there's provisions for the province to have choice within that context. But there has to be an advance review. There has to be somebody checking, because if nobody's checking, then what good are the safeguards? What's the point of having any requirement at all if you don't have someone with the legal competency to understand what those safeguards are and to compare those safeguards to a situation? This is a complex legal situation. It requires some kind of competent legal authority. So I think these 4 amendments are modest amendments. They're surgical amendments. They protect the value of autonomy, and I hope all members, including members of the government, will take a serious look at them and consider supporting them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the comments of my friend, and I know that at the Justice Committee, of which I'm a member, we heard the same arguments. Obviously, in the debate here that we have with the competing motions that are before the House to amend the bill, we know that there's some that would suggest the bill goes too far and some that would suggest the bill doesn't go far enough. And we're hearing that over and over. One of the things, though, that I would like to ask the honourable member is with regard to his change in motion number 7, which would basically change the word to imminent natural death being required. He says it's clearly constitutional that wording would be acceptable by the court because Parliament has the ability to do that. Now, of course, we have a Charter of Rights in this country, and Parliament is subject to the rights as enunciated by the court. What I'm wondering, of course, is the words imminent. Does he believe that the appellants who were the subject of the appeal in Carter, Kay Carter and Gloria Taylor, would have been protected or would have been able to get medical assistance in dying using the word imminent?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just comment on a number of the different comments the member made. And I appreciated his contribution at the Justice Committee, although I didn't always agree with the things he said there. With respect to, some members want to go further, some members think this doesn't go far enough, some want it to pull back. I'll just say this. I think there are some ways we can improve this legislation that add clarity, that add safeguards, that should have a substantial degree of consensus. The amendments I propose are not, in the main, about limiting eligibility. They're about providing safeguards to ensure a more robust and protected concept of autonomy. Now, the amendment he referred to about terminal is an exception to that, and it's one that I think is still important. But the other three are very much focused on simply providing safeguards to ensure that those who receive this service have actually properly consented and have understood exactly what their options are in the context of that. Now,
your questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fully agree with my colleague about the importance of having palliative care. I worked in community care for a large part of my career. There are a lot of people with hardship, vulnerable people. These are people I really care about. But my colleague, and he knows this because we sat together, a number of witnesses said that not everyone who's ill or has a disability is vulnerable. That's treating them like children to make an assumption like that. Many of them are able to give a free and enlightened consent. So every time I hear this, I get the impression that everyone who's sick or has a disability is somehow vulnerable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly haven't ever said, or certainly didn't mean to imply that every individual who may have a disability is vulnerable, and certainly wouldn't be vulnerable in the same sense. And there can be different degrees of vulnerability that can affect all of us. But what I'm trying to do with these amendments is simply protect autonomy, ensure that everybody has the information they need about the alternatives. And some people may have that information already. But some people may not, and that's why you need these safeguards. If I have time, I want to briefly go back to comment on the previous question because I didn't get to answer the second part of it. The member argued that an imminent requirement might not be constitutional. I'll just say this. In the Quebec experience, the Quebec bill has a requirement of imminence, and the Supreme Court, in their extension, they said, the new provisions we're putting in place with respect to the extension don't apply to Quebec because Quebec already has a law in place, which I think would strongly suggest that in the view of the court, the Quebec model, which has a requirement for imminence, is constitutional, which would allow us to follow that model. What I'm suggesting in this amendment is simply to a greater extent align the federal legislation with the Quebec legislation, which we already have a sense at least is constitutional. But I think there's some other points that could be made in defense of that, namely that the court said in their decision that they would show a substantial degree of deference towards Parliament.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to rise on Bill C-14 at report stage. I have brought forward 3 amendments, 2 of which are related. 4 and 9 on the order paper relate to requiring someone with an underlying mental health condition to undertake a psychiatric assessment to determine capacity to consent. And number 14 on the order paper deals with conscience protections, ensuring that the conscience rights of health professionals and healthcare institutions are respected. I will get in a little more detail momentarily with regards to both of those amendments. Let me just say at the outset that however short or long my parliamentary tenure proves to be, Bill C-14, I have little doubt, will be one of the most important votes that I cast. And I believe that that is true for all honourable members in this House, because we are talking about a bill that will impact the lives of Canadians not just for years to come, but likely decades to come. And so, having regard for the gravity of the decision before us, I have spent a lot of time reflecting on what is the right thing to do. And, Madam Speaker, at the present time, I am still reflecting. One of the shortcomings of Bill C-14 at second reading was the absence of conscience protections. I am pleased that now that the legislation has gone through committee, there has been movement in the right direction when it comes to protecting conscience rights of healthcare professionals. More specifically, Bill C-14 provides that no individual is obliged to provide or assist in providing physician-assisted dying. Additionally to that, the preamble has been amended to expressly recognize Section 2 freedom of religion and freedom of conscience under the Charter. And I want to thank the honourable member for Victoria for his leadership in moving those amendments at committee in close cooperation with myself as well as the honourable member for West Nova. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the chair of the Justice Committee, the honourable member for Mount Royal, for his hard work and the collaborative approach that he took as chair of the Justice Committee, which resulted in an important improvement in the legislation. Now, Madam Speaker, with respect, I still believe that there is still work to do when it comes to conscience protections. I believe that it is important that not only healthcare professionals, but also healthcare institutions have their charter rights, have appropriate conscience protections in place. And that is what my amendment would seek to do to ensure that everyone's charter rights are respected. I would note, Madam Speaker, that Madam Justice McLaughlin and Mr. Justice Moldaver at paragraph 94 of the Loyola decision recognized that the individual and collective aspects of Section 2 charter rights are intertwined. Now, with respect to the other two amendments that I have brought forward, one of the concerns that I have is the fact that in the legislation, any two physicians or any two nurse practitioners can determine whether or not a patient satisfies the criteria for physician-assisted dying. The problem with that is that not every physician and not every nurse practitioner has the training and experience to determine capacity to consent when an underlying mental health challenge is present in a patient. The clear evidence before the Special Joint Committee, of which I was a co-vice chair, as well as the Justice Committee, of which I am a member, was that someone with more specialized training, namely a psychiatrist, is required to undertake what is, quite frankly, a complex analysis in many cases. So what my amendment would simply do is provide that anyone who has an underlying mental health challenge be referred to a psychiatrist for a psychiatric assessment to determine their capacity to consent. It is a simple amendment. It is a straightforward amendment. It is a much-needed amendment. Madam Speaker, we simply cannot allow persons with mental illness to fall through the cracks. We cannot allow that to happen as parliamentarians. And I believe that one way we can mitigate that from happening is to pass this very important amendment. And so let me say, when I look at Bill C-14 and look at the legislation in its totality, what I see is a bill that contains many important safeguards, and those safeguards ought not be minimized or dismissed. They are there, they are real, and they are serious. But at the same time, it falls short when it comes to protecting the most vulnerable of the vulnerable, namely persons with mental illness. I see a bill that moves in the right direction when it comes to protecting conscience rights of health professionals, but still falls short when it comes to health care institutions. Bill C-14 is an imperfect bill. It's not a bad bill, but it is a bill that I believe can be improved upon. And so, as I reflect, I must ask myself whether I support a bill that is an imperfect bill, or do I vote against an imperfect bill, having regard for the consequences that would follow in the absence of legislation being passed when the expiration of the declaration on the stay of constitutional invalidity expires on June the 6th. And so what I can say, Madam Speaker, in closing is that I will continue to reflect, and what I am hopeful of is that some of the gaps in Bill C-14 can be closed. And what's more, I'm hopeful that all honourable members from all sides of the House can work together collaboratively and in a spirit of good faith to try to do the best we can to make this bill the best that it can possibly be in the circumstances. Madam Speaker, we owe that to patients, we owe it to physicians and health professionals, we owe it to the vulnerable, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, we owe it to Canadians. Thank you.
Point of order from the member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, I would just like to get an assurance from, I believe it was the member for Halifax earlier, that he has indeed erased a photo that he had taken in the House. And as we know, taking photos in this chamber is not allowed unless authorized, and any unauthorized photography amounts to a breach of member's privilege. And if he can't assure through you, Madam Speaker, that he has indeed erased a photo, I'll be prepared to return to the House with further comments on the matter.
On the same point of order?
Madam Speaker, on the same point of order, I know it was about 6 months or a number of months ago in which I had stood on the same point of order where there was a picture that was taken from the government benches over to the opposition. At the time, it was advised that the member would not, or did not take pictures, and it was taken at person's word. The member in question had indicated that he was going to be deleting the picture in question, and I think that out of respect for the member's integrity that we accept that as being done, and we leave it at this point. Members, especially newer members, might not necessarily be as familiar with the rule, and I think by you raising it, Madam Speaker, and being talked about earlier, that it should be put to rest at that.
I really appreciate the input that has been provided to me. There is follow-up being done, and as I've indicated, and as the parliamentary secretary indicated, is that I did ask the member to delete the photos. There are no pictures to be taken in the House of Commons while the House is sitting, and we generally take the members at their word to act on the direction that has been provided to them. On that note, as I said, there is other follow-up being done with the member for Halifax, and should it be required, I will get back to the member for Calgary-Shepherd with further response. Resuming, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton St. Albert for his thoughtful contribution to the debate, and also for the substantial work that he's done both on the Special Joint Committee and at the Justice Committee. He's a standing example that while we may disagree, we need not be disagreeable. He finished his speech with an indication that he's reflecting and that he's struggling a bit with how he's going to vote on this, and struggling with the possibility of there being no law if those that are like him wavering as to whether or not to pass what they see as an imperfect law. Given his substantial experience in the debate, both here on the floor and before both committees, I would invite him to elaborate on the consequences of this law being defeated and us having no law on June the 6th.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for that question. Let me say that it is, I believe, important that Parliament respond legislatively by the June 6th deadline. If legislation is not passed, there will be a vacuum. And as a result of that vacuum, there will be no certainty for patients, no certainty for physicians, and no protections for the vulnerable. What we would have likely is the colleges, for example, stepping in, but we would have a patchwork across Canada. What we need is consistency. Now, what I would say is if the legislation cannot be passed before June 6, I think it also is incumbent upon the Minister of Justice, if necessary, to take the step of applying to the Supreme Court and asking for a further extension so that we can get a law passed. It's absolutely essential, it's absolutely imperative that there not be a legislative vacuum.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton for a very thoughtful presentation and for the spirit of good faith and collaboration he spoke about. He demonstrated that in committees, which I had the pleasure to serve with him on, and he demonstrated that in his speech today. My question is about the first of his amendment, the amendment dealing with conscience protection, where he spoke of the need to protect institutional conscience protection. And we've differed on whether bricks and mortar really do have a conscience. But the question is, with the changes that were made in committee, namely the clarification that nothing in this law compels an individual to provide or assist in providing medical assistance in dying, and the reference in the preamble to the protection under the Charter of Conscience and Religious Rights, would you be satisfied, except for the issue of, through you, Madam Speaker, would the member be satisfied with the conscience protections regime that we have crafted, subject, of course, to that one issue of institutional protection?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Victoria for that question. I believe that the amendments that were passed at committee go a long way in the right direction towards protecting the conscience rights of health care professionals. At the same time, I believe that the amendment that I am proposing in some respects tightens that up a little bit and then extends, of course, to protecting healthcare institutions. I think that it adds to the amendment that was passed at committee.
Time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Acknowledgement of my colleagues' hard work on both the Joint Committee and on the Committee of Justice. There's no question that he has a grasp of this topic, probably beyond many of us or most of us in this House. I just want to ask him again just to comment on the issue of standing up for specific protection for those who might have underlying psychiatric issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief answer from the member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga. I would just reiterate that there perhaps is no one group that is more vulnerable than persons with mental illness. And what we need to be certain of is that those who have mental illness, who may seek physician-assisted dying because they have an underlying physical condition that is grievous and irremediable, have the capacity to consent. One of the clear parameters set out by the Supreme Court is that an individual must clearly give their consent. What we need to do is make sure that we have the appropriate safeguards for those people who are particularly vulnerable, and I think that my amendment does just that.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Saskatoon.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West, Housing. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Magog, Canadian Border Services Agency, and the Honourable Member for Burnaby South, Statistics Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and from the outset, as I did in the past, I wanted to thank all participants in this debate who are showing respect, irreproachable respect for people who are afflicted with grievous and irremediable illness. As I said, however, it's not because we wanted to, we are well-intentioned that we are doing well, and we can't claim that we are doing what we should be when we impact someone's ability to determine issues for themselves. And this is one of the important issues that we're raising, Madam Speaker, because by changing 241D, all discussions we had on predictable natural death, well, in fact, what we're doing by making that change is complying with the Carter decision. If a person is in a situation where they are affected or have a serious, irremediable medical condition that causes ongoing suffering that are intolerable in that person's situation and that cannot be dealt with otherwise, which is the subject of our Second Amendment, we can't claim that we are not affecting that person's right to decide for him or herself. Now, as I heard colleagues earlier in the Conservative Party talk about harmonizing this bill with the Quebec bill. Well, what they're omitting to point out is that the Quebec legislation did not include a mandate to cover one of the dimensions that was necessary under Carter, which covered assisted suicide. So we need to make a distinction between the end of one's life, which the Quebec legislation situated as part of a continuum of care and palliative care. Under palliative care, with good care, there can be a request for assistance in dying. It's irreversible in that case, and the issue that arises under Carter is what do we do with people who are in a terminal phase of an illness or disease but are not there, and that is the issue that needed to be answered. Now, this government, by continuing to want to maintain within the bill the criteria with respect to predictable natural death, what the government is doing is not complying with Carter, and I'm not alone in saying that. The Quebec Bar has said that. The lawyer who pleaded the Carter case stated the same thing, and they won. The legal counsel said that Carter would not have had access to medical assistance in dying under these definitions with respect to natural death, unless, as some have had to do recently, they would have to undertake a hunger strike and then end up in a situation where natural death is inevitable. Or they would have to go as far as the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court, or there's one, in fact, that's what he's doing. But this is what the government is doing, saying that someone with a grievous and irremediable medical condition will have to go to the Supreme Court to win, because it's clear, in fact, that this bill in its current form, with its current wording, does not respect what was said in the decision. The decision stated that Section 7, which includes right to life, right to freedom, and right to security of the person, if those three rights are breached or violated or infringed upon by a total prohibition, they are then also infringed upon by this notion of predictable natural death. Why? Because the Supreme Court stated that the right to life is being breached because a person is being forced to commit suicide prematurely rather than to wait for a situation where life is intolerable because suffering is intolerable. And this legislation does not respond to that. And that is why the bill will be deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And many people are certain that that will be the case. So why then is the government so bent on maintaining that provision? Now, we saw the legislators in the 70s when they dealt with the issue of abortion, and we saw in 88 in the Morgentaler decision what the Supreme Court said. And we're going to see a repetition of that here with this bill. When legislation proposes exceptions, disculpatory measures for provisions with respect to the fundamental rights, well, that must truly be accessible, not illusory. So removing from a person the ability to make a decision for him or herself, because no one here can have to compare one life to another. That's not what we're talking about here. No one can make a decision for a patient what his or her quality of life is. In this bill, there is an infringement because it's an attempt to measure death, if you will, based on a criteria that is predictability. Now, under Carter, unless there was discrimination based on age, there wasn't a predictable natural death. And so that's the danger with this bill. The danger is that either the person will have to go on a hunger strike, which is inhumane, or will have to suffer intolerably regardless of their age, be they 42 or 72. Anyone who is facing a degenerative illness, suffering from a degenerative disease, and does not want to die, what they don't want is for someone else to decide what is acceptable for them. So then why, during the lifespan of an individual, where self-determination is respected in a situation of emergency situation, for example, at a hospital, a consent form informed consent form needs to be signed. So why is it then at the most intimate time of one's life, when they are facing death, when the person is facing his or her own death, in the name of common good, is there some neighbor who wants to die in his or her place? Why do we withdraw that right to make the decision at a time when that person is the most fragile and vulnerable? That is what the Liberal Party is agreeing to, because it doesn't have the courage, the political courage, to comply with the commitments of the Carter decision. It doesn't have the political courage to make a decision on this issue. We're going to end up with a democracy based on or determined by judges. It's not up to the Supreme Court to make legislation here. It's Parliament's responsibility. It's the responsibility of each and every one of us here in this House, on the basis of fundamental principles of justice. This principle of fundamental justice, under Section 7 of the Act, is the one that stipulates that measures cannot or that must be accessible. In reality and in fact. Now, if people vote against those two amendments, the bill will not comply with the conditions that I've just outlined. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Mont-Royal. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his comments and contribution to the Justice Committee. I have greatly appreciated his contribution. Madam Speaker, the honourable member has said on many occasions that the proposed bill does not comply with the conditions set out in Carter. He was at our committee on many occasions, and we heard from a great number of witnesses, medical experts, legal experts, who said the opposite. And, Madam Speaker, we understand that there are always risks that a legislation will be deemed unconstitutional. In my view, this does comply with Carter. I would ask the honourable member opposite if he recognizes and acknowledges that many legal experts appeared before our committee, experts from the Canadian Medical Association, who were in favour of the wording with respect to this definition of natural death that has become foreseeable, imminent natural death. Madam Speaker, what I heard when witnesses appeared before the committee were people who were confusing concepts, confusing the Quebec legislation and what was called for in the Supreme Court decision. Conservative colleagues, with their notion of imminent death, natural death, are confusing those two matters. The Canadian Medical Association is doing the same. Everyone is considering the Quebec legislation well balanced. Yes, it is for end-of-life care. And it's a solid piece of legislation. It's been in place for many years, but it doesn't cover the issue of assisted suicide. That legislation in Quebec, it does not cover what has been outlined in the Carter decision. And as a result, in my view, we need to respect the Supreme Court decision and the criteria included in it. The criteria in that decision are not reflected in this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague's presentation. I have noted that he has expertise in this delicate area of subject matter. A government representative at committee said that the lack of clarity concerning a reasonably foreseeable death was left that way to allow more people to support the bill. However, we often hear about the legal void that could exist if the bill is not passed. What's better, I would like to ask, a bill that is not clear or no law at all? The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, a bad bill is a bill that will lead to all kinds of legal challenges, and I think that that's what this bill is. If we leave this vague notion in the bill. And what's worse is that this is such a delicate problem, and it's the patient who should be at the heart of it. And what's happening here is that patients, vulnerable patients with serious, irremediable illness are going to have to carry the terrible burden of going to the Supreme Court. And it's the Supreme Court that is finally going to do the job that the Liberal Party, that the government should have done.
Questions and commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Regarding the physician's freedom of conscience, and I didn't take notice as to how my colleague voted, but I'd just like to ask him, in the context of Bill C-14 at report stage, Motion 14 calls for clear definitions of freedom of conscience. Would my colleagues support those? Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Montcalm, a brief answer, please. Yes, Madam Speaker. Freedom of conscience is not compromised by this bill. And I would say that as of the moment where a bill is voted upon, a bill that would respect the Carter decision, well, that takes into account the fact that there are adequate healthcare professionals who work with people who are in a terminal phase. Palliative care is something that didn't just appear, it's something that we have had to put in place over time. And there are doctors who in the past have tried to cure when they should have been working on palliative care instead.
Honourable member for Sandwich. Oh, resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is an honour to be able to rise at report stage, and I appreciate the decision of the Speaker to recognize that if there was ever a time for exceptional circumstances and exceptions under our Standing Order 76 sub 1 sub 5, this is such an occasion. And his use, Mr. Speaker, the use of the Madam Speaker of the exceptional circumstances here to allow a real opportunity at report stage to improve the bill. This is not a fake debate about amendments that have no hope. It is my profound hope that the amendments before the House now, as we debate this at report stage, with a free vote, with every member allowed to weigh in, we can yet improve this legislation to the point where I think the vast majority of us will be comfortable voting for it with amendments. As it is right now, I don't know if this bill can pass this House in its current state. So let me just go back for a moment for context, because I do think context and empathy are important on all sides of the House. This bill, C-14, is the direct result of the Supreme Court of Canada's unanimous decision in February 2015 to accept that certain provisions of the Criminal Code violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms insofar as they affect people who are suffering from grievous and irremediable medical conditions and wish to have the right to choose their own time and way of dying. As the court wrote at the time, an individual's choice about the end of her life is entitled to respect. So there's not been, I can't imagine, certainly in my time in Parliament, there's not been a bill that's more difficult to talk about, that touches on aspects of our own personal principles, faith, beliefs, rights, and politics, all wrapped up in a charter decision. It's been difficult to talk about, but I think it's been approached on all sides with appropriate respect. And as my colleague just mentioned, the chair of the Justice Committee, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal, did an exceptional job in steering through the many amendments that were reviewed in committee. But not enough of those amendments were accepted to make the bill acceptable. Let me go through why I don't think I can vote for the bill without amendments. It's not about what I think. It's not about, Madam Speaker, whether I think the bill is satisfactory. I think everyone on all sides of the House, including government members, admit that it's flawed. It's not quite what one would want compared to, for instance, the exceptional report of the committee that guided the government, the joint committee report of the House and Senate on how to respond to the Carter decision. This bill falls short. But that's not the basis on which I can't vote for it now. And it's not my opinions. Our challenge as parliamentarians is to ensure that whatever we pass meets the standards set out for us by the Supreme Court of Canada in assessing what was it about the status quo that made the situation for Kay Carter one that was not merely unfair, but a violation of her charter rights. That's the key question here. There's a level of provision for medically assisted dying below which government legislation can't sink. And that bar, that line, is charter rights. as set out by the Supreme Court of Canada. So I wanted to comment and focus a bit on this question as set by the court, and individual's choice about the end of her life is entitled to respect. I suppose we could wish that the court now used the female pronoun and intended it generically, as we've heard the male pronoun used throughout our lives to be used generically. But I think it can be inferred that the Supreme Court of Canada, using the female pronoun, is talking about the plaintiff before them. They're talking about Kay Carter. And would Kay Carter have access under Bill C-14 to medically assisted dying? And most observers at this point that I've heard, knowledgeable observers, do not believe she would. That, to me, is the crux of the debate, which means that her charter rights would still be infringed even after we pass C-14, as it's currently written. And this is why Kay Carter wasn't about to die from her illness. She had a spinal stenosis that would not kill her. And I want to refer to specifically the way Jocelyn Downey, professor of both law and medicine at Dalhousie University, described it. And in her view, that C-14 is unconstitutional. I just want to read this excerpt from Professor Downey. Quote, "There was no evidence on the record before the court that Kay Carter's death was reasonably foreseeable in any temporally proximate way. In fact, it was just the opposite. To pick but one of many possible examples from the evidence before the court, as Kay Carter wrote in her letter to the Dignitas Clinic in Forch, Switzerland, quote, the neurologist, Dr. Cameron of North Vancouver, assessed me and I had a CAT scan and MRI done. From these tests, he told me that I had an ongoing, slow deterioration of the nerves that would never kill me, but eventually would reduce me to lie flat in a bed and never move," close quote. In other words, Kay Carter would not fit the definition within the bill, the requirement that to be grievous and irremediably affected in a condition that would allow medically assisted death would be a death that was reasonably foreseeable. Now, that clearly suggests, although the language is somewhat vague, that this government's bill, C-14, requires that a person to be grievous and irremediable within the meanings of the Act to access medically assisted dying has to be in a terminal state. The court, in its unanimous decision, may have left, for those who are hoping to find a loophole, some ambiguity. But I don't think it's there when the fact of the case right in front of them, Kay Carter, was not in a terminal state. And beyond that, when the government went back to the court, and of course this is where I have sympathies for the current government, the Supreme Court gave a year from the date of their decision in February 2015, but the Minister of Justice wasn't sworn in until November 4th. The Prime Minister wasn't sworn in until November 4th. The time limits imposed on the new Liberal government are not of their making, and I am clearly sympathetic. But I opposed at the time going to ask the court for an extension, because deadlines such as this, given that the effect of the court's decision rendering those criminal code sections unconstitutional, I do not believe will create chaos or a situation that can't be managed. But to go back to that moment when the Government of Canada went to the Supreme Court to obtain an extension, and in this excerpt, Madam Justice Karakatsanis says clearly in questioning one of the counsel, and I'll quote her, the whole context is she's asking, I'm thinking particularly about somebody that has to be à la fin de vie, whereas in Carter, we rejected terminally ill. Let me just put it again clearly. Supreme Court of Canada Justice says, in Carter, we rejected terminally ill. That's clearly the standard for ensuring that rights are protected, is that you must not ensure that in order to access medically assisted death, the person be on the verge of death, that their death be reasonably foreseeable, even if we take reasonably foreseeable back to a year or 2 years. Kay Carter didn't have that circumstance. Another medical expert who's written about C-14 since it came forward, Professor Jesse Powerchuk, who's a clinical assistant professor of medicine at the University of British Columbia, wrote, quote, worse, The wording of the proposed law introduces significant doubt as to whether an Alzheimer's patient who is yet to lose capacity, yet is certain to, would even be eligible, since death can take years, even from the point of entering long-term nursing care. Foreseeable death and advanced state of declining capability are loaded, ambiguous clauses that seem to eliminate the charter rights of dementia patients and to put any physician carrying out their wishes in considerable legal peril. Without these amendments passing at report stage, I can't vote for C-14. In an ideal world, I would rather there was a framework of laws for doctors to follow, for nurse practitioners to follow, for a framework and consent and the forms and the witnesses and the independence and the elements of this law. But if these amendments aren't passed, I can't vote for a law that falls below the bar of what the Supreme Court says constitutes protection of charter rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honourable député de Mont-Royal.
The honourable member from Mount Royal.
Madame la Présidente, and I want to thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her incredible contribution to our Justice Committee. Even though she's not a member, we welcomed her with open arms, and she made a really great contribution, and I want to thank her for that. I understand her position related to the constitutionality of legislation. I don't agree. I'd like to read from this article by criminal law professor Hamish Stewart from the Faculty of Law of the University of Toronto and get the honourable member's comments. Professor Stewart says, in my opinion, Bill C-14 in its current form is a constitutionally permissible response to the flaws of Section 241B identified in Carter. It is, in my view, unlikely that a court will find the medically assisted dying regime created by Bill C-14 to be overbroad in Section 7 terms. But even if Bill C-14 is overbroad, it is likely justified under Section 1. And I would like to, given the court's response in Carter and the court's careful examination of Section 1 in Carter, which they previously have not done with Section 7 cases, I'd like to get the honourable member's feedback on that.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my honourable colleague, member for Mount Royal. It's not, if I was standing alone saying that I thought it was unconstitutional, I would be arrogant at the least. But when Joe Arvey, who was the counsel for Kay Carter, when the British Columbia Civil Liberties Association, co-plaintiff in the case with Kay Carter, when so many of those who have studied this, I mean, they might rely on Section 1, but I think that's a faint hope, on the facts on which the Supreme Court had in front of them in making the decision that it made, that there was a violation of Kay Carter's charter rights. They took into account her entire condition. There will be a challenge to C-14. It will be found very likely to be not charter compliant, and it falls so far short of the expectations of Canadians. I didn't have time in my 10 minutes in this speech to speak to something I spoke to at second reading, which is another disappointment that I have with this bill, is the failure to allow for advance directives. Patients across Canada, people who are suffering, have a right to expect that this Parliament will at least reflect what the Supreme Court did in its decision.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I know that she indicated at the first of her speech that this is probably one of the most fundamental issues this Parliament or any of us as parliamentarians will deal with, especially as it relates to the shifting moral ground on which we stand. But, Madam Speaker, I asked my colleague a question at second reading regarding the risk to patient-doctor relationship. And one of the concerns that I have is that the risk to the trust level between patients and doctors may be affected. And I'm wondering if my colleague would care to respond to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and my friend, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga, and I have had occasion to speak outside the chamber about this matter. I've met with a very impressive doctor of palliative medicine who raised the issue that I hadn't understood that there could be an interference. I'm comfortable to support C-14 with the amendments, and so I need to bracket my comment this way. But I do think that it's important that no patient fear going to a doctor for a misplaced fear. It's not something that the bill brings forward, but the palliative care doctor said that from his point of view, he did not want his facility to provide this service for fear that those who went in those doors would have any concern that they might be medically assisted in something to which they did not consent. I see under this law and under our society no prospect of that ever happening because the sanctions would be severe. But I do understand the issue now, which I had not when he first put the question to me.
We got time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the member for her very eloquent speech and her thoughtfulness on this bill. I've appreciated all the speeches today. I'm glad we're finally talking about the legal and charter aspects rather than emotional. I'm wondering if the member could follow up on the question by the Conservative member. What I think is wrong to say is that this bill or the Supreme Court decision represents a shift in moral ground. This bill, neither this bill or the decision of the Supreme Court in any way imposes any moral decision on anyone. It simply recognizes and upholds charter rights. And I think that's a very important difference here. I wonder if the member would like to speak to that.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, a brief response, please.
Okay, and I thank my friend from Edmonton Strathcona. This is a difficult moral question, but it's a difficult moral question for the individual who makes the decision. And so the question is, does our society recognize that individuals have the right to make their own decisions, being adults, fully competent, capable of consenting, fully aware of their options? I think it's going to be very important that people know and have access to palliative care if that's an option that eases their end-of-life decisions. But this is not losing Canada's moral courage. In fact, this is an act of moral courage.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to voice my support for Bill C-14, a significant piece of legislation that would become Canada's first national medical assistance in dying regime and would provide a thoughtful and well-considered response to the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Carter. I would first like to acknowledge the remarkable work of the members of the House of Commons Committee on Justice and Human Rights who studied Bill C-14 under some very tight time constraints and who nonetheless were able to significantly enrich our reflection and debate on this highly complex and personal issue. This is certainly a matter on which everyone's point of view deserves the utmost respect and consideration. All Justice Committee members have unquestionably demonstrated these qualities in the course of their work. Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight some areas where the work of the Justice Committee has been particularly helpful. Many stakeholders who appeared before the committee, in particular organizations representing medical professionals, expressed a great deal of concern about conscience protections for medical providers. Bill C-14, as a criminal law measure, creates exemptions from conduct that would otherwise be criminal and therefore does not compel anyone to provide medical assistance in dying in any way. However, some stakeholders urged the committee to add a specific clause that would clearly reflect, for greater certainty, their conscience rights as protected under the Charter. On the other hand, other stakeholders, such as the Barreau de Quebec and Quebec health lawyer Jean-Pierre Menard, affirmed the position previously expressed by the Justice Minister that the conscience rights of healthcare providers are matters that fall under the purview of the provinces and territories, as well as under the responsibility of medical regulatory bodies, which themselves are provincially regulated. However, I'm pleased to say that the Justice Committee carefully listened to submissions from all sides of the debate and that a motion was tabled to address this significant concern within the limits of our constitutional framework. Bill C-14 was amended in order to give a greater sense of comfort to medical professionals that nothing in Bill C-14 compels an individual to act against their deeply held beliefs. The Justice Committee should also be commended for working in a non-partisan way to make improvements to the proposed legislation. For instance, the committee amended the bill to clarify that where a person signs a written request on behalf of a patient who cannot write, they can only do so at the patient's express direction. They also amended the bill to clarify that, for the sake of professionals who provide counseling services, giving someone information about medical assistance in dying is not criminally prohibited. Although these amendments and several others do not fundamentally change the scope of Bill C-14, they should increase the level of comfort for Canadians, including healthcare providers and other professionals who may be involved. I applaud the committee for all of its efforts. We have heard countless times how challenging the issue of medical assistance in dying is, and how Canadians and organizations hold divergent views that are informed by strongly held beliefs. And I think we can all agree that this tension was most apparent during the debate over who should be eligible for medical assistance in dying in our country. Just as it was the case before the Special Joint Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying, the Justice Committee also heard a wide range of views on eligibility and on what is required to respond to the Carter ruling. At one end of the spectrum, some stakeholders continue to oppose legalization of any form of medical assistance in dying, as is still the case in most countries around the world, or propose that it be significantly narrowed. At the other end of the spectrum, some argue that Bill C-14 does not go far enough and urge Parliament to adopt one of the broadest regimes in the world, similar to ones that exist in only 3 European countries. They maintain that the eligibility criteria in Bill C-14 are too narrow, and they should also include mature minors, people suffering solely from a mental illness, and those who have lost their capacity to consent to die, but who made an advance request for medical assistance in dying. Somewhere in the middle of that spectrum, though, lies a group of stakeholders who have expressed strong support for Bill C-14 and who recognize that the bill's cautious and balanced approach is eminently justifiable, including the commitment to explore broader eligibility issues in the near future. Among that group is the Canadian Medical Association, who speaks on behalf of 83,000 physicians across Canada and who supports the adoption of Bill C-14 as it was drafted and without amendments. In contrast with those who argue that the Supreme Court's language of grievous and irremediable medical condition is clear and preferable, the Canadian Medical Association takes quite a different position. It says that the criteria in Bill C-14, including the requirement that death be reasonably foreseeable, provides sufficient direction to physicians and is a great improvement from the court's language, which they consider to be vague and unworkable from a medical standpoint. Similarly, the Canadian Nurses Association, a federation of 11 provincial and territorial nursing associations and colleges representing nearly 139,000 registered nurses across Canada, have said publicly that their priority is having the bill passed before the June 6th deadline expires. Further, their CEO, Anne Sutherland-Bowell, stated just yesterday that the successful passing of the bill will be both compassionate and protective to patients, families, and care providers, while emphasizing that the legislative safeguards in the bill will work to protect the most vulnerable Canadians. Although lawyers and legal academics continue to argue with each other over whether or not the court's language or the language in Bill C-14 provides sufficient clarity, how can we, as parliamentarians, discount the views of medical practitioners? The Supreme Court expressed confidence in Canada's physicians to respond to Canadians who wish to access medical assistance in dying, and that confidence is well placed. We, as parliamentarians, must also have confidence in medical practitioners. They will be the ones facing these difficult life and death decisions with their patients and assessing their eligibility. For them, it is not a philosophical or theoretical exercise. They will be applying the very measures in Bill C-14 in their daily practice. Their views must be given significant weight. National disability rights organizations and others have also supported the approach to eligibility proposed by Bill C-14 as a meaningful safeguard to protect individuals who might be vulnerable in the framework of a medical assistance in dying regime as a result of societal discrimination, loneliness, or lack of supports, for example. On the question of safeguards, the same dynamic has been at play. Some stakeholders expressed support for the measures proposed in Bill C-14, while at the same time seeking to put in place additional safeguards to protect the vulnerable, such as prior judicial authorization. Others, wanting to facilitate broader access, have sought to remove some safeguards, such as the reflection period. While we respect those who feel that the proposed safeguards are either inadequate or overly burdensome, I believe that the safeguards in Bill C-14, taken together, are consistent with many of those found in regimes around the world. Just as the court in Carter was persuaded that the risks to vulnerable Canadians could be adequately managed under a regime with robust safeguards, I am confident that the safeguards in Bill C-14 will guard against abuse and error. Lastly, I would like to remind all members that Bill C-14, or the provision of medically assisted dying, is not intended to be or to become the response to all forms of intolerable suffering. This bill is a thoughtful response to Carter, which recognized the autonomy of those suffering on a path towards death to die peacefully at the time of their choosing, and therefore to avoid a prolonged, painful, and undignified death, or one that is inconsistent with their values. Bill C-14 acknowledges the autonomy of such persons to make important end-of-life healthcare decisions, while also balancing the equally important societal objectives of affirming the value of all Canadians' lives, preventing suicide, and protecting the most vulnerable in our society. I believe this piece of legislation respects all interests at stake, Madam Speaker, and is one of which Canadians can be proud. For all these reasons, I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-14. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. Earlier in his comments today, he made the statement that there are very few countries in the world that actually have access to physician-assisted suicide. And in fact, Madam Speaker, if you were to study this, you would find that less than 3% of the world's population currently lives in jurisdictions that have access to physician-assisted suicide. So I think it's important that Canadians understand that. We are among a very small group of countries that are giving access to it. But I want to ask my colleague a question related to a question that I posed to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands earlier, and her comments about the possible rupture in the patient-doctor trust relationship. And I think it's important that institutions, should they wish not to participate, have that freedom, if for no other reason than to give the assurance to patients entering those institutions that they will not be vulnerable. I wonder if my colleague would comment on the need to have clear conscience protections for institutions who are providing health care. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Kitchener-Conestoga for that question. Two responses. First, this is a piece of legislation to amend the criminal code. There is absolutely nothing in the legislation that compels any institution or any individual to do anything. Also, the question of the regulation of healthcare institutions, the question of the delivery of healthcare is one that is squarely within the domain of the provinces. That is something that we heard in testimony. The federal government is quite prepared to show leadership in dealing with the provinces. The matter of conscience rights is now contained in the bill and in the preamble in an appropriate way.
In comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton West, or Edmonton Strathcona, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his very thoughtful speech. There's been a lot of debate in here about what the position of various doctors in the country are. It's come to my attention that Dr. Peter Zallen, who's the president of medical staff at Health Sciences North, that's in Northern Ontario, has stated he's very disappointed with the bill. He said that, for me, Bill C-14 is a disappointment. It proposes to keep illegal the resolution of the intolerable suffering that is not at the end of life. It'll make it impossible to deal with dementia when an afflicted person is still competent. If ever there's a need for medical assistance in dying, it's for conditions like dementia and intolerable suffering when the end of life is not in sight. So I wonder if the member could speak to that we have a number of medical practitioners saying that, in fact, the way that the bill is being presented, unlike the clarity by the Supreme Court of Canada, He's saying that it's going to be make life actually more difficult for physicians in making determinations of when to assist their patients.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And there's no question that the individual members within the Canadian Medical Association are not all of one voice. The voice of the medical profession has spoken clearly and loudly in support of the legislation. There are indeed individual members and groups of doctors who don't feel the same way, one of whom was referred to by the honourable member. The other point that I would add is this. If we're left without legislation on the 6th of June, it is doctors like the one that the honourable member quoted that will be left without a law, that will be left without eligibility criteria, that will also be left without the present system of applying to a court for an exemption, something that only exists until the 6th of June. There will be a great deal of uncertainty if there is no law passed, and that, I think, will leave doctors in a situation where they will be extremely reluctant to accede to a patient's request for medical assistance in dying without the certainty that is provided in Bill C-14, as flawed as it may be.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to join the debate today on Bill C-14, addressing medical assistance in dying. And I would like to acknowledge the incredible respect and thoughtfulness expressed by members in this very delicate debate. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the advice and insights I received from a former colleague, Dr. Lauren Martin, Chief of Staff at Halton Healthcare, on the medical ethics and physician perspectives created by the legislation. The bill has generated significant debate and feedback from my riding of Oakville, both from people who wrote or contacted me on their own initiative, and also from those who responded to the forums that we had created to solicit feedback through local media and our interactive website, johnoliver.mp. I have read and carefully considered the many views and concerns that came from residents of Oakville, and I would like to address those that are relevant to this Act and to the amendments proposed. The community responses can be grouped into 5 categories. The first is from those who are opposed to any form of medically assisted death and want the law to respect and protect every human life from conception to natural death. These are individuals who put forward the principle that we must not take another's life. Madam Speaker, there were many submissions of this nature. For people who hold these values, I believe it's important once again at this stage to understand that the Supreme Court of Canada's unanimous decision in the Carter case was a declaration that criminal code prohibitions on assisted dying were not in accordance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Effective June 6, 2016, medically assisted death is legal in Canada whether the bill is passed or not. So the issue before this legislature isn't whether or not medically assisted death will be allowed. Rather, the issue is whether medically assisted death will be permitted in accordance with the parameters set out by the Carter ruling or under a legislative framework established by elected representatives. Accordingly, our decisions are how to safely implement this new practice, who should be eligible, what safeguards are needed to protect vulnerable individuals, what are the roles and responsibilities of medical professionals, and how do we create a monitoring regime to ensure accountability, transparency, and improvement in this area as we go forward. The second category of responses from my community were in reaction to the Special Joint Committee recommendations. Many Oakville residents wrote to me expressing their concern that the rights of vulnerable Canadians may be infringed upon as we protect the rights of those seeking autonomy and their end-of-life decisions. Specific concerns were raised in relation to including Canadians with psychiatric conditions, suffering from psychological suffering, and minors. Bill C-14 and the proposed amendments is more restrictive than both the Carter decision and the committee recommendations, in part for the reasons raised by these constituents. To protect the rights of the more vulnerable, The bill has not included these broader situations or circumstances in the eligibility criteria, thereby addressing the concerns raised by the residents. The third category of responses were diametrically opposed to those previously stated. These residents spoke in favor of the Supreme Court decision and about their beliefs that the Charter of Rights and Freedom should allow autonomy to the individual in end-of-life decisions. Several accompanied their statements with personal stories of difficult end-of-life experiences for loved ones or worries about their own unique circumstances. They also expressed concerns that Bill C-14 is too restrictive and doesn't address all the circumstances that should be considered eligible under the Act, particularly the clause requiring that natural death be reasonably foreseeable was felt to exclude many Canadians that they felt should be allowed. In addition, there were concerns raised about denying advance directives. Denying advance directives puts people who suffer from degenerative illnesses that will eventually affect their competency in the position of having to exercise their right to an end-of-life decision in advance of losing competency. The fourth category of concerns surrounded the rights of medical practitioners and institutions to ensure that they would be able to have freedom of conscience and religion to decide whether to participate in a medically assisted death. Bill C-14 does not compel participation by healthcare providers, and I feel it is sufficient. The final category of responses were fewer in number, but supported the position put forward by Bill C-14 as a reasonable starting point to address the complex and competing values and rights created by the Carter decision. Madam Speaker, having now spent considerable time in understanding and researching the issues raised by my constituents, and after careful consideration and personal reflection, I will be supporting Bill C-14 as presented from the committee for the following reasons. I committed entering the past election and during my campaign to uphold the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Supreme Court ruling clearly found that the existing laws were not compliant with Charter rights and freedoms and denied autonomy to a person seeking to end their life who clearly consents to the termination of life, has a grievous and irremediable medical condition that causes enduring suffering that is intolerable to the individual. It is therefore morally incumbent, I believe, on this legislature to put legislation in place to protect this right and freedom, and I support that direction as carried in the Act. We face as a legislative body the difficult task of balancing the competing social and moral values and interests surrounding this direction. For me, the protection of the vulnerable who may be individually or collectively disrespected or coerced to choose a premature death in the face of too permissive a regime of assistance in dying must be balanced against those suffering from grievous and irremediable conditions. As a first step in understanding the competing social and moral issues and the charter rights and freedoms of different groups, I believe Bill C-14, while not perfect, is an acceptable starting position for Canadians. I would have preferred that Bill C-14 was more permissive for those where death is not reasonably foreseeable and instead built in protections for those who are vulnerable to the too permissive language. While the bill's language is open to reasonable interpretation of foreseeable death, it does leave complex legal and ethical decisions with families and medical practitioners that will be open to court challenges and future charter appeals. This will add further stress and suffering to already untenable situations for many. I do take some comfort from provisions within Bill C-14 to conduct further reviews after 5 years of eligibility criteria and the amendments coming back from the committee to review after 180 days other initiatives such as advance directives. Another factor in my decision to support Bill C-14 is my belief that with properly offered health services such as palliative care, most Canadians will not opt to use its provisions. Research from other countries suggests that most people prefer to enter into a palliative care program and experience natural death. While palliative care is not always a substitute for medically assisted death, it would be unacceptable to have people choosing medically assisted death as a result of inadequate palliative care services. I believe we can do more to ensure that palliative care programs are available and accessible across Canada. as proposed in some of the amendments. The work of the Minister of Health in negotiating a new health accord agreement with the provinces and territories is fundamental to achieving these services, and I fully support her diligent efforts to achieve a new accord and ensure that all Canadians have access to high-quality, sustainable care. Madam Speaker, in discussion with doctors and other healthcare workers, there is generally support and agreement with the bill, particularly the freedom given to caregivers to choose to participate in assisted deaths based on their own conscious and religious beliefs. I support the freedom that's put forward in this bill and don't feel an amendment is required to it. Physicians today are already involved in substantive decisions regarding end of life, working with families or in accordance with advanced directives. They often provide key clinical advice in the decision to end life support or to apply do not resuscitate orders. However, asking physicians to interpret and execute advanced directives to end a life is ethically more challenging and places significant onus on them as individuals, particularly in hospital environments where they do not know the person or where there is not a family to consult. Finally, Madam Speaker, my decision to support the bill arises from personal experiences and the loss of a loved family member who, as she requested, passed away at home in the presence of family. The final days of her life were marked with pain and suffering, which we were able to somewhat alleviate through oral morphine. However it is allowed, appropriate care at the end of life needs to be available to people when required. I want my family members, fellow Oakvillians, and fellow Canadians to have autonomy in making end-of-life decisions as they've enjoyed autonomy in all other major decisions in their life. Madam Speaker, I will be supporting Bill C-14, and I urge all members of the House to support this important bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The point of order from the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, and I'm going to read it slowly so that colleagues understand exactly what I'm proposing. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House shall continue to sit beyond the hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, at report stage, and when no member rises to speak, or at midnight on that sitting day, whichever is earlier, the debate shall be deemed adjourned and the House deemed adjourned until the next sitting day.
Does the Honourable Minister, does the Honourable House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? The House has heard the terms of the. There isn't consent, unanimous consent, and therefore the motion is deemed rejected. Another point of order for the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to advise that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, and therefore under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of the proceedings at those stages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to thank the Government House Leader for the notice. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires on the previous debate. The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I noted many times he'd spoken about palliative care, which I was very encouraged to hear. And I know that there has been mention made, wasn't within the context of the budget, but it was made by the health minister in terms of $3.4 million to be implemented into palliative care. Now, I'm wondering if there is going to be an assessment and a benchmark as to what we have right now currently and where the gaps are and how we need to fulfill that.
Honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank the honourable member for the question. The addressing palliative care, I think it's really important to state again that palliative care is not a substitute in all cases for end-of-life decisions as contemplated by Bill C-14. What is important is that there is an effective health accord that's negotiated with the provinces and the territories by the Minister of Health. That will take some time to ensure that there's consistent and uniform, high-quality services available across Canada. And those are, I think, the first initiatives that need to take place. I think monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness of the palliative care programs can come as we begin to get them in place. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too really appreciate the depth of the discussion that we've had around Bill C-14. The recommendations that came from the original inter-parliamentary committee I thought were excellent, and I was very supportive of the potential bill at that point. But I have some real issues with the way the bill currently sits, and I want to just focus on two. Advanced directives, a question for the honourable member. Does it not give people more choice if you at least have the opportunity to do an advance directive than it does when you are no longer in a state where you can actually make a decision at all? So does it not provide more choice to have advance directives? And secondly, intolerable pain and suffering was a really important part of the Carter decision, and I think should be an important part of this bill. Again, I know personally that if I had a choice later on in life, when I was struggling with intolerable pain and suffering, I would really like to go with a needle in my hand in the arms of somebody who loves me rather than just put it to chance. So those two provisions are missing from the bill, and I'd appreciate your perspective on why.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also thank the member for the question. In terms of advance directives, it's my understanding that only one other jurisdiction offers advance directives. So I think there is still a lot to understand, a lot of nuances before they can be built into an act. I think there needs to be a better understanding of it. So I support the recommendation as it's come back from the committee that within 180 days of the bill being put into place, that we begin to look again at what additional elements need to be brought to bear, including advance directives.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, for more than 40 years now, we have identified palliative care as being the only solution for dying with dignity. I listened to the member opposite. He presumes that access to palliative care, if a request for death comes through that, he sees that as a failure of palliative care. How can something like that, with a move towards death accompanied by medical professionals, how can that be considered a failure when someone says serenely, I wish to give up? How can that be considered a failure of palliative care?
Oakville.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his question through you. I never once suggested that that would be reflective of failure of a palliative care system. I think in meeting the needs of Canadians at the end of life, an array of services, an array of professional support is required. Palliative care is part of that, as is and the provisions of Bill C-14 and an active end of life if required. Natural death and palliative care, people, the loved ones are supported. People are supported through it. Generally, pain is well managed, and many people opt for natural death, particularly when properly supported with palliative care. But there will be circumstances where where pain cannot be managed, or where the loss of autonomy is so dramatic that the palliative care model is insufficient, and we need to have the provisions of Bill C-14 available to assist people who wish to end their life as they approach the end of their life. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to rise to speak at report stage of Bill C-14. As I stated earlier in this House, it's unfortunate that the Supreme Court of Canada has taken it upon themselves to force legislation to be written which overturns thousands of years of our understanding of the intrinsic value and dignity of every human life. The Supreme Court has done this, completely rejecting the fact that elected members of this House have rejected initiatives to legalize physician-assisted suicide on at least 15 occasions since 1991. Most recently, a bill to allow physician-assisted suicide was rejected in 2010 by a vote of 59 to 226. Not only have 9 unelected judges inserted themselves into a national conversation that should be initiated in this House of Commons, they have also even lamented the fact that an extension was sought to give parliamentarians more time to properly study, discuss, and debate this issue of exceptional importance. In their judgment of January 15, 2016, in granting an extension, the Supreme Court states, quote, that the legislative process needs more time is regrettable, but it does not undermine the point that it is the best way to address this issue, end quote. Mr. Speaker, really? Regrettable? It's regrettable to take more time to think soberly through this complex issue, to implement such momentous change, to destroy the very foundations of medicine, to turn upside down the time-honored belief that it's fundamentally wrong to kill another human being, and all in the name of compassion. In regard to the impatience on the part of the Supreme Court, Warren Perley writes in Best Story, quote, common sense dictates that such momentous changes to the law governing assisted suicide should be based on the compass rather than the clock. Until this point, Canadians have never had access to legally assisted suicide. Instead, they have relied on doctors and nurses to administer palliative care, which must include adequate pain management and, in rare cases, palliative sedation. Pro-euthanasia advocates argue this is euthanasia, but they are in error, end of quote. Changing laws in matters of such substantive and exceptional significance as assisted suicide should be made by the compass. I could not agree more, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, we have thrown away our compass. We no longer need a compass. We now just pool our collective ignorance and decide on the basis of popular opinion to sail off in any direction that suits the winds of the day, rudderless. Mr. Speaker, one of Canada's Indigenous leaders, Mr. Francois Paulette, a Dene leader and chair of the Yellowknife Stanton Territorial Health Authority, states that Indigenous people are bound by spiritual law, not man-made law. He goes on to state, quote, we don't play God. God is responsible for bringing us into this world and taking our life. It's pretty straightforward, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, whether as a member of the Indigenous community or not, for all Canadians, the crux of the issue before us today and the source of the conflict and confusion is the fact that the preamble of our Charter and Rights and Freedoms on one hand and Bill C-14 on the other are built on two opposite pillars, one made of gold, the other of styrofoam. The preamble of the Charter states, recognizing the supremacy of God and the rule of law. Yes, there is a compass. Yes, there is a North Star. And even our Canadian Charter states that in Canada, we do recognize the North Star, the supremacy of God. Yet, if we look at the first paragraph of C-14, we see a totally opposite starting point. Rather than supremacy of God, we see autonomy of persons. My contention is that these two opposite philosophies cannot coexist at the same time if we are to continue to have true freedom and trust in our society. We may deny God and man as his image bearer. We can try to kill both God and man as man. We may press forward in a suicidal course, but it always ends in pure vanity. For we are surrounded inside and out by the reality of God and his order in every sphere of life. We all know that there are necessary limits placed on the autonomy of humans, yet on an issue as monumental as the issue of life and death, we're considering extending autonomy without stopping to think what such autonomy might do to our understanding of the value of human life. Does this autonomy serve well those among us who, for dozens of reasons, find themselves vulnerable, voiceless, and open to abuse in the most extreme and final way possible, an unwanted, hastened death? The very fact that I can drive from my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga to Ottawa each Sunday evening is because autonomy of all drivers is limited. Drivers heading to Kitchener occupy the north side of the 401 highway as they travel west. So I am free to travel unimpeded on my easterly journey in the southern lanes. To allow autonomy in many situations in life is foolhardy, to say the least. Our freedom and trust is enhanced by strict limits on personal autonomy for the greater good of community. We could list many such restrictions on personal autonomy: quarantines for highly infectious diseases such as Ebola, prohibition of using highly toxic chemicals and pesticides on private property, the limitation on raising farm animals in the residential area of a city. In these cases and dozens of others, we recognize that the greater community good supersedes individual autonomy. To retain limits on personal autonomy in the case of physician-assisted suicide is for the greater good of society. To remove the restriction on personal autonomy could very well lead to the crumbling boundaries that our Liberal colleague from Winnipeg Centre referenced a few weeks ago in this chamber when he said, quote, "We are in a sorry state. We have truly entered a new age, one of a throwaway culture where all boundaries are starting to crumble," end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, I fear for the kind of Canada I will leave for my children and grandchildren if we rush blindly ahead with an endorsement of physician-assisted suicide. The risk to society is too great. The dangers are far too real. There is no doubt that in spite of our best efforts to place so-called safeguards to protect the vulnerable among us, there will be situations where innocent Canadians will be killed without their express consent. There is no doubt in my mind that in spite of our best efforts to spin the difference between suicide and what we are now calling medical assistance in dying, there will be correlating increase in the suicidal rates in Canada. Aaron Karate, Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Director of the Medical Ethics Program at the University of California at Irvine School of Medicine, states, quote, "The debate over doctor-assisted suicide is often framed as a personal issue of autonomy and privacy. Proponents argue that assisted suicide should be legalized because it affects only those individuals who, assuming they are of sound mind, are making a rational and deliberate choice to end their lives. But presenting the issue in this way ignores the wider social consequences. What if it turns out that individuals who make this choice, in fact, are influencing the actions of those who follow?" End quote. He goes on to report that in states where physician-assisted suicide has been legalized, there's been an increase in suicide of 6.3% overall. But among those over 65, an increase of 14.5%. He continues, quote, "These results should not surprise anyone familiar with the literature on the social contagion effects of suicidal behavior. You don't discourage suicide by assisting suicide. Aside from publicized cases, there is evidence that suicidal behavior tends to spread person to person through social networks, up to 3 degrees of separation away. So my decision to take my own life would affect not just my friends' risk of doing the same, but even my friends' friends' friends. No person is an island." Finally, it is widely acknowledged that the law is a teacher. Laws shape the ethos of a culture by affecting cultural attitudes towards certain behaviors and influencing moral norms. Laws permitting physician-assisted suicide send a message that under especially difficult circumstances, some lives are not worth living, and that suicide is a reasonable and appropriate way out. This is a message that will be heard not just by those with a terminal illness, but also by anyone tempted to think he or she cannot go on any longer. Debates about physician-assisted suicide raise broad questions about societal attitudes towards suicide. Recent research findings on suicide rates press the question: what sort of society do we want to become? Suicide is already a public health crisis. Do we want to legalize a practice that will worsen this crisis? End quote. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that life is always to be chosen over what some would call death with dignity. There is nothing dignified about deciding to end someone's life that is not worth living. If a patient has a need, let's address the need. Our goal should be to eliminate the problem, not the patient. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be doing far more to address the needs of vulnerable Canadians, and to that end, Mr. Speaker, I have 5 proposed changes that need to be included in C-14. 4 of these have been accepted as amendments by others in the House. First of all, the preamble should contain a statement indicating that suicide prevention is an important public policy goal, recognizing the sanctity of life as a societal principle. Out of time? Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to get those in when I respond to a question. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
I listen closely to my friend's comments, and I understand he disagrees with the Supreme Court. He disagrees with their protection of individual liberty, disagrees with their protection of security of the person. My question for the member is this: if he disagrees with the Supreme Court's decision, is he calling on this government to exercise the notwithstanding clause?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that certainly raises a good possibility, and I think to invoke the notwithstanding clause would in fact give Parliament the kind of time that we need to address and study this important issue. But, Mr. Speaker, to see the rush with which this government has moved forward on an issue of such intense, immense significance is really inappropriate. We saw in the Joint Committee a lack of ability to get many witnesses in. We saw that same thing in the Justice Committee, and today we've seen a number of examples where we wasted hours on quickly moving other bills forward to the agenda when we as members were informed that today, beginning at 10 o'clock this morning, we would begin to discuss C-14. We have not had enough time to discuss this issue, Mr. Speaker, and it's of too great a significance for us to allow this to proceed in its current form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député, the
honourable member.
Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I realize that the honourable member did run out of time. I was actually starting to take note of some of the changes that he was proposing. He started in the preamble. So I'd like to ask the honourable member what other changes he is looking to propose in the legislation.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you very much, and thanks to my colleague for this opportunity. Secondly, I believe it's important that we ensure that a palliative care consultation must be done to inform patients of the full range of available treatments and support services that are available, and actually ensure that they are available. We also need to insist that a prior review by a judge or a panel to ensure that no coercion exists and that all of the criteria are met. And then finally, to protect, penultimately, to protect the conscience rights of healthcare professionals at institutions. I think we heard earlier, Mr. Speaker, the fear that if institutions are not protected in terms of their conscience related to this, patients may actually fear going to those institutions. And finally, if physically able, the patient must self-administer the lethal substance rather than having a doctor administer that substance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague seems to be creating confusion when it comes to the clarity of this debate. I'd like to ask him to, in a succinct manner, tell us what difference he makes between a crime of compassion, assisted suicide, euthanasia, and suicide.
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think I clearly indicated the differences on this in the first speech I made on second reading. Mr. Speaker, you and others in the House will know that over the last 8 to 10 years, I've devoted a lot of energy into the issue of mental health issues and suicide prevention. But here we're talking, Mr. Speaker, about so-called compassion. And I don't see anything compassionate about ending someone's life prematurely. The very word compassion means to suffer with. And you cannot suffer with someone whose life you have simply terminated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you. It's my understanding, in fact, that this issue has been before the House about 11 times since 1991, and I know that my colleague was present for the special joint committee, but also had an external report. There was a provincial and territorial report. The Special Joint Committee, in fact, heard from more than 60 witnesses, heard from more than 100, read more than 100 reports. And my understanding is that even today, there was an offer to extend the time for debate, which I believe my colleague and his friends did not approve of. So my question for him is how much more discussion, particularly in light of very big similarities between his two speeches, how much more debate do we really need on this point?
The honourable member for
Thank you, Mr.
Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker. I just simply want to mention again that we lost hours and hours of debate time this morning when we could have been debating this. But more importantly than debate in this House, Mr. Speaker, is that we did not take the time, either in the Joint Committee or in the Justice Committee, to hear from groups across Canada who wanted to appear before those groups to share their concerns about this proposed law. And had we taken more time to listen to those Canadians, I'm sure we would have a different result moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport know we only have Natural Resources, know that we've only got about 1.5 to 2 minutes left in the time remaining. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while my time is short, I look forward to continuing it tomorrow. As you know, the issue of conscious objection has been a topic of considerable discussion in relation to medical assistance in dying. Fundamentally, this debate highlights the need to achieve an appropriate balance between respecting the rights of physicians, nurse practitioners, and other health providers to abstain from providing medical assistance in dying while supporting the rights of eligible patients to access such services. It's evident that governments, national associations, and also members of the public recognize the moral and ethical struggle that healthcare providers could experience regarding medical assistance in dying. Most provincial medical regulatory bodies have already provided professional guidance around safeguarding the conscious rights of physicians. Provinces like Alberta and New Brunswick say that their physicians are under no obligation to participate in assistance in dying. However, they recognize that continuity of care, especially at this most critical time in a person's life, also cannot be neglected. Patients cannot be abandoned. I will leave it there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, will have 8.5 minutes remaining for her remarks when the House next resumes debate on the question. But now, it being 5:49 p.m., La Chambre abordera.
The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration of the second reading motion of Bill C-243, National Maternity Assistance Program Strategy Act, in the name of Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Ms. Romanato, moves that Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy and amending the Employment Insurance Act, maternity benefits, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak to my private member's bill, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy and amending the Employment Insurance Act. I would also like to thank the 12 honourable members of this House who have supported this legislation by officially seconding Bill C-243. Finally, thank you to the people of Kingston and the Islands for placing their confidence in me to be their voice in this House. And in particular, I want to recognize the individual whose story inspired me to pursue this legislation, Melody Ballard. Mr. Speaker, I am proud and deeply humbled to begin my remarks today by sharing Melody's compelling story with you. Melody is a welder in my community. In 2014, she became pregnant, and like many expecting mothers, she consulted with her medical practitioner to ensure that she was taking all the necessary steps to have a healthy pregnancy. Upon describing the hazardous nature of her work environment, Melody was told that she could no longer continue welding during her pregnancy as the function of her job would be unsafe and pose a significant risk to her future child. She reached out to her employer, which is a well-established and highly reputable shipbuilding firm in Kingston, but unfortunately, they were unable to provide reassignment or modify her duties in a way that would mitigate the risk. Forced to stop working, Melody applied for and was granted EI sickness benefits. Now, there are a couple of problems with this, Mr. Speaker. The first being that Melody was pregnant, not sick. The second problem is that these 15 weeks of benefits ran out long before Melody was eligible to officially begin her maternity leave. For 2.5 months, Melody waited to receive the maternity benefits she was entitled to. This income gap led to serious financial hardship and ultimately resulted in the loss of her home and significant personal distress. Frustrated with the shortcomings of the system, Melody did her own research, expecting to find that some program would be of help to her and any person in her circumstances. She discovered that outside of the province of Quebec, which has a program known as the Preventative Withdrawal Program, there was virtually no form of financial assistance that would compensate in situations such as these. What frustrates me most about Melody's story was that she did everything right, but the current system was simply not prepared to handle her situation. She took every reasonable action that you would expect from someone with a legitimate concern for the health of herself and her future child. She consulted with a midwife for medical advice. She reached out to her employer. She spoke with Service Canada on countless occasions. She did her own research, and she wrote to anybody she could think of. Melody did everything right, but our EI system failed her when she needed it. When Melody approached my office in early 2016, we researched the issue and found that the primary source of the problem was a rule under Section 22 of the EI Act, which requires that women, regardless of her circumstances, must wait until 8 weeks before her expected due date before she can start receiving maternity benefits. For women like Melody, who are employed in occupations where it is unsafe to work at early stages of pregnancy, this restriction can lead to long periods with absolutely no income. Melody's story is why I'm putting forward this legislation today. The core purpose and effect of Bill C-243 is to remove barriers to women's full and equal participation in all sectors of the workforce, including jobs which are potentially hazardous. Bill C-243 does this in two parts. In the short term, my bill seeks to improve the flexibility of EI benefits to better reflect the changing labour market of today. In particular, my bill proposes an amendment to the Employment Insurance Act which would allow women like Melody who work in dangerous jobs to begin their 15 weeks of EI maternity benefits as early as 15 weeks prior to their due date. This is 7 weeks earlier than the current rules permit. Allowing women to start collecting EI up to 7 weeks early would provide a more timely financial assistance and greater flexibility to expecting mothers who are unable to work at early stages of pregnancy. This enhanced flexibility would simply mean that women could access the benefits they are entitled to sooner if the nature of their job prevents them from continuing to do their work during their pregnancy. For many women for many of the women working in the skilled trades, construction, and other potential hazardous fields, the option for an earlier start to maternity leave would empower them to choose the maternity leave that is best for themselves and their family. The bill also outlines two basic conditions that must be met in order to be eligible for this exemption. First, the woman must provide a medical certificate attesting that she cannot perform her current duties because it may pose a risk to her health or that of her unborn child. Second, the employer must be unable to provide accommodations or reassignment that would mitigate this risk. I have heard from many members of the skilled trades and construction community, and the consensus is that the government policies and programs ought to keep pace with the changes in the skilled trades community, and in particular, the growing interest among women to become part of it. For example, the organization Women in Work Boots has said that these changes to how women can access leave while pregnant could lead to greater safety and security and a stress-free pregnancy and leave. The Canadian Apprenticeship Forum endorse Bill C-243 because they think it reflects Canadian values when it comes to supporting women who wish to make their careers and support their families working in the skilled trades. And the Office to Advance Women Apprentices views this as being another stepping stone for the advancement of women in trade careers. It's important to note that the scope of Bill C-243 extends beyond skilled trades and construction, and I am proud that my bill has also been endorsed by Women in Science and Engineering, the Atlantic Region, Mount St. Vincent University, the Canadian Coalition of Women in Engineering, Science, Trades and Technology, the Professional Engineers and Geoscientists Association of British Columbia, Engineers Nova Scotia, and Engineers Canada, who stated that Bill C-243 will be invaluable for engineers who are women, for their families, and for their employers. But these changes are just a first step, and only a partial solution to what I see as a much larger overall problem. Recognizing this, the second part of my bill calls on the Minister of Employment to develop a comprehensive strategy to ensure that pregnancy is not a barrier to a woman's full and equal participation in all aspects of the labour force. This part requires that the Minister of Employment and Social Development, in collaboration with other federal ministers, representatives of the provincial and territorial governments, and other relevant stakeholders, to conduct consultations on the prospect of developing a national maternity assistance program to support women who are unable to work due to pregnancy. My bill also includes accountability and transparency measures to ensure that the results of the consultation are accessible and presented in a timely manner. I would add that we do not have to look far to get a sense of what a national maternity assistance program might look like. Since 1981, the province of Quebec has offered the option of preventative withdrawal as part of the Safe Maternity Assistance Program. Under this program, your employer may opt to eliminate the hazard represented by your work or assign you to other tasks. If neither of these alternatives are doable, you are entitled to benefit from the preventative withdrawal and receive a compensation in the amount of 90% of your average pay. Furthermore, many advanced industrial countries have recognized the importance of maternal care and taken action to ensure that women in all professions receive adequate support throughout pregnancy and childcare. In Finland, for example, there is a class, special maternity benefits, which are provided when conditions may cause a particular risk to a woman's pregnancy and the hazard cannot be eliminated by the employer. In Australia, if there is no appropriate safe job available, an employee is entitled to take paid no safe job leave from their risk period, for their risk period. Similar programs that protect expecting mothers exist in France, Hungary, Denmark, and elsewhere. The underlying principle of my bill is that gender equality, which demands that both women and men have an equal opportunity to participate and become fully integrated into all sectors of the labour force. I am proud that my bill is supported by several women's advocacy organizations, each of which has done a great deal to advance equality and empower women through progressive public policies. These include the National Council of Women, the Canadian Federation of University Women, and the Canadian Women's Foundation, which called Bill C-243 a positive step to improve gender equality in Canada. My bill is resonating with stakeholder groups and ordinary Canadians across the country as they recognize that the principle gender equality must also extend to women entering so-called non-traditional occupations. Many of the discussions about equality have focused on including more women as doctors, lawyers, business leaders, and politicians. While well-intentioned, I think these conversations often neglect the fact that many women, like Melody, want to be construction workers, electricians, mechanics, masons, carpenters, machinists, boilermakers, pipe layers, heavy equipment operators, or even welders. The data on this is clear that while overall labor participation amongst women has increased from 37% in 1976 to 47% in 2014, women remain drastically underrepresented within many traditional male occupations. For example, in 2012, women represented only 4% of those working in construction. While some incredible work is being undertaken by the private and not-for-profit sector to encourage more women to enter the trades, I believe government also must do its part to create a positive environment to encourage more women to enter the workforce in these traditionally male-dominated occupations. The evidence is clear that improving the representation of women can support an organization's overall competitiveness and ability to thrive in a global market. Gender balance and diversity will make Canada's economy stronger and more competitive. But we have a long way to go before achieving this goal. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, as previously stated, I believe the current system provides a disincentive for women to enter certain types of work, forcing them to choose between having a family and pursuing their dream job. No woman should have to choose between being a mother and a welder, a mother and a construction worker, a mother and an engineer, or a mother in any profession for that matter. These are the objects of the bill which I am asking all members of this House to support at second reading. I am asking for their support to make a small but significant change that will improve the flexibility of EI maternity benefits and to call on the Minister to show federal leadership by developing a long-term and comprehensive national maternity assistance strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank my honourable friend from Kingston for his excellent speech and his inspired bill. I think that all of us on this side are very interested in advancing the cause of women in the workplace, particularly in non-traditional professions. I was proud, Mr. Speaker. I know my honourable colleague was the mayor. I was the mayor. We hired our first woman public works director in my city while I was mayor. And I think that that is an example, as we were getting more and more women in professions that otherwise, originally, you know, when I was born, certainly they would never have even considered joining. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, given the example of all of the countries he cited around the world, does he believe that in Canada we should be joining the rest of the world in terms of allowing women to not have to make a choice between motherhood and their profession? What does he think about that?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. Absolutely. I mean, this is the problem that we're facing right now is that the current system that we have is actually providing a disincentive. If a woman who is passionate about being a welder or a plumber or some form of work, but also thinks that she wants to become pregnant and have a family one day, is being forced to choose between either having that family or that profession in many cases, or they run into the situation that Melody did. So I think that, yes, we're behind the ball on this, so to speak. There are other countries that are leading the way. Even our neighboring province, as we sit here in Ontario, Quebec is leading the way on this. So I think that there's a lot we can do, and I'm really hopeful that the entire House will support this bill so that we can start to move in the right direction.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the work he's done on this front. Obviously, this is a major issue for many women, men, obviously as well, who are very concerned about the situation that many women face in the workplace. I do, and I'll obviously be speaking to this bill, but I do want to ask the member if he's aware of the concerns put forward by CUPE Quebec and others as well that have made it clear that this bill does not actually tackle the same sort of proposed changes as what exists in Quebec, and particularly the program that is known as Pour une maternité sans danger, and obviously the fact that as a result of their concerns that they're very concerned about this bill, and I'm wondering if you could speak to that discrepancy.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her question. And as she is well aware, one of the challenging parts about putting forward a private member's bill is your inability to introduce new spending. I would have loved to done and shaped this bill in such a way as to try to make it a lot more like the model that currently exists in Quebec. However, because of that limitation, I was unable to do so. That's why my bill and the EI part of it is just the first step to this. The second step is the bigger national dialogue about getting together with all stakeholders and having a discussion about this. That's where I'm really trying to drive this with the second part of the bill, and that's what the strategy is about.
Questions and comments? We have time for one more short question and response. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too, like my other colleague, would like to commend the member for what has been a very bold initiative, and maybe just leave it open-ended question if there's anything further he would like to add in terms of just the importance of making changes of this nature that are very progressive in their thinking.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to keep my last remark as brief as the question. All that I want to add by this at the end is that we have to remember that there are women out there who are seeking to get into these lines of work and these non-traditional jobs. They're already going out on the edge, or they're already taking a step forward by trying to get into these professions. They're already facing obstacles by doing that alone. We need to provide, as a government, an incentive to make that easier for them so that they don't have to feel and be discouraged by getting into jobs that they would traditionally not be seen as being in. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to say that this is an important private member's bill. We think it's a bit of a backdoor bill. It was presented by a duly elected member, and it came in through the front door. It's nice to see legislation come in through the front door. Even though it's private member's bill, we think it's fully valid. This has its importance, Mr. Speaker, and I think I'll say this again. So this is a private member's bill. I'd like to point out that this was presented in a very positive way. This member was elected and he took over from his predecessor from Kingston, and he saw a situation of a constituent in his riding office. People think we just squabble all the time here on the Hill, but that's not true. What we do here on the Hill is just part of our work as members of Parliament. We also do a lot of work in our ridings, and that takes up a lot of time. When you meet with constituents, when you talk to them, and when you listen to them, that's when you really understand the full import of our work, and that's exactly what happened with the member for Kingston. He had a constituent in his office. She had a situation. He listened, and he brought this legislation in through the front door, not through the back door, and so much the better. What is this all about, Mr. Speaker? It's about maternity leave, but a leave that would enable a woman who has a trade that may cause problems for her during her pregnancy, so she may have to preventively or preemptively take leave from her workplace. So that's the reality today. I don't mean this in any kind of pejorative way. Years ago, it might have been hard to imagine a woman welder, but today, of course, we're totally aware that there are no trades that are sex exclusive. All trades are open to everyone. A woman can do anything, any trade. But that does lead to certain realities. When pregnant, when you're a welder, you have a very physically demanding job. You're exposed to chemical products. You may have to bend over and lift heavy things and so on. So this can all have consequences for a pregnancy. You don't have to be a doctor to know that. So obviously, this raises concerns. So that's why we agree with this bill. You also have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that my riding is in Quebec, and we have this type of maternity leave. This type of leave already exists and has for some years. So we agree in principle, but we have other concerns. So I just want to say from the outset that I support this in principle, but this can have significant financial repercussions. The amount that this costs is very hard to evaluate because it really depends on the circumstances. In Quebec, 20% of women who get this preventive or preemptive leave, they may be hairdressers, they may deal with certain chemical products, they may be nurses who come into contact with people who are sick or with medical or chemical products. It can also include teachers in the classroom with the chalkboard and certain products. And so we have to be aware that this can lead to situations where the costs become quite substantial. 1 in 5 pregnancies in Quebec leads to this type of leave being taken. So I know we've been talking about C-14 a lot lately, and it has a precedent in Quebec. So I'm often thinking about the Quebec model since we've led the way in both of these areas. But if you talk about the Canadian model, it's about the same as in Quebec. 1 in 5 people take leave. So that's 75,000 women in Canada would have access to that leave. That's not a bad thing, but you have to be aware of the reality. And that could cost almost $250 million. So that has to be taken into account. Either you believe it or you don't, but if you believe it, you have to budget for it. So this is a private member's bill that came in through the front door, but it can't have financial consequences. That's not allowed, and so you have to keep that in mind. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, we agree with the other part of the bill that would lead to the creation of a committee. I think it's a conversational committee, a committee that would consult Canadians to get to the bottom of this, to really scope out the dimensions of the issue, see what works and doesn't work so well in Quebec, take a good look at the Quebec approach, and draw lessons from that. So I would repeat that we fully agree in principle, but we're keenly aware of the financial consequences, and we think there should be a conversation, a national discussion of this matter. We believe in families. We believe in the benefits and the support that government can provide families. We're in favor of that. It can be positive and constructive. We're fully aware that in this day and age, no trade is just for men or just for women. Everything's open to everyone, and that's what has led to this improvement to existing legislation and regulations when it comes to maternity leave for all Canadian women. And hopefully millions of Canadians will be born in this great big country of ours. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to rise in this House today to speak on the bill put forward by the Member of Parliament from Kingston and the Islands. And I certainly want to begin by saying that we appreciate the preamble of the bill, which praises the Quebec program Pour une maternité sans danger. We recognize that this program has successfully protected pregnant women in Quebec from workplace-related hazards and has been a step forward towards greater equality in the workplace. While looking further into this bill, it has come to our attention that the predecessor of the member from Kingston and the Islands also had an interest in such a bill. He had petitioned the government in order to raise awareness on the issue and called on the government to accommodate women working in high-risk environments. Perhaps the current member for Kingston and the Islands would be interested to know that his party actually voted against allowing women to benefit from the program Pour une maternité sans danger at the national level, given the fact that they voted against an NDP bill that proposed creating the exact same Quebec arrangement at the national level. As of now, there is inequity in Quebec between workers, as the women working in workplaces in the federal jurisdiction may not benefit of the program that exists in Quebec, and we're quite troubled by the fact that the Liberals voted against a bill that was put forward by my colleague, specifically my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, at the time, in order to create such an important framework at the national level. I hope that this legislation is a first step towards correcting that mistake. Mr. Speaker, we do support the principle of this bill, particularly the commitment to a national dialogue and national strategy when it comes to ensuring that women can have safe pregnancies no matter the work they do. However, we will be looking to committee and we will certainly be working to propose much-needed changes and key changes at the committee stage. As noted, as encouraged as we are by the sentiment put forward by our colleague from Kingston and the Islands, we are also worried by several items that are in this legislation. It is our understanding that the Member of Parliament views the legislative changes as a first step, and that he understands that more will be required as the government moves forward with the national strategy and consultation. But these legislative changes, unfortunately, will not bring any new benefits for women that will choose to leave the high-risk environments in which they work. The changes to the Employment Insurance Act will allow for some limited flexibility, but it will also force women to choose between eliminating risk in their pregnancy and spending time with their newborn. This is no leap forward for greater equality. The major issue in this bill is that the onus when it comes to risky work is onus that is put on the employer or employee, in this case the pregnant woman, rather than on the employer. This could have an adverse effect, as employers will not have any incentive in finding risk-free tasks for workers who are pregnant. Employers might find it more simple to simply encourage their workers to go on maternity leave earlier, as they might see it more economically viable than finding new tasks for them to do. Such a scenario would actually go against the intention of the bill, in our opinion. In fact, if we look to the program in Quebec, Pour une maternité sans danger, it's actually clear that it is an occupational health and safety measure and not a parental leave one. In Quebec, it is the employer's responsibility to provide a safe work environment to their workers, pregnant women included. The Quebec program does not end up costing women at risk any time in terms of their parental leave, and it does not cost them any significant portion of their salary, which is not the case in terms of EI. The program even existed before the parental leave scheme that was implemented in Quebec, and it has always been seen as an occupational health and safety measure, funded through workers' compensation. The distinction here is important because there is a difference between being in an at-risk work environment and being on parental leave. This legislation does not seem to make that difference. The eligibility threshold to qualify for this measure in this bill is also disconcerting. As we all know, being eligible for EI in certain parts of the country can require a significant amount of time on the job market. This is particularly challenging for many women across Canada. This alone will disqualify many women from taking advantage of this measure. Another question mark is that while women on parental leave are benefiting from EI, they are also depriving themselves from significant revenue. Mr. Speaker, we do applaud the goals of the Member of Parliament for Kingston and the Islands with this private member's bill. We recognize that his goal is to enhance the services working women have access to when they are pregnant, and the fact that they deserve to work in a safe environment. We are eager to bring this to committee, this discussion to committee, and to improve the bill, with the insight witnesses will bring to the table. But we would have wanted for Quebec women working under federal jurisdiction to have access to the services other workers have. We also hope that the national strategy will bind the government into enhancing the services women are expected to have when they are pregnant, and that it will help to relieve them of their obligation to work in high-risk environments. We will continue to raise our concerns on this matter. We will work with those that have already made their concerns known, and we hope that they will find an attentive ear on the other side. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to Bill C-243 today, which would create a national strategy for pregnant women working in risky environments. The preamble applauds the positive effects that the program in Quebec has had, but it doesn't allow Quebec women to take part. The member opposite is well-intentioned when he presents this bill, but he might be surprised to hear that his party doesn't have a very good record on this issue. The Liberal Party joined with the Conservative Party in voting down a bill that would have enabled Quebec women working in federally regulated workplaces to benefit from the program Pour une maternité sans danger. The National Assembly of Quebec had even unanimously supported the NDP's proposal. The member recognizes that his bill doesn't go as far as he'd like, but he ran for the same party that said no to Quebec women. With this bill, he wants to create two classes of female workers in Quebec, even if ultimately he would like what we had proposed in the previous Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that barriers that constitute access to employment insurance are also a problem. Many workers in Canada aren't eligible for EI, so they're not eligible for the program either, like they would be under the Quebec program. Another difference between the Quebec program and the measure being proposed by the member opposite is based on the lack of incentive to reassign a worker who is pregnant. The Quebec program is an occupational health and safety one, so it's based on the premise that it is the employer's responsibility to enable workers to work safely. If it's not possible to reassign the worker to a safe position, the worker's income will be made up for under the workers' compensation program. And this regime is funded by employers as opposed to putting them on a work stoppage. They fund the costs linked to the program. What the member for Kingston and the Islands is proposing is to place this burden on the shoulders of workers. So workers working in high-risk environments will fund this inability for workers to provide them with a safe work environment. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the member for Kingston and the Islands has identified a problem that we do need to study. The conclusions, however, that he has arrived at are far from ideal. The long-term measures that he wants the government to take are based on the goodwill of the Minister of Employment, and the short-term solutions don't offer anything, or almost nothing, in fact, for women who are working in Canada. We hope that we will be in a position to do more, and we are going to work with those who have already expressed their opposition, and we are eager to work on improving this bill at committee. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour, Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to stand in this House and speak on behalf of my make a contribution to the debate on my colleague's private member's bill. And as it has been said already in the House, my colleague and new best friend from Louis Saint Laurent, he's indicated that not all private members' bills are created equally or come from the same place. Certainly, I know. Over the 16 years that I've been here, I've had an opportunity to speak on a number of fairly wide range of private members' bills, and some are somewhat suspect, Mr. Speaker. I know in the last Parliament there was a trend of thought that sort of ran from coast to coast that maybe bills C-525 and 3777 may have had the PMO fingerprints on it. I can neither confirm nor deny that, but I've heard that before. But, Mr. Speaker, I've had an opportunity to stand and speak on a number of occasions on private members' bills that have been presented that have been born from that relationship between a member of Parliament and one of the constituents that he or she represents. And that has been the genesis of that private member's bill. They say that if any leader is to be successful, they have to earn the trust of the people they want to lead. And one thing that we know is that if you want to earn that respect, people have to understand that you care. They want to know how much you care before they care how much you know. And I think by taking an issue as important as the one that is addressed in this private member's bill, when we take an issue like that and invest the time and the energy to develop private members' legislation around it, I think the member from Kingston has to be commended. That happens here, very much so. That happens here on occasion in the House, and I think it's a great thing, and I can certainly, from all parties really, that have brought forward legislation that has come from the grassroots, and so I absolutely, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to commend the member from Kingston for bringing this forward. And specifically on this one, I had the opportunity, I'm watching with great nervousness and I guess the collective knot that we have in our stomach over what's going on in Fort McMurray. I spent 10 years in Fort Mac, and I worked at the GCOS, the Suncor plant on site for a number of years when I first went out there. And if anybody's ever had the opportunity to work in an industrial shop where welding is going on, where you have tradespeople that are using cutting torches or gouging torches or even just running bead, welding bead, you get an appreciation for just that whole environment. And the fact, there are absolutely laws and labor laws around that and about air quality, but you can't help but detect knowing that you're in a place that if you don't take precautions, or if a piece of apparatus isn't up to snuff, then it becomes certainly a workplace of concern. So knowing that. But I do have some comments specifically about the legislation before us today. The health and safety of pregnant workers is an important issue with this government, and through Canada's employment insurance system, we continue to explore ways to support Canadians, including pregnant workers, when they need it most. Under the current EI Act, pregnant women are eligible for a total of 15 weeks of maternity benefits. Maternity benefits are specifically intended to support a woman's income when she's out of the workforce to recover from the physical or emotional effects of a pregnancy or childbirth. Maternity benefits can start as early as 8 weeks before the birth and must end no later than 17 weeks after the birth. Depending on what suits the mother's situation, benefits can be spread out before and after the child is born. Outside of Quebec, which administers its own parental insurance plan, EI maternity benefits are a key policy and income support tool for mothers across Canada. In 2014-15, the EI program paid over $1 billion in maternity benefits to nearly 170,000 claimants in this country. I should also point out that in addition to EI maternity benefits, which are available, only the federal jurisdiction and province of Quebec specifically offer preventative withdrawal job protection for pregnant and/or nursing women. Federally regulated employees under the Canada Labour Code may request a reassignment based on medical advice. Once the request is made, the woman can take a leave with pay until the employer either accommodates her request for a reassignment or confirms that it would not be possible to do so. If a reassignment is not possible, the woman may take a leave of absence for the duration of the risk. The province of Quebec, as had been indicated earlier, offers a similar provision for pregnant and nursing women, providing them with the right to request reassignment to other duties, or, if it is not possible, to take leave if their working conditions may be physically dangerous to their health or that of their unborn child or nursing child. Other provincial and territory jurisdictions in Canada have workplace health and safety standards, but Labour Code job protection for maternity leave varies across the country. The intent of this bill aligns well with our intentions to make EI more flexible and consequently more helpful to all workers who face a period of unemployment for whatever reason, Mr. Speaker. The bill also brings forward several other issues which remain to be examined. Issues such as health and safety and gender equality in the workforce, as well as the notion that a woman's pregnancy could act as a barrier to full participation in the workplace and an impediment to career development. These are some of the issues we intend to discuss in our upcoming consultations with members of this House, of provincial and territorial governments, and other stakeholders, with the primary intention of developing more flexible parental benefits to meet the unique needs of current Canadian families. It's important to note that amending the EI Act is a complex endeavor, and we want to make sure we do it the proper way. Any changes to EI deserve the benefit of further study and consultations with key partners to ensure that the program better responds to the needs of hardworking Canadian families. At this time, this is also a government that wants to act as fast as possible to bring real change to Canadians, and a great deal of that work has already begun. For example, we've introduced the new Canada Child Benefit that will give Canadian families more money to help with the high cost of raising their children. With a maximum benefit of up to $6,400 per child under the age of 6 and up to $5,400 per child to those aged 6 through 17, it will be simpler, more generous, better targeted to those who need the help. The Child Disability Benefit is an additional $2,730. We've made changes to the EI system, Mr. Speaker, going from 2 weeks waiting period to 1. We've made changes to the working while on claim provisions within the EI system. We've enhanced the work sharing agreements that have doubled up to a maximum of 76 weeks that most Canadians recognize as being very much family friendly. Mr. Speaker, these are changes that we believe reflect the needs and demands of today's workforce, and these are changes that Canadians have been asking for. We've also removed barriers to full gender equality in the workforce, making progress in this regard, but it's well recognized that we have to do more. As announced yesterday, we will also amend the Canada Labour Code to allow men and women in the workplace to formally request flexible working arrangements. Mr. Speaker, I know you're signaling that my time is running out. If I could reiterate the fact that I'm very pleased to stand and speak to this bill here today. I want to commend my colleague from Kingston for his work on this piece of legislation, and we look forward to further debating it and again, working as a government to try to enhance the opportunity for all Canadians to play a fuller, more rich and rewarding role in this country's workforce. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Please rise in the House today to participate in the debate on Bill C-243. I want to begin by thanking the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands for bringing this important issue to the House of Commons for debate. And it's this type of issue, as my colleagues have touched on, that I think are so important that we discuss and we debate in this House of Commons and work together on a collaborative approach to bills such as this. My wife Justine and I have a young daughter. She's about 22 months old, and we're expecting our second child later this month. So we do have some experience with the employment insurance program, particularly as it relates to parental and maternity benefits. My wife is a nurse, and she did have some challenges with the EI program when she first was expecting our first child. And so the changes proposed in this bill, I think, are certainly welcome by a number of people in demanding professions and careers. As members know, the employment insurance program does provide 15 weeks of maternity benefits to qualified people. However, it does not allow this to occur any more than 8 weeks prior to the date of confinement, the date of the baby's proposed birth. For some mothers, there is the opportunity of 15 weeks of sickness benefits, and this does help to bridge the gap in certain situations. However, as the member from Kingston and the Islands does correctly point out, pregnancy is not an illness, and it shouldn't be considered as an illness. And so there is an opportunity here with this bill to explore alternative ways to assist expecting mothers, especially those who work in demanding and challenging careers. I certainly appreciate also that this bill takes into account the different work conditions experienced by women and how it considers that women in these industries may need a degree of flexibility from the programs that government offers. At the same time, this bill, at least the first part of this bill, does not effectively raise the costs of the employment insurance program, and that's something that on this side of the House we can appreciate when we're debating this particular issue. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians have jobs where the working conditions can have an impact on their physical health or on the health of the unborn baby. Rules governing the 15 weeks of maternity leave given to women. It's important to point out that working conditions can vary immensely from one person to the next. In addition, this makes it possible to acknowledge that the health and safety of women is of critical importance, and it's important to protect them from harmful things like exposure to dangerous products. Many organizations, like Women Building Futures and the Office to Advance Women Apprentices, support this bill. They feel that its adoption will provide support to women who are working in construction, for example, and who do work in specialized trades. As a member, I have had an opportunity on many occasions to talk to people in the workplace, in specialized trades and employers about the shortage of skilled tradespersons across the country and in my riding. There is a shortage of, there are fewer women in these trades, and that is having an impact. In the long term, this bill may not significantly increase the number of women in specialized trades, but it will not reduce it. After all, in 2012, women held only 11.8% of jobs in construction and 19% of jobs in forestry, fisheries, mining, and the oil and gas sectors. Any measures that can encourage women to hold a non-traditional job are beneficial. In its current form, the current EI program is forcing women who work in physically demanding jobs to make a choice. Either they continue to work in potentially dangerous conditions, or they stop working but do not receive any type of payment during an 8-week period or longer. I believe that all members agree that no one should have to make a choice like that, and that it's not fair to impose that kind of a choice on pregnant women. Mr. Speaker, it's important to clarify that this bill, in its current form, will not increase the number of weeks of maternity leave. It simply gives women an opportunity to choose the time when they officially start to receive maternity benefits.
It is worth noting as well that nothing in this bill prevents a woman from taking additional weeks of unpaid leave if they so choose.
Monsieur le Président, je suis conscient que les prestations de maternité constituent.
Mr. Speaker, I understand maternity benefits are an important aspect of supporting working women, but I must also be clear that, like all benefits, they must be affordable and they must be implemented in a sustainable way. And that's why I encourage the Standing Committee on Human Resources to carefully examine this bill during their clause-by-clause examination to ensure that the costs of the EI maternity benefits program are not materially or substantially increased. Finally, this bill compels the Minister of Employment and Social Development to conduct consultations on the development of a national maternity assistance program. This program is intended to support women who are unable to work during pregnancy due to working conditions and whose employers are unable to accommodate them or to provide reassignment within the organization. Again, I would encourage the Minister to undertake this review with an understanding of the costs and the long-term sustainability of the employment insurance program.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's incredibly important that this House supports all workers, and in this particular case, expectant mothers. I think it's important that women, especially those in demanding careers, those in the skilled trades, have the flexibility to make the employment insurance program work for them. I will be supporting this bill at second reading, and I encourage all members to support this bill at second reading so it can go to committee and continue to hear witnesses and explore this important measure. Again, I want to thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for his hard work on this bill and bringing it forward to this House, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-243, introduced by the member from Kingston and the Islands. This bill is an important first step in addressing the needs of pregnant women who work in potentially hazardous environments. By allowing women working in dangerous jobs to begin using their maternity benefits earlier, and by implementing a national maternity assistance program strategy, this bill provides women with greater flexibility in the decision-making, and it will hopefully lead to implementation of an effective pan-Canadian strategy. First, I would like to acknowledge the member opposite and his predecessor for listening to and being inspired to introduce this bill by their constituent. I know there will be important amendments made at the committee level, and I look forward to seeing them come to fruition. Ms. Ballard, a resident of Kingston, Ontario, was forced to stop working early into her pregnancy because as a welder, her work environment exposed her to potentially dangerous conditions. It's disappointing, but sadly not uncommon, to hear cases of an expectant mom who is forced to take leave from her job without benefits because her workplace is unable or unwilling to accommodate her. Far too often, women lose out on salary or benefits as a result of becoming pregnant, even after dedicating much of their time and hard work to their jobs. In most cases, it makes sense for an employer to accommodate a pregnant woman in this situation because doing so will allow her to work longer, and an employer who is motivated to make accommodations and work together will likely have a positive impact on an employee's productivity. Pregnancy is a special time in a woman's life. It's a time for planning, dreaming, and looking to the future. But it can be a time of worry and concern for the future. How you'll balance paying bills while being on maternity or parental leave, or how you'll take care of yourself and your child during the pregnancy. It's no secret that some activities can indeed pose health and safety risks to pregnant women. As outlined by Health Canada, activities that include standing for prolonged periods of time, lifting heavy loads, being exposed to certain chemicals, and being subject to loud noises or vibrations are just a few that can be named and can negatively influence the health of a pregnant woman. However, it is important to remember that pregnancy does not make women unsuitable for the types of jobs where they will be exposed to these activities. In fact, the opposite is true. There is a real shortage of women in many workplaces, especially in STEM careers, science, technology, engineering, and math-related occupations. And more work needs to be done to ensure these workplaces encourage greater gender diversity and equality. As the OECD explains, when women participate in the workforce, individual industries and the economy as a whole benefit. This is why groups such as Canada's Building Trades Unions and National Council of Women in Canada are supporting this bill. This bill is also supported by many other groups that recognize that in pregnancy should never be a barrier for women in the workplace. In my riding of Essex, as in all ridings, this equality is especially important. The Conference Board of Canada, in their Winter 2016 Metropolitan Outlook, highlighted the manufacturing and construction sectors as key sources of growth for Windsor-Essex region. Manufacturing employment is expected to grow by 3.1% annually for the next 2 years. Construction output is also expected to increase by 8.3% as a result of the planned Gordie Howe International Bridge. While there is plenty of opportunity coming to our region in these two sectors, I hope that both men and women will benefit in these sectors. Mr. Speaker, I know well how women feel. As a mother of 2 boys, now 13 and 15, I worked while pregnant in an auto assembly plant in Windsor, where I worked for 20 years. I remember working while pregnant with my first son, and another woman in the workplace was expecting 2. We were working on an assembly line and finding accommodation when you need to rest for a moment after hours of standing or go to the washroom at a moment's notice, not to mention the chemicals that we sometimes had to be around, wasn't always easy to do. We advocated for each other and worked with management to find solutions. After all, we weren't going to be pregnant forever. These solutions worked for us all, and it's important to understand that employers have an obligation to accommodate women when they're pregnant in the workplace. Unfortunately, I wasn't as lucky in my second pregnancy to only need minimal accommodation. I had a riskier pregnancy that was landing me in the hospital weekly, and I was anxious and uncertain about not only the health of my baby and myself, but also about my ability to work. I needed time off and had a hard time finding accommodations that included being able to sit intermittently. After another difficult hospital stay, I attempted to return to work again, only to find that my previous accommodations weren't available to me. I was even more uncertain than ever about what to do. There were many anxious conversations at home and work about my health and ability to work in this environment with chemicals and a physically demanding job. I would go to work every day, uncertain about what job I could do, and would often push myself to try jobs I knew I couldn't perform, trying to be a part of the solution, trying to stay working and balancing my health. It was exhausting and stressful. Thankfully, my coworkers were kind and understanding, and fortunately, I was a member of a union that had negotiated a sick and accident benefit for all of us. My supervisor, union rep, and I met about this issue, and it was offered to me to spend the rest of my pregnancy on this benefit. How lucky I was. I accepted and remember going home and crying with relief as my husband, young son, and I had the ability to focus on my health and not worry about how we would pay the bills or how I would do my job. For my particular situation, this was a resolution. Employers, however, have a fundamental obligation to provide accommodation. This should always be the first remedy. I spent the remaining months visiting the hospital many times, but ultimately we were very fortunate to welcome our second completely perfect son, Malik. And I began my maternity leave and still had my full year of maternity benefits. All women should have this provision available to them. I can't help but think how unfair it is for other working women who struggle, finding themselves in similar situations without the ability to rest and take care of themselves. No family should have to go through that stress, let alone one that's expecting. For women to be encouraged to enter male-dominated jobs such as STEM, women need to be confident that they won't be left without income in the case their pregnancy is no longer compatible with their work environment or job responsibilities. They need greater flexibility as they make decisions balancing their work and family needs. Quebec understands this well, as evidenced by their Safe Maternity Experience program, which the NDP wants to see expanded to Quebec women in federally regulated workplaces. My colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, has long been an advocate for this and put forward a private member's bill, which was unfortunately voted down in the previous Parliament. The Safe Maternity Experience program allows women the ability to request a temporary reassignment should their regular duties become a health risk due to a pregnancy. If reassignment is not possible, the women are able to preventatively withdraw from work and receive 90% of the income they would have received. The Quebec program is an exceptional aid for women. By removing the threat of losing income due to pregnancy, it helps break down barriers that women face when trying to become fully active members of the workforce. This program is more in line with how Canada should be addressing this issue. These maternity supports should be offered through a workplace health and safety program, not through a parental leave program that compensates women through employment insurance benefits. Bill C-243 does little to address the gap between Canada's national program and what global leaders like France and Germany are doing. While extending the beginning eligibility date from which a woman working in a dangerous environment can begin maternity leave, the bill leaves the total amount of maternity leave unchanged. Both the percentage of income received and the total weeks that can be collected remain the same. This simply changes the choices available to women about when to begin their leave. If a pregnant woman begins her leave early, it means she will have to go back to work early, and that could lead to costs and challenges of finding childcare, especially for young infants, where space is extremely limited. In conclusion, I would like to restate my support for Bill T-243 with the amendments that will be welcomed at the committee level. And I encourage my colleagues on all sides of the House to support the immediate development and implementation of a national maternity assistance program that will better support women who are unable to work during their pregnancy.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped from the order paper, or to the bottom of the order paper pursuant to the standing orders. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 11th, in the wake of a horrifying incident where 2 homeless people from Saskatchewan were put on a bus to BC, I asked the government to commit to a national housing strategy that will end the homelessness in communities across Canada. I was encouraged to see that the first Liberal budget has committed some much-needed funds to supporting the housing needs of First Nations communities, victims of domestic violence, young Canadians, and to create more affordable housing. Unfortunately, after decades of neglect and indifference, Canada's social housing infrastructure is in tatters and is woefully inadequate. While the new money is certainly welcome and overdue, I think the government recognizes that much more needs to be done. Housing is one of the most important social determinants of health. Without a secure roof over our heads, it is difficult, if not impossible, to work, study, raise children, or be healthy. And it costs all of us so much more in healthcare costs, lost potential, and human tragedy. Too many Canadians are in precarious housing or have no housing at all, Mr. Speaker. Many, many more are paying too much for housing. This is a situation that must change. The Canadian Housing Renewal Association estimates that roughly 140,000 families are waiting between 5 and 12 years for subsidized housing in Canada. According to a recent study, 40% of renters spend more than 30% of their household income on the cost of rent and utilities, the level at which many say housing costs become unaffordable. About 20% spend more than half their income, which housing advocates say puts them at high risk of becoming homeless. My honourable colleague, the member for Hochelaga, has recently completed a report on homelessness in Canada after a 3-year tour of more than 30 communities, and she found that the situation is devastating. I'd like to quote my colleague, Mr. Speaker. She said, "Throughout Canada, I met tenants who had to choose between paying rent and buying groceries. In a country as wealthy as ours, this situation is unacceptable. Housing is a right for all of us, and eliminating poverty starts with ensuring that everyone has a roof over their head." Mr. Speaker, the current housing crisis, it's not new. It has been getting worse because of government inaction. A former Liberal government brought sweeping reforms to the National Housing Act in 1973, and the minister responsible for housing described adequate, affordable shelter as an elemental human need. Mr. Speaker, how times have changed. The dark decades since have seen the abdication of leadership on the federal level, both by the Liberal and Conservative governments, accompanied by diminishing investments, devolving the responsibility to lower levels of government. We don't even have a Minister of Housing in the Cabinet. This Liberal government has a chance to turn the crisis around. The funds announced in the budget are a good first step, but there's so much more to do. The member for Hochelaga's report, A Roof, a Right, sets out a sensible approach to correcting the housing deficit in Canada, and I ask the government to act on the recommendations in her report. The member for Hochelaga has also introduced 2 bills aimed at addressing the housing crisis in Canada, one that would include the right to housing in the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the second that calls for the implementation of a national strategy for secure, adequate, accessible, affordable housing. The UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights has also expressed concern about the persistence of a housing crisis in Canada and has called on the government to bring in a national housing strategy that recognizes the right to housing. Mr. Speaker, investing in housing isn't an expense, it is an investment in individuals, communities, society and the economy as a whole. Will the government commit to immediately implementing a national housing strategy? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West for once again providing me with the opportunity to speak to the important issue of affordable housing, and I thank her for some of her positive comments on recent investments we've announced in the budget. As honourable members will know, Budget 2016 includes a clear commitment to re-establishing federal leadership in housing and to develop a national housing strategy, Mr. Speaker. This should come as no surprise to her, since the creation of a national housing strategy was a key element of our plan during the last election. Our government is committed to re-establishing federal leadership in affordable housing and developing the country's first ever national housing strategy. The leadership that this government has shown in the area of housing does not imply that the federal government has all the answers. In fact, the opposite is true. Rather than impose a strategy, we will consult widely on how housing outcomes can be improved for all Canadians. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we recognize that affordable housing is not an issue only for low-income Canadians. It is increasingly a challenge for middle-class households and those striving to join the middle class. We also know that the best way to identify and implement effective new approaches in housing is by bringing together our key partners, the provinces and territories, as well as First Nations, individual Canadians, and the full range of housing stakeholders in a national dialogue. A comprehensive consultation plan is currently being developed, and I can assure the House there will be opportunities for Canadians to be heard, and that consultations will include discussions on providing greater access to affordable housing for Canadians. In the meantime, and as the honourable member knows, this government is proceeding with the largest investment in housing of the past 25 years. The budget's housing investments are key components of our planned investments in social infrastructure to help strengthen the middle class, promote inclusive growth, and lift more Canadians out of poverty. Over the next 2 years, our government will provide $2.3 billion, that's $2.3 billion, Mr. Speaker, in new funding for affordable housing, a portion of which will be cost-matched by the provinces and territories. Much of this funding will be delivered through the existing agreements with provinces and territories. In fact, this government is already working with its partners to ensure that these funds flow as quickly as possible to communities that need it most. The Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation will directly deliver a portion of the funding that has been earmarked for federally administered housing and will work with First Nations and Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada to deliver new housing investments on reserve. The goal of these investments, Mr. Speaker, is to address urgent needs in the short term while we take the time needed to develop innovative new approaches over the long term. I am confident that we can count on the support of the member for Saskatoon West as we start implementing the important housing measures from Budget 2016 and, of course, make our way to the national housing strategy that I know she feels so deeply about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And I guess a couple of things I would like to ask of him to immediately start. And I totally understand that housing has a partnership between the federal and provincial governments, and I welcome the consultations between those two levels. What I do want to see is the federal government stepping up and saying housing is a right. Provide a framework for those conversations. Don't just go into them with sort of this wide open agenda. Many provinces have huge debt, and their ability to be a part of a joint framework, a joint funding arrangement, may be at risk. So I need to have the federal government know that they need to step up, say housing is a right, and be able to address the dire housing needs of thousands of Canadians immediately. And that would be a great first step to step up and say part of a national housing strategy is to say that every Canadian deserves a home. Thank you.
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. And we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to hearing from members of the House and other Canadians on what elements should be included in Canada's new national housing strategy. The Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and I will announce details of the consultations as soon as they are available. And I can assure the member for Saskatoon West that our goal is to consult widely and thoroughly so that we can develop the best strategy to support the housing needs of Canadians. This government recognizes that affordable housing is an issue of national importance. I hear her passion. I hear her commitment to this cause, which we are also committed to. It is a priority for this government, so we intend to move forward on a timely basis, beginning with the new investments announced in Budget 2016. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The honourable member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I stood in the House on February 2nd to ask the government whether it would be reinvesting in the Canada Border Services Agency to make it more effective. My colleague, the Honourable Minister, told me that an action plan would be implemented by the end of the year. I rise again today because I have to admit I'm concerned about the months to come, because between now and the end of the year, merchandise that may be illegal is crossing our border because of a lack of resources. Action must be taken now. The Auditor General's report in February raised the alarm. As you know, the Border Services Agency, or CBSA, plays a vital role in ensuring the safety of this country by managing access of people and goods arriving in or leaving Canada. These shipments, the agency administers some 90 acts, regulations, and international agreements on behalf of other departments, provinces, and territories. So it's unacceptable for such a major agency not to be fulfilling its mission. What the AG's report showed was that the agency doesn't have everything it needs to implement its priorities and enforce the law because of a lack of information and resources. So, goods that are not in keeping with Canadian export legislation have been able to leave the country. 1 in 5 times there was a failure by the CBSA to examine high-risk shipments that had been targeted. CBSA missed out on opportunities to prevent illegal goods from leaving the country. These targeted shipments were not examined because they were already loaded on ships or had left Canada when the officers received the information. 1 in 5 high-risk shipments was not even inspected. 1 in 5. That's worrisome. What this means is that stolen vehicles may be leaving the country or illegal drugs. The agency's management is quite troubling. The lack of effectiveness is also due to a lack of staff. The Auditor General raised in his report how important it is for CBSA to hire more people so that high-risk shipments leaving our borders are adequately examined. The Auditor General indicated that staffing levels also explain the fact that targeted shipments were not examined. For example, when officers are on vacation or sick. Another example that shows the shortcomings is that at one port, no examinations of exports had been done while the CBSA officer was on vacation. It's hard to believe, but it's reality. There was no one at the port to do inspections because the officer was on vacation. Canadians are entitled to expect better, and that has to be done now. With the approach of summer vacations, this kind of thing can't be allowed to happen again. CBSA needs adequate resources so that it can improve its methods and not repeat the same mistakes. CBSA is our last line of defense against exports that violate Canadian law. We don't want to become a sieve for illegal goods. So I call on the government to take concrete steps so that CBSA does not fall short of its international commitments. We have international commitments and we have to respect them. The Conservatives gutted CBSA, and we are seeing the consequences now. So, when is the government going to reinvest in CBSA, and how much is the government going to reinvest so that CBSA can fulfill its mandate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague raises an important issue about the recent Auditor General's report on exports monitored by CBSA. I'd like to reassert that we welcome the report and we agree that the previous government did not adequately resource CBSA so that it could do an effective job. The audit report did, however, recognize CBSA's success in risk assessment and seizing proceeds of crime, including stolen vehicles. As the Minister of Public Safety said on February 2nd, CBSA accepted all the Auditor General's recommendations. An action plan designed to implement them is in place, and most of those recommendations will be followed through on by the end of the year. The CBSA will set up a process to track and monitor shipments and to make up for the shortcomings identified by the Auditor General. The agency's approach will be consistent across the board, especially when it comes to monitoring high-risk shipments. We also are implementing an electronic system for exporters to use.
Border Services Agency to facilitate the flow of goods on which our prosperity depends while safeguarding Canada's security and the security of our trading partners. As the Auditor General notes in his report, Canada exported $529 billion worth of goods in 2014, a figure which represents 27% of our GDP. In 2014-2015, the CBSA had 13,768 full-time equivalents, of which approximately 7,200 are uniformed CBSA officers. And I'm sure we'll all acknowledge and appreciate the challenging and indispensable work they do. Les agents de l'Agence des services
CBSA's officers inspected 15 million shipments, imports, and 900,000 exports. The CBSA staff assessed the risk of exports based on the shipper's statements. CBSA works with international law enforcement and domestic law enforcement to set up a safe international trading system, including exports. Mr. Speaker, the CBSA plays an essential role on behalf of all Canadians and all our clients around the world. The Auditor General's report was welcomed by the government, and we're working closely with CBSA to make sure that the appropriate steps are taken to make this a first-class organization that is well positioned to protect Canadians and our exports. These are vital to an economy like ours. Thank you. The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. Well, I'm glad to hear that the government and CBSA welcomed, and this is the least they could do, welcomed the Auditor General's report. I'm also quite aware that CBSA is well aware of its mission, its risk assessment role. But what I said, basically, in the speech I just made, was that there's a lack of resources. What I was saying, and I'd like some information on this, what guarantee can be given to Canadians that officers who are on leave or on vacation will be replaced so that at every border crossing, every workstation, that the risk assessment work is still getting done, that shipments are still being inspected, because what the Auditor General was critical of was the lack of resources. That's what I'd like an answer about from the government. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the government made a commitment to keep its international commitments to prevent the export of dangerous goods. In 2014-15, CBSA expanded its program and made the criteria stricter, and they honed the risk assessment strategy. The Auditor General's report shows that CBSA did implement an action plan to follow through on the Auditor General's recommendations, and all those steps should be taken by the end of this year. We totally agree with the Auditor General's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the time this evening to expand on my recent question to the government regarding Statistics Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, every month Statistics Canada keeps track of important issues, including how oil and liquid petroleum products flow back and forth across our country. And these data are going to be directly impacted by any decisions we make regarding new pipelines, and we have to make sure Statistics Canada has the funding needed to keep proper track of this information, Mr. Speaker. But we should also be thinking about whether or not we're going to build new pipelines. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm opposed to Kinder Morgan's plan to build a new export-only bitumen-based crude oil pipeline from Alberta to Burnaby. As you also know, Texas-based Kinder Morgan wants to build this new pipeline through BC to export nearly 1 million barrels of diluted bitumen per day to China and other countries. If built, Kinder Morgan's project would see one supertanker per day passing through Vancouver Harbour and a pipeline as big as the SkyTrain running through densely packed residential neighbourhoods in the traditional territories of dozens of First Nations. Now, Mr. Speaker, the National Energy Board will table the official review of the new pipeline this Friday. And the Liberals promised during the last election they would overhaul the NEB review process, but since then it's been nothing but really business as usual from the Liberal government. In fact, the NEB is still using the Conservatives' unfair process and their hand-picked appointees to assess this pipeline. Opposition to Kinder Morgan continues to grow across the province, Mr. Speaker. Tens of thousands of those living in Metro Vancouver don't want to see their harbour turned into one of the world's largest oil exporting ports. With 40,000 barrels already having leaked from the Kinder Morgan pipeline, Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Burnaby South are worried about the risk of another spill. Premier Christy Clark, Opposition Leader John Horgan, First Nations leaders such as Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, Vancouver Mayor Gregor Robertson, Burnaby Mayor Derek Corrigan, labour unions and environmental organizations all have expressed opposition to the Kinder Morgan pipeline. They oppose the project because it's a bad deal for BC, because we face all the risks but none of the benefits, because the pipeline will be built by temporary foreign workers. Mr. Speaker, they oppose it to protect our environment, to protect their neighbourhoods, to protect the integrity of Indigenous lands. In the end, it will be this Cabinet who decides whether or not this new pipeline gets built, Mr. Speaker. This Cabinet is the one that will make the final decision on this pipeline. Now, don't forget, Mr. Speaker, way back in January 2014, the Prime Minister said about Kinder Morgan, quote, "I certainly hope that we're going to be able to get that pipeline approved." And unless we make things uncomfortable for the Prime Minister politically, Mr. Speaker, then I'm sure he and his Cabinet will force this pipeline through our communities against our will and against the public's will. So I encourage all listening to this speech to go to nopipelines.ca to get more information, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the time this evening.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to respond to the speech from the member for Burnaby South with respect to statistics from 2006 to 2015. As we've said before, this government shares the honourable member's concerns about having a reliable national statistical system and about basing decisions on reliable data. When it comes to the 539 products that have been abolished, that list includes all kinds of products that were abolished just because of their normal way of collecting statistics, but others were scrapped for other reasons. But Statistics Canada did have some major cuts from 2006 to 2015, and that did harm our national ability to collect reliable data. StatsCan has attempted to minimize the repercussions of that on essential statistics, and the additional support was provided by other departments and federal organizations. Statistics Canada guarantees that essential programs to fiscal and monetary policy are maintained and anything that relies on data for federal transfers was preserved. Mr. Speaker, I want to also underscore the fact that we share the members' desire to bring our national statistics back up to scratch. And in order to do that, you have to keep into track today's and tomorrow's needs. We are listening to Canadians, researchers, scientists, and decision makers. We're trying to assess their needs for data, and we will see to it that those needs are met. We want to ensure that the data needed for decision making based on reliable data, we want to make sure that that data is produced and that it's made public in an open and transparent and timely fashion, and that it's accessible. Mr. Speaker, we restored the long-form census, and we are committed to making Statistics Canada more independent. While we are in office, we intend to breathe new life into StatsCan's programs and to make them relevant again in a thoughtful and enlightened manner. Mr. Speaker, I hope and I expect that we can count on the honourable member's support and his party's support in this effort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I'm curious about is really was in the core of my speech, is whether the Prime Minister Cabinet is going to vote for or against approving the Kinder Morgan pipeline. The Prime Minister has said that he would in the past that he would approve it, and now he's appointed a new panel to oversee this. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if the member can answer that question. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the notice for this late show, what the question that was about was how Statistics Canada can play a role in allowing for the determination of these issues. To answer the central question that the honourable member from Burnaby South has introduced, I would say that, Mr. Speaker, we would want to make sure that whatever decision that is made, it is going to be made on scientific evidence. And that's the reason why there was that announcement today. We hope that the panel will be able to use the new criteria to establish, to come up with, to set forth the data and the evidence which will be necessary. And then part of that, of course, is using the information from Statistics Canada. Mr. Speaker, certainly that we are, I am confident of the work of Statistics Canada. I'm confident that, with the efforts this will take, we will try to make sure that we are going to be able to provide the information not only to those bodies, such as the new panel for the Kinder Morgan pipeline, but for an all-of-government approach in terms of all the evidence and all the statistic analysis that we might need to have, Mr. Speaker, to address these questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank honourable members for putting up with the excess sound that we seem to have in the chamber here tonight. I don't know what it is that has caused the volume to almost double from usual construction noise, but nonetheless, I appreciate their efforts and forging their way through it.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.